That this sexist here is fit to be our protagonist. On Earth, I'll tell you right now that he will be strong enough to stop a rabid satanic dog with one hand. The dog that even the military was afraid of. But now the military is afraid of Kim Min-jun. He also went to where the military was recruiting troops. They offer high salaries, but all the effeminate men didn't want to go. Only one person volunteered. That was our protagonist's super powerful idiot. He is strong enough to destroy the test stone with just one little punch. The hot military woman even blushes when she sees that. When the whole troop was tired from running, because they had weights on their feet, he ran past them while smiling like a maniac. He ran up the stairs faster than A-Train ran over the woman in the first episode of The Boys. The guy is such a monster that even the higher-ups have their eyes on him, but before continuing and showing his growth inside the military, I'm going back to the beginning and showing you properly that this protagonist is not the hero of the story. In fact, he only acts behind the scenes.
Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
She takes him to the room where he first appeared in that world. It's been a long time since then, and Kim says he truly hates this place. She tells him to stand in the center of the circle, exactly where he was summoned. He does, and she begins the ritual. First, she says, she'll remove the saint's protection. Kim takes off his glove and mocks that so-called blessing. To him, it's nothing but a leash forcing him to obey that woman. At last, that thing is finally leaving his body. She starts the process, then admits she still doesn't understand. He gained great power there, and could still gain wealth and honor in the future, so why throw it all away? He says he doesn't care. Then he asks if she isn't worried because once that thing is removed, he could kill her. She says she would accept that. This all happened because of her. Once the binding is gone, whether he kills her or not is his choice. But if he decides not to, they should finish the ritual quickly. Kim is stunned. He's finally free of his chains. Then she says the next step is to remove the power he gained in Isgard. Taking that power back is necessary, because it would be too dangerous for him to return with it. But the protagonist suddenly uses magic and grabs her by the throat. She asks what he's doing. Kim says that power belongs to him. Did she really think he'd let her take it away? Throwing away that kind of power would be stupid. He slams her to the floor. She says she understands what he wants, but warns that black magic could consume him in another dimension. Then she looks up and her eyes go wide. Kim is opening a portal with dark magic, something she can hardly believe. She tells him to stop. Moving between dimensions isn't something you can do easily. MC says he knows, that's why he practiced hundreds of times. This is the true nature of dark magic. To him, the separation between black and white magic never made sense, because deep down they're almost the same. Then he says before he leaves, he has one last thing for her, a huge middle finger. He says he hopes he never sees her bitch face again. She keeps yelling for him to stop, but he leaves anyway, stepping through the portal. Left behind, she pounds the floor in frustration and asks if he really thinks this is over, calling him a lunatic. Meanwhile, Kim reappears in his house, still holding on to his powers. He can barely believe it. The dimensional jump actually worked, and he says he's finally back. Looking over, he grabs his phone and says he missed it. Then he sees the game he wanted to play and can't believe he really made it back here. But then he notices there's no internet. A little later, some soldiers show up, taking formation. They ask if this is the place, and one says yes. It matches the radio instructions. Someone asks Lieutenant Choi in Ho if he can at least explain what's going on. Sending regular soldiers like them on a mission like this feels strange, but even the lieutenant seems confused and tells him to ask someone else. They steady themselves, then move toward their target. But when they get there, it's just Kim walking down the street. He grumbles that it's been 2 years since he got dragged into that dump, and just thinking about it still pisses him off. Thanks to modern tech, his phone still works, but he can't access anything. He wonders how the internet works now, why there's no Wi-Fi anywhere nearby, and why the shops aren't open at this hour. The soldiers stare, confused that it's just a civilian. The protagonist keeps thinking that he was in Isgard for a long time, but could things really have changed this much in only 2 years? Seeing him stroll around so casually, the soldiers wonder if civilian access wasn't supposed to be restricted, and what the guard is even doing. They call out to him and MC finally notices them. He's surprised to see people around in a residential area. Kim assumes they're training and says stuff like this must be normal now. He apologizes and says he'll leave, asking if they couldn't have picked somewhere else. But one soldier yells for him to get out of there immediately. A monster is attacking right behind him. When he turns, it's already about to hit him. Seeing that, Kim wonders why a worthless mutt like that is even here. Then he realizes his demonic energy is completely drained. Even so, he stops the monster with one hand and smashes its face into the ground. All the soldiers are stunned, and Kim doesn't stop there. After catching the monster barehanded, he kills it with his bare hands, leaving the soldiers horrified. He asks the mutt if it thinks he's a loser, just because he can't use dark magic without demonic energy. Even weakened, trash monsters like this still can't beat him. That thought brings back the hell he went through in Isgard, basically strength training from hell. Then he looks back at the monster, and wonders why it showed up in this world at all. After getting up, he speaks to the soldiers, but they're still terrified and tell him not to come any closer. Right then, another monster lands on their car. Kim says he has no idea why things got this bad. The soldiers warn that what he did could get him arrested, but since their commander told them not to make things worse, they let him go. One of them asks if he really has no clue what's been happening lately. The protagonist says that's right, he was living overseas. In his head, though, he corrects it. more like in another world. It's obvious this isn't the Korea he remembers, so he wonders what happened in the last 2 years. He explains that dungeons first appeared when he was around 7, and monsters started spilling into real life. He remembers soldiers fighting them off, just like now. After the dungeons showed up, superhumans called Awakened appeared too. They had powers far beyond normal people, joined the Hunter Corporation set up at the military base, and used to wipe out monsters the moment they appeared. So before that cursed saint summoned him away, Korea wasn't supposed to be in danger like this. While jotting something down, he starts thinking about Dungeon Power Fighter and wonders if the server is dead. Then he rejects that idea. After everything he went through, coming back has to mean something. He gets desperate because he really wants to play, and all he can think is how awful the internet is now. The soldier beside him thinks the whole world is a mess, and Kim either truly knows nothing or just got back from abroad, which sounds pretty suspicious. Still, the guy decides not to pry. Anyone who killed that thing with his bare hands probably has one hell of a story. So MC asks whether people in safer zones like game developers were evacuated, and if it's still possible to get a job at a game company. He keeps asking about games, server storage, and what kind of disaster wrecked everything so badly. The soldier says he'll explain what he knows. Apparently he's a huge dungeon nerd, and when Kim asks if they study that in college, the guy says it's actually harder to find a university that doesn't teach it now. Then he explains that the reason things got this bad was a strange phenomenon that started spreading through dungeons 2 years ago. One day, dungeons began appearing far more often, and they started getting bigger too. But the biggest problem was the rising number of giant monsters pouring out of those abnormal dungeons. Because of that, the army couldn't control them anymore. Some civilian areas had to be sealed off, and ever since then, they've been testing ways to hold the line with fewer people. Meanwhile, Kim only cares about what happened to game companies. The soldier asks his age, and he guesses he's about 21. That means he should be enlisting soon. The soldier says half his 20s are about to vanish. The protagonist is shocked and asks what he means. Weren't hunters serving 5 years and regular troops 3? The soldier explains that because things got worse, everyone serves 5 years now, not just the Hunter Corporation. At 21, the protagonist has probably already gotten his enlistment notice. 5 years? MC can't believe it. He came back planning to play Dungeon Power Fighter once Bayonari got better, and now he has to enlist for 5 whole years. That makes him furious. Then he hears a national alert and wonders what it is. When he checks the message, it turns out to be his enlistment notice for Division X, and it says he leaves tomorrow. He stares at it, wondering if they really spam messages like this now. What perfect timing. The soldier adds that he'll be sent to Gangwon-do. Kim still can't get over it. Why is he being enlisted with no physical exam first? And what kind of system gives notice just 1 day before enlistment? The soldier reminds him they're short on manpower, so the physical is usually done at the training center. As for the late notice, he's pretty sure he just saw it too late. Then he suggests checking again at a PC bang near the evacuation center. That catches the protagonist off guard. Back when his parents were around, he practically locked himself in his room and just played games. He got summoned to Isgard while he was still in 12th grade without even having a single friend. Now he starts rambling about humanity's forgotten paradise. PC bangs. To him, they're the best thing ever, and he nearly tears up just thinking about it. He even wants to thank the owner for keeping the place running in times like these. Once he starts playing, he gets so hyped that he asks the clerk to bring him a hot dog, and she wonders how he can eat that much. After gaming to his heart's content, he starts checking the news and realizes everything that Soldier told him was true. That includes the enlistment date sent by military administration, just like the message said. It's tomorrow. Kim thinks that if he still had all the power he used in Isgard, he could clear every dungeon by himself. But for some reason, his body is completely drained of demonic energy, the main fuel for dark magic. Even so, he's not helpless now. Honestly, he still thinks he could probably clear all the dungeons alone. That's when it finally clicks. Perfect. He'll handle this himself. So the very next day, he heads to the base while casually eating skewers. There are a lot of people there, and most of them look worried or are outright crying. Everyone seems miserable. But Kim remembers hearing that the military isn't what it used to be, and he wonders if it'll be as brutal as Isgard. Inside, one of the officers immediately starts barking at them to fix their posture, asking if they came for a picnic. He curses at them for moving like slugs and orders everyone to face forward and stop looking around. The rules keep coming, one after another, and most of them make no sense at all. But in Kim's mind, these instructors are actually pretty great. Then one of them says that before they start the schedule, anyone who wanted to join the Hunter Corporation but never got the chance should raise a hand. He reminds them that hunters are treated far better than regular troops, and the starting salary is 3 million won. Then he asks if nobody wants that. A moment later, he shrugs it off as a formality and tells them not to worry, but just as he's about to move on, one of the men says there's a volunteer. Seeing the raised hand, the officer orders him to come forward right away. Kim, who clearly doesn't care about staying low-key, plants his foot and jumps straight up beside them, leaving both men stunned. Then he introduces himself as Recruit Kim Minjun and says he wants to apply for the Hunter Corporation. That takes him back to the past, in Isgard at the Forgotten Canyon. There, MC complains that being a dark mage is a miserable job. In all that chaos, he says there's no class worse than this one. No matter how crazy his skills are, if he runs out of demonic energy, none of it matters. Unlike normal mages, his power doesn't recover naturally. He has to keep refilling it by defeating monsters with demonic energy. And of course, regaining energy while spending it is never enough. Since dark mages have such a terrible image, he can't even gather party members easily. So if he ever runs dry inside a dungeon, he's basically dead. So he asks the big question, what's the best way for a dark mage to restore demonic energy? No one answers. And then he realizes there's nobody left to answer because they're all dead. Just then a monster shows up, and he says maybe in that case the dungeon's former boss can answer. He's talking to Arakinense, the hidden boss of the dungeon. Kim asks why she only showed up now. Was she waiting for him to die of boredom? She sees all her dead offspring and lets out a furious scream. He just asks, so that's your answer? When the spider attacks, he slaps her hard across the face and says that answer is wrong. Then he gives his own answer. The best way is to beat monsters with everything you've got. This happened 645 days before he returned to Earth. Back in the present, the officer asks if his name is Minjun, and the protagonist says yes. The officer tells him to wait there because a Hunter Corporation unit will come for him. MC thanks him. The man says he seems unusually eager and asks if there's some special reason he wants to join, especially now that things are so bad and even people with special abilities are returning to the regular army. The protagonist says yes. He still has unfinished business in the dungeons. That makes the mood turn awkward and the guy laughs it off, acting like Kim must be joking. The officer laughs and says he won't charge him for the floor he broke. MC just thinks, shut up, old man, he isn't joking. Then the officer explains that every dungeon in Korea is controlled by the military, and the Hunter Corps gets first priority when it comes to entering them and taking down monsters. He says the Corps is made up of highly skilled people and rank depends on ability, not how long you've served. If you are strong enough, you can keep rising with no real ceiling. Kim realizes that if he joins the Hunter Corps, he'll be able to enter dungeons. Since he can probably clear most of them alone, he's sure he'll find monsters with demonic energy. And once that happens, with his rank climbing fast, he should be able to recover the power he lost. But that little image playing in his head is just his fantasy. The real world might be a bit different. As he rides along, he figures he can probably reach 10 stars in 5 years, which is almost impossible. He even thinks he'll clear nearly every dungeon he can get into. In his mind, his easy little life will keep getting better. He'll unlock a fourth awakening, become a famous hero, make great money, and live perfectly. To him, this plan is flawless. Then an officer arrives, salutes him, and introduces himself as Sergeant Lee Sung-ho from the Hunter Corps. That makes the superior freeze up, shocked that even the battalion commander is speaking so formally to the sergeant. The sergeant then asks if Kim really has the power of a hunter. If he awakened as one, he should be able to open a status window, so he orders him to read out every stat he has. The protagonist wonders what is wrong with this guy and starts asking himself if everyone in the Hunter Corps acts like this. Still, he says fine, if the army tells him to do something, he has to do it. Then he remembers that he also had a status window back in Isengard, though he barely used it since it only showed numbers for his stats and skills. So now he wonders how it works here, and the moment he opens his status window, he gets shocked. The sergeant notices and asks what happened, telling him to say what he sees. Kim turns to the sergeant and says, there's an error. The sergeant is stunned and asks if he's messing with him. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps Training Center in Gyeong, a man greets his subordinate saying it's been a long time and he didn't expect to see her there. Then he asks Lee to sit down so they can talk. Since he called her a hunter, she quickly corrects him. She isn't one yet. Like everyone else who enlisted, she's just a recruit. She adds that this may sound bold, but if Lee called her there because of her father, she doesn't want any special treatment during training. He tells her she got the wrong idea because this has nothing to do with General Song. Of course she won't get special treatment, and the Hunter Corps isn't some easy organization. That makes the girl calm down a little, and she even gets embarrassed, asking why she was called in. He says a very famous rookie just enlisted, and as the training commander, he had to take interest. Since she'll be busy soon, he wanted to give her a few encouraging words first. He says it couldn't have been easy choosing between a normal soldier's path and an executive role. People like her are always needed in the field, so he thanks her both as a citizen of the nation and as a soldier. She thanks him for the encouragement while thinking this is all pretty embarrassing. Then the officer glances down and notices someone arriving. He says he got a funny report earlier and that she might be getting an interesting fellow recruit. He asks if she wants to go see him, and the girl hesitates about it. Meanwhile, Kim checks out the facilities and wonders how much money they poured into the place. He's impressed, then immediately wonders if they've got a PC room there too. But the lieutenant tells him not to get too excited, because his enlistment in the Hunter Corps still hasn't been approved. Since MC is a special case, the lieutenant says he'll test him personally. If it weren't for headquarters' decision, he wouldn't have dragged him there at all. He would have sent him straight to prison instead. And once the testing is done, if he turns out to be a liar, he'd better be ready to enlist in the military police right away. He thinks this guy is being petty about everything and asks what the test is. The lieutenant points behind him and says that if the protagonist can move that thing even 1 centimeter, he passes. Then he says he'll give him 10 minutes. In his mind, if the kid really has any hunter talent, now's the time to prove it. He explains that the mineral is red stone, a dungeon byproduct. It's absurdly dense and heavy for its size, and also extremely hard. At that size, a recruit shouldn't even be able to make it shake. Kim asks if that is all, saying he's relieved the test is so simple. The lieutenant gets really angry at the kid's nerve, staring at him and thinking there's no way to check someone else's status window. There have always been scummy people trying to exploit the Hunter Corps with mediocre abilities. He keeps thinking about the report that Kim jumped 5 meters onto the podium, and on top of that, his status window showed an error. To him, it all sounds like one huge lie. Just then, an officer arrives with a CEO saying this is the boy he mentioned, the one who supposedly showed incredible physical ability in front of the battalion commander at the recruit center, even though his status window says there's an error. He says that as the training commander of the Hunter Corps, he's never heard of anything like that, so he's very eager to see how unusual this recruit really is. As he walks up to the stone, MC thinks it's the same stuff that used to be everywhere in the dungeons of Isengard, that ridiculously heavy mineral. At this size, he figures he can move it easily. Then he just swings his hand back, and everyone is left wondering what he's about to do. Kim gets ready to throw a massive punch, even thinking there might be some demonic energy inside it. And when he hits that thing, the stone explodes into thousands of pieces. He only thinks it'll be really unlucky if there's nothing inside. Seeing him smash something that's solid so easily, Chris can only think this is insane, that Kim is a monster. Sometime later, one of the recruits starts thinking something is seriously wrong here. Even before coming back and joining the army, he already knew the training wouldn't be normal. Once training starts, they get thrown straight into real practical work. 4 brutal weeks of non-stop suffering. On the first day, he strapped a rice bag to his ankle, and then took 6,000 steps with the weight on, and even that was called not good enough after they saw his time. So everyone had already expected that insane instructor to be a problem. That crazy training only keeps improving Kim's energy, and he'd even bet the lieutenant himself couldn't handle it if he had to do it as an active soldier. He also keeps wondering what kind of madness this is, because he is a total lunatic. The protagonist keeps sprinting at full speed, and thinks his body still feels light, so light that without the weights he might actually fly. They said hunter training would be pure hell, but compared to what he went through in Isengard, this place feels like heaven. And the food here feels more like a feast. More than that, everything they need to do all day is already written down. He even gets free time, and there's a computer room too. As long as he sleeps by the end of the day, there's basically no problem. So after enlisting, all he has to do is stand out a little more and make use of that room. To Kim, this means he can train, eat great food, make good money, and on top of that, he can even play games. That makes him start laughing, saying he's going to be a great hunter. One soldier says he's way too fast and wonders how that even makes sense, while another tells him not to question it. Meanwhile, the lieutenant sees that maniac charging up at full speed. When Kim reaches the top, he casually asks if it's already over. The lieutenant is stunned, asking what this kid is even doing. Everyone else takes over an hour to get up there, and MC hasn't been training for long at all. Then he looks at the sergeant and reminds him of his promise. If he finished in under 30 minutes, he'd get a free pass. Then he asks how long the sergeant thinks it took. After getting the pass, Kim is thrilled and heads off. The lieutenant actually feels pleased too, wondering how long it's been since a hunter trainee earned a free pass. Still, he says it doesn't matter if the protagonist has more strength or stamina than everyone else. In the Hunter Corps, the most important thing is knowing how to kill a monster, and he plans to keep a close eye on Kim. Sometime later, all the soldiers head back to the dorms. One of them checks his status sheet and notices his energy went up by 1 point. Everyone gets excited to check their own windows too, but MC is confused. Did he hear that right? They're happy over just 1 point? Back when he trained in Isengard, the normal gain was at least 10 points. One of them brings up the free pass and asks where Kim plans to use it. He pushes back, asking why they care, and they say they're just curious. The assistants were talking about how Sergeant Lee Se-young almost never gives those out anymore. Then they ask if he trained like crazy, saying he's seriously impressive. While they talk, he is caught off guard. He can't believe these people are actually laughing and chatting with him. Back in Isgard when he was a dark mage, nobody would even look him in the eye. Then it hits him. This is what casual conversation is like. Honestly, it's more annoying than he expected. Still, one of them mentions there's a computer room, but another says they're not allowed to use it. The second Kim hears that, he takes off running. He heads straight for the computer room, wondering why they only mentioned it now. The moment he gets on a computer, he finally starts to relax. Free time starts at 9, so he figures he only needs to sleep 2 hours before wake up. Back in Isgard, even 1 hour of sleep felt like a lot, so 2 should be more than enough. That way he can spend all the time playing games that he always wanted. Sometime later, they're forced into a march that's basically a sprint. They have to cover 40 kilometers in 2 hours or they don't get breakfast. Kim is actually happy about it. He gained 10 levels just yesterday. One of the others asks if he's really not sweating at all. The protagonist brushes it off like it was just a walk, leaving the guy wondering if he's really spent the last 4 weeks gaming and sleeping only 2 hours. Is he some kind of monster? MC starts teasing them, asking if the guy's about to call him sweetheart if he gives him water. The recruit says he only meant MC's energy is monstrous, but then he starts handing out water to everyone like they're little puppies. Then an officer steps in and snaps at them. He says the commander is deeply disappointed. With only a few weeks of training left, he already knows many of them won't make it. Compared to the other platoons, this group is far weaker, and because of that, the commander is seriously worried. Kim wonders why the guy is talking about himself in third person. Then the commander goes on, saying that even if they pass and make it to Central Base, they'd be dead within a month. He asks if, with their current willpower and strength, they really think they can survive dungeon adaptation training. He starts wondering what dungeon adaptation training even is. They explain that dungeons usually disappear once all the monsters inside are killed, but in rare cases, some stay open. When that happens, the dungeon changes, its structure shifts, and it becomes a place where people can gain a huge amount of experience. That makes those dungeons perfect for training. The practical exercise happens inside one, and that's what dungeon adaptation training is, a dungeon. Hearing that, the recruits are shocked. It sounds way too dangerous, and they start wondering what's going to happen to them. Seeing their reaction, the commander thinks he can feel the tension now. He says they need to stay that sharp all the time. Training is like horseback riding. If you don't hold the saddle tight, you'll fall. Still, he tells them not to worry. Nothing bad will happen if they work hard. Then he adds that the soldiers with the best scores will win a 3-day, 2-night trip. He expects that to fire them up, but nobody reacts, so he asks if they heard him. Don't they want to travel? He repeats the reward and wonders why nobody looks excited. What happened to these guys? Do they really think the army is hell? What surprises him most is that only one other person besides himself looks happy, and Kim thinks that's pretty great. Sometime later, they arrive in front of the dungeon, shocked that this is really the place. They wonder what they're even supposed to do there. Camp out or something? But they almost get run over by a truck coming in from the side. From inside that truck, a bunch of eyes appear, and they realize those are hunting dogs. The recruits panic at the monsters, saying it's their first time seeing them up close. Kim, though, wonders what's so scary. They look like Maltese or Chihuahuas to him. Then the commander yells, asking if they're scared. He says those are the monsters they'll be fighting, and the recruits can't believe he really expects them to face that. He tells them they'll form teams of 4 recruits and enter the dungeon. Each team gets 1 hour to kill a hunting dog and return. If they get hurt, they should strengthen their cores. If they're scared, they should use their brains and fight with spirit. Everyone gets the message, this is not optional. Then he orders them to hurry up and gear up with those sets of equipment. The lieutenant says they'll go in one team at a time. Their gear is the MIDI 3 built only to protect the body. It's ridiculously heavy and badly designed. One recruit wonders if they don't have anything better. Another is already shaking just from the weight. Kim thinks it's useless for comfort, and clearly made for defense only. He also figures they must use it a lot if it costs that much. He can even smell everyone who wore that thing before. To him, it has a disgusting aura, and he hates it. So he walks up to the lieutenant with a question. If they beat the hunting dogs fast, can they take the suits off? The lieutenant asks why he's being so cocky, but once he sees it's the protagonist, he says sure, he can take it off if he wants. Still, he reminds him this is team training, so he can't just outshine everyone. The lieutenant says he's looking forward to seeing how recruit Kim takes care of his squad. MC starts thinking about this so-called team training, while the others wonder how they're supposed to beat hunting dogs wearing that stuff. One of them offers to come up with a plan, but he says it's simple. He just needs to tell them how to kill the hunting dogs. He gets everyone's attention and says he'll explain the plan. The hunting dogs will jump at them, trying to kill them. When that happens, they shouldn't panic. They should grab the legs and snap the spine in half. If that doesn't kill them, then bend the back the other way and break it again, like snapping a twig. He asks if they understand, but the others just stare at him like he's insane. Then the lieutenant tells the officer to release the dogs, and the recruits quickly enter the portal. One soldier is surprised the dogs ran straight into the dungeon, but Kim says they were trapped all day and their home vanished. So why wouldn't they do that? His teammate admits he has a point and asks how he understands monster psychology so well, calling him a master. The protagonist thinks about everything that happened to him, realizing he used to be almost the same. Then the lieutenant walks over and asks why they're joking around and laughing in these sacred training grounds. Do they want to die? Of course they say no. The lieutenant says it doesn't matter, he's already decided. Their team will go in first. They're shocked by that, but they have no choice except to enter. Kim says that's actually a good thing. If he can get that heavy, filthy suit off sooner, he'll gladly take it. None of them can even tell if he's serious. Once they go in, the lieutenant tells the instructor team the training has started. They need to stay ready and step in if things get out of control and the recruits are in danger. One of them gets the order and says he'll stay on alert. But when he looks to the side, he sees the team list. Someone says Team 4 entered before any other group and asks if there's anything to report. The answer is just this. The bastard is with them. MC. That gets their attention. It's the guy under special treatment, the recruit who showed the most standout power in that round. His scores over the last 4 weeks have been incredible, but now they wonder if he'll be just as impressive inside the dungeon. Meanwhile, the wolves watch them from a distance and start circling the 4 recruits. Kim can tell they're ready to strike, thinking they're definitely impatient. He figures he could end this by smashing them in the head the moment they attack, but then the others wouldn't get any experience. So, being weirdly considerate, he warns his teammates that the wolves are coming. They ask what he's talking about. He says it's obvious they're the enemy. That freaks them out, but he tells them to stay calm because the protective suits are pretty strong. Seeing everyone terrified, he says he'll take the lead and asks who wants to come first. When the wolves move in, they split into 3. One charges from the front while 2 swing in from the side. The one that goes for Kim drops instantly from a single punch. It hits the ground already dead. Another wolf lunges at his teammate and goes straight for his arm, biting down hard. The recruit starts screaming for help. The wolf glances to the side, sensing someone coming, but it can't do anything, because Kim rushes in with a kick and kills it on the spot. He tells his teammate that if the wolves bite them, they have to hit back. If they act scared, the wolves will see them as easy prey. The guy gets it and calls him sir, but the protagonist asks why he's talking like that when they're on the same team. The boy quickly apologizes. MC says that in a real fight, 2 people would already be dead. Then he points out that they outnumber the wolves, so they need to use that and keep the pressure on. If they stay aggressive, the wolves will get nervous. So 2 of them rush one wolf, and it really does back off. Kim tells them to keep it cornered and wait for an opening. Watching from outside, the 2 instructors wonder if he's really just a recruit. Most scared rookies would freeze up after losing focus like that. But because of his leadership, they shake off their fear. The instructors stare in disbelief, even wondering if some top sergeant somehow came back to his pre-enlistment days. Stuff like this only happens in stories. Still, the protagonist didn't rely on brute force alone. He led the team, kept them steady, and made them work together. Because of that, he gets the highest score, while the others only earn average marks. The instructors walk over and tell them they did well and can come out now. One recruit only then notices the instructors were there the whole time, but Kim barely cares and is already wondering if this earns him a vacation pass. The jealous lieutenant snaps at him to shut up, asking if he really thinks they'd hand that out. MC keeps teasing him, joking that they were really worried about the recruits and acting all sweet about it. That only makes the lieutenant even madder. But as they get close to the portal, something happens. The whole place starts shaking. They ask what that was, and one instructor orders the other to report it on the radio fast and tell everyone to get out immediately. One of the recruits asks what's going on and wonders if it was an earthquake, but Kim says no. It isn't an earthquake, it's a dungeon shift, and it's happening right now. So they ask what happens next. While Kim starts to answer, he notices the exit is closing. As it shuts on its own, everyone starts to panic. He realizes it's already too late to leave. He says this is bad. The 2 instructors panic too. Their radio isn't working and the dungeon changed way too fast. One says they should have had over a month before the inside structure changed again, and he can't understand why this happened. Still, he forces himself to calm down and decides the first priority is getting the recruits somewhere safe. So they address the recruits and say an unexpected event has happened in the dungeon, but there's no need to panic. According to the manual, they should wait there for an hour and see if the entrance opens again. The recruits are shocked that they might be able to leave just by waiting an hour. They start to relax since they thought they were trapped for good. But the instructor's face shows that's not the whole story. He says people outside are probably trying to get in too, and the lieutenant will make the best call. For now, all they can do is stay calm instead of panicking. But Kim asks if that's really all there is to it. They were training here because everyone was sure this dungeon couldn't have some unexpected situation like this. To him, it's especially creepy that a dungeon entrance that was always open just sealed itself. One instructor runs over to speak with the other, and Kim figures he was right. The instructors know this situation is much worse than they're saying. They acted calm, but there's a good chance no manual really covers this. If the dungeon is turned into a closed dungeon like he suspects, it may be much harder to clear than he first thought. He remembers something similar in Isgard and tells himself this is serious, but not the absolute worst case yet since they're still alive. The instructors, though, think this really is the worst case scenario. They say the others probably already realize it too. This dungeon has become a closed dungeon. Even one instructor starts to lose his nerve, saying this is that kind of closed dungeon. The other asks if he's serious, then explains there are 2 times when a dungeon entrance disappears. The first is when a dungeon naturally vanishes after being cleared. The second is a closed dungeon, where the portal disappears once an outsider enters it. He says that's exactly what happened here. The dungeon turned closed while they were inside, which explains why the gate vanished. That also means more than one monster is bound to appear, and the only way out is to kill every monster in the dungeon. That means outside help is impossible. Now he's thinking about the reality of it. 4 recruits with no real combat experience and 2 instructors have to clear this dungeon by themselves. He expected this much. Once he told them, everybody got tense. They don't even know what monsters have spawned, and if they're unlucky, this really could be the end for all of them. Even so, standing still won't help. They have to keep moving while they still have strength. He does wish the instructors were fully geared though, because in their current state, they'd get wiped out even by goblins. It could take 10 minutes or more just to kill one. So the most realistic plan with the best chance of success would be using the heavy protective suits the recruits are wearing. He's not happy about relying on those stupidly heavy, dense outfits. But if they use their defense and put the recruits in front, the instructors could kill the monsters while the recruits tank the hits. Still, he thinks those recruits trusted them. They made it through all that brutal training, and using those rookies as human shields while he's the veteran here isn't something his pride can accept. As they keep moving, one recruit keeps walking until Kim notices something. An instructor asks if there's a problem, but then they hear a loud sound. When they look over, one instructor is already in agony, foaming at the mouth before collapsing. The other instructor starts to run to him, but Kim yells for him not to go. Even if he rushes over now, there's no way to save him, and the second instructor drops too, writhing on the ground. Kim tells everyone to stay back, because if they get any closer, the same thing will happen to them. He thinks it isn't that serious. They only passed out. He's not surprised either, because he already recognized that familiar smell. Then he grabs both instructors and throws them back toward the recruits, telling them to catch them. He warns them not to leave that area and to stay near the exit. The bald recruit asks where he's going, saying it's too dangerous. Even the instructors passed out, so the protagonist could die, but the protagonist ignores him and runs off anyway. As he moves, MC thinks this is actually exciting, even if he could die right now. What he's sensing on Earth is demonic energy, and that's why the instructors blacked out. He says it's no surprise the awakened instructors collapsed. Even Guardians need special protection against demonic energy to fight monsters, and it's far more deadly to normal humans. But for a black mage, demonic energy is like a charger for a dead phone. He reaches the back of the cave and realizes this is the source of that dense demonic energy. It's quiet, and he can't find any sign of a monster anywhere. Then he looks up and asks if the monster really thought it could pour out that much demonic energy and stay hidden from a black mage. He never expected to find a dark hound here. Kim points out that just because it shares a name with a normal hound doesn't mean it's the same thing. This species is unbelievably stronger than an ordinary one. The first time he met one was a year after being summoned to Isgard. He nearly died because he'd never seen a monster like that before. Since he'd never seen one on Earth either, he tried to attack it head-on, and that was a terrible idea. Even so, he's glad to see a familiar face. Then he pulls back his fist, thanks it for the meal, and sends the monster flying. After taking it down, he thinks the smell of its blood is still disgusting. He also thinks about the huge wave of demonic energy released after death. That's why dark hounds are so hard to kill. Their blood is poisonous, and if it touches normal human skin, it rots it away. Then he absorbs all that demonic energy and keeps getting stronger. Of course, none of that poison matters to a black mage. He realizes it's been a while since he felt this tense. His phone is at 5V of charge, and he remembers seeing a demonic hound in Isgard. So why is one here? He thought Earth's monsters were ordinary, and almost harmless by comparison. Judging from everyone else's reaction, this is the first time something like this has shown up. Even if this place is a training camp, nobody was ready for that. And there is no way it crossed over from another dimension by itself, because to open a dimensional portal, the being on the other side has to be on the same level. He says only a saint who can use God's power could do that. It's not something just anyone can pull off. Still, he shrugs it off and wonders if maybe people are making too big a deal out of it. Then another thought hits him. Where's the body? He still needs proof for his report, so he goes looking and finds the monster thrown aside. A little later, one of the instructors wakes up while the cadets call out to him, all shocked to see his eyes open. Then the man jumps up and shouts, panicked, asking if everyone is okay or if anyone got hurt. They tell him they're fine, but the real problem is that Kim went into the dungeon alone. That scares him, and they quickly fill him in on everything that happened. He's stunned that a recruit chose to act on his own like that. The cadets confirm it, and he snaps that running off alone in a situation that dangerous is completely unacceptable, and says he'll punish him right away. But then he stops himself. Does he even have the right to say that after failing to protect his students? He pushes that aside and says this isn't the time for that. They need to prepare a rescue for Kim and John. But then one of the recruits tells the trainer to look ahead, and they see him walking back with a monster on his back, asking if everyone's okay. The trainers are shocked that it's a dungeon monster. They say it looks a little different, but the protagonist just says it looks like the same crap to him and drops it on the ground. They're stunned that this was the monster that took down Edge, so they ask if MC caught that thing by himself. Someone blurts out that if he beat it alone, then he must be the strongest one there. But the others tell him to stop talking nonsense. But while they're still arguing, the gate opens again. The instructor calls for Kim, asking if he was the one who took down that hound by himself. The boy doesn't even need to answer. The instructor gets it without a word and tells the other instructor to take everyone outside first. They'll follow right after. So he stays behind with the boy. He tells him that once they're out, he needs to report straight to the commander and explain everything that happened in detail. He agrees. The instructor says he has to tell them everything. Leave nothing out, even the trainer's failure. They lost control of the situation and couldn't protect the cadets, and he admits he doesn't even know what to say without sounding pathetic. No matter what, thanks to the protagonist, everyone made it out safe. He thanks the boy again, and Kim thinks it's strange seeing him like this. The man finally says he has to admit his mistakes, then tells him to get moving. He adds that he doesn't even know what he'll report since he was unconscious, and jokes that it was a terrible time to fall asleep. MC thinks this last week here is turning out just like he said, and wonders if he should go. As he thinks it over, before he can leave, his status screen suddenly appears in front of him, saying the error has been fixed. He stares at it, wondering what the screen is even talking about, and says that this trash system never helps with anything. It's the same annoying system that bothered him in that other world. Then the status screen updates. His name, a line saying he worships Rumi Nona, founder of the doctrine, stats at strength 60, agility 60, energy 60, mana 10, and 1 acquired skill, corruption level 1. He frowns and says, this is weird. What is this supposed to be? What really bothers him is that line on the status window about worshipping Rumi Nona. He remembers Rumi was a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, and after becoming the strongest mage in all of Isgard, he made up lies for fun to shake off the fanatics who kept chasing him. But while people still kept following him, his status started showing that he worshipped Rumi Nona, which only made everyone ask more questions. He grumbles that now even this thing won't leave him alone, though at least it did cut down the number of fanatics. Still, it looks like he got weaker. His stats dropped way too much. Since returning, it feels like part of his demonic energy is gone. He says he was ready for the penalty from crossing dimensions, but even his skill list is down to just 1. He's disappointed that even its level got lower too. At this level, he figures corruption's effects are probably garbage. Then he starts thinking he really does look like some kind of character from a story, and realizes that like this, it's going to be hard for him to reach his goal. Even so, he reminds himself that in Isgard he started with nothing too and still became the greatest mage of all time. Since he already reached the top once, there's no reason he can't do it again. For now, he needs to rethink his goals. The game development company is stalled because of the monsters, and he has to recover his strength as fast as possible. He figures it'll work out. Compared to when he first arrived in Isgard and had to suffer through all that, this isn't so bad. The game company will just have to wait for him. And that day, the whole training center was left shaken. The dungeon gate they were training with had closed and their superiors had failed to handle the situation. On top of that, they found a new monster that had beaten the trainers, and a single trainee was the one who dealt with it. With so many strange things happening, he normally should have received a badge for that amazing feat. And the soldiers who were supposed to enjoy their final free week before deployment weren't doing that at all. One of them says they're screwed and asks how long they'll have to wait. Another complains that training is finally over, and he'd rather be watching TV because this feels like a total waste of time. Then they ask the bald guy if it's true that Kim killed a new monster by himself. He says it was huge, way bigger than a normal dog, and that dungeon hound was massive. Everyone is stunned. They start wondering if the protagonist will make sergeant in less than 2 years, but one of them says no. The promotion test for hunters is really hard, and people say it usually takes 5 years or more. If you can't make it, the corporation tosses you aside. Another asks if it's true. Some hunters end up as private security for the government, and they say that's pretty sad. Sometime later, MC heads to his superior's office, and sees the commander in the middle of apologizing inside the room. Then the commander's superior tells him he can leave now. After the man walks out, he asks him if he's the one who handled the dungeon accident, and asks his name. He introduces himself, and then the man says he'll get straight to the point. He called the protagonist there because he has something important to say, naming him the top soldier in the training camp. After that, he says he has an offer to make, and asks if the boy wants to hear it. At that moment, the commander starts seeing Kim as someone who has always been ahead of everyone else. He thinks a human this far above average is something rare to witness in his lifetime, and believes MC is someone who can change everything. He meanwhile wonders what this guy is even talking about, while the commander asks himself if this is the one who might save him from all of this. He thinks sending someone this talented to such a normal unit would be a national loss, especially when they need more people in that place. So he tells the boy that he's heard Kim has enough talent to earn a promotion. Normally, new graduates can only take the promotion exam after 1 year, but there are always exceptions in special cases. Then the commander says that if the protagonist volunteers as a hunter for the Shuram army unit in Ganggu, he can grant that exception using his authority as training leader. He starts to smile, saying that if MC goes there, he won't have to wait a whole year for promotion. It would be an incredible chance, but he doesn't react the way he expected. The commander figures the boy obviously wants a promotion, but wonders if mentioning Shuro pushed too hard. Maybe that promotion exception isn't enough. Meanwhile, Kim thinks that if it's Shuro 1, then it's the undefeated hunter unit of Division 104. The place his teammates said they never want to set foot in. They said it's freezing there, the snow is deep, and it snows almost every day. Dungeons burst open sometimes, monsters show up out of nowhere, and anyone there has to stay on the front line. And to him, that sounds great. He thinks it doesn't really matter where he goes. He just needs to rank up fast. This exception is a pretty crazy option, but since it's an area where dungeons keep breaking out, it might be perfect for him. Fast promotion is key to his plan. The higher his rank, the more doors will open. And when it comes to rising fast, nothing beats dungeons. So the boy says he'll go. The commander can barely believe what he's hearing. Kim really accepts and agrees to go there. Sometime later, his friends start crying as they say goodbye. They tell him to call whenever he gets free time. And one friend asks why he picked Shuro, one especially a place nobody wanted. But the boy says that just because everyone avoids a place doesn't mean it's bad. They'd never understand, since his life goals are pretty crazy too. One friend asks if he wants to reach level 100, but he says he's already level 30, so 100 isn't that big a deal. That's when they realize the guy really does think like a maniac. After even the loudest one of them leaves, he's alone. Then a huge army jeep arrives to pick him up, and when that person steps out of it, the person stepping out of the jeep is a huge, rough-looking man staring right at him. He says Kim must have waited a while and explains he was late because of the snow. The protagonist stays calm, says it's fine, and thinks it's crazy that the month barely started, and it's already snowing there. The no-nonsense officer doesn't care much for small talk. He tells them they're leaving right away and orders MC to get in the back. MC can only think the guy carries himself like a real soldier. Once he's riding in the back, he starts thinking that his real life as a soldier will begin the moment he gets there. He knows it won't be easy, but that doesn't matter as long as he gets to kill monsters. The only thing he really needs to watch out for is all the stupid games his friends used to joke about. Now he feels like he's about to deal with the same kind of dumb stuff he only ever saw on TV. He seriously has no patience for that kind of nonsense in the barracks, but he tells himself he has to stay calm. If he loses his temper with the wrong person, he could get sent down to brigade units. After a while, he arrives at the Invincible Hunters unit. The place catches him off guard. He wonders if this area really even gets snow. Before long, he reaches the control battalion and follows the man guiding him. The man shoves Kim into a room, introduces him as the new recruit, and tells the others to feed him and teach him how things work there. Everyone gets excited about the new arrival. They ask his name, and once he introduces himself, the room lights up. They say he must be the guy everyone's been talking about, the guy who killed a new monster by himself. Then they tell him to put away his bag, tossing his stuff around like it's nothing. Kim immediately gets wary, thinking these guys don't seem all that impressive. It feels more like they found a new toy and are pretending to be innocent about it. One of them says that with the protagonist's top training scores, he could have gone anywhere. So why pick this place? MC answers that the front lines let him grow faster, and he came here because he wants to rank up as quickly as possible. That answer catches them off guard. They call him crazy. Then the talk suddenly shifts. They ask if he has a sister or a girlfriend and whether he has a picture. Kim says no to both. After that, they crowd around and tell him to show off a talent. He wonders if doing something will finally get them to leave him alone. So he offers to show them one-finger push-ups. The others laugh and ask if he really thinks that counts as a talent since they do that all the time, but one of them tells everyone to relax and let the kid show it first. The moment they see it, they're stunned. Kim is upside down, balancing himself on one finger. They start asking if anyone in the battalion can even do that, then decide the only possible one is the sergeant, and they all bet on him. Right then, the sergeant shows up at the door and orders them to stop. They instantly call him a killjoy, and the protagonist recognizes that voice. It's Sergeant Leon Sengo. The group starts teasing him, saying he ruined the fun and showed up wearing that same grumpy face. They joke that he must be training the kid just to earn leave and ask how many days off he got this time. They keep piling on, calling him sour-faced and telling him to answer already. Finally, he says he only got 4 days, tells them to quit bothering him, and orders them out. They actually leave, complaining that he ruined everything, and they look seriously annoyed. He does too. Kim notices they really did leave the second he told them to. Then the sergeant lies down and starts messing with his phone. MC thinks people here are way more different from each other than he expected, especially for soldiers without that much time in the army. Then he calls for Don Jin, saying it's his job to teach a rookie the moment he arrives. Don Jin accepts the order. Kim starts wondering if this man will be his trainer. He walks over, introduces himself, and Don Jin lowers his voice, asking if they should talk while they eat. He says he got permission to go to the exchange shop, and he wonders if someone really needs permission just to use the store. Don Jin tells him to grab whatever he wants, since he'll pay. The protagonist asks if he's sure because he usually eats a lot. Don Jin says that's fine and tells him not to worry. He has plenty. MC starts thinking he's really nice, but when they get to the register, the total hits 300,000 won. Don Jin suddenly doesn't look so happy, and the clerk even asks if he's cold because he's shaking so much. A little later, while they eat, Don Jin tells him to slow down. Kim asks if getting permission to go to the shop is really that hard, since Don Jin made it sound like a big deal. Don Jin explains that usually only sergeants can use it on weekends during time off. He adds that he might be allowed to use the gym, but the computer room is only for corporals and above. That restriction immediately bothers the protagonist, and he starts thinking seriously about it. Don Jin says MC is probably thinking it's ridiculous, and honestly it is, but there's nothing he can do about it. MC should get used to how things work. But then Kim asks if he really can't use it. Don Jin says that as a private, probably not. He even asks if it's worth trying, since it'll likely be difficult. He thinks it's insane that everything has rank limits, and that just makes him more sure he needs to rise through the ranks fast. Don Jin says becoming a corporal in the Hunter Army isn't easy. In fact, it's so hard that he fails every year, which is why he's still there in his 3rd year as an enlisted soldier. He thinks that's pretty humiliating. The protagonist tells him it's not hopeless, and says he'll root for him next time, though deep down he realizes he'll really have to work hard if he wants a promotion. While they're talking, another man walks over and mocks them, saying he sees a recruit and a regular soldier stuffing themselves. He asks if they plan to eat all that by themselves. Don Jin immediately turns respectful and says he can have some too, making it clear this guy is usually generous. Kim instantly dislikes him. They were barely done talking, and this guy already showed up to bother them. The man says he doesn't care what they talk about, but he better not catch MC slacking during shooting practice. He knows MC's only a recruit, but asks if he can at least shoot. Don Jin says he was just about to explain how shooting training works there, adding that their firearm drills are a little different from what he probably knows. The man complains again, asking why Don Jin is wasting time there. He says Don Jin's his subordinate, yet he's the one paying for snacks like some kind of mother. Don Jin starts apologizing, and the man says that's exactly why he's still just a soldier. He's too soft. Kim hates hearing that. This idiot just walked in and is already trying to humiliate both of them. He can feel his patience running out. Under the table, he quietly activates his dark magic, wanting to see if the guy can take it. The man suddenly shoots to his feet, and Don Jin asks what's wrong with him. The guy looks at the food and asks what was in it. The protagonist wonders if he thinks it's gone bad, but the man brushes it off, tells them to eat slowly and be careful, then rushes out. Don Jin asks where he's going. MC figures his E-rank skill worked perfectly. The guy runs off like he's about to crap himself. Then Kim asks Dongjin what he was saying about shooting practice, and he asks whether he ever used a KX-2 at the training center, especially one loaded with upgraded ammo. He explains they use rounds with much stronger fire output than normal bullets, so when you fire the upgraded ammo, the gun kicks like crazy. He says it feels like trying to control a wild horse. The recoil is different, and even the sound is too. Since monsters show up there all the time, being a good shot matters. It can be rough at first, so Dongjin tells him to relax while he still can and finish eating. Kim thinks the wild horse comparison makes the idea pretty easy to understand. Still, he says he used weapons like that back in Isgard, except those felt more like elephants. Compared to that, taming this wild horse should be easy. Then he asks if training starts tomorrow. Dongjin looks at him strangely and asks if he's excited or scared about the next day. The next day, they begin walking to the shooting range. Kim starts firing, and after seeing the result, he thinks he messed one up, and mutters that it was awful. But the instructor announces that time is up, and says the protagonist landed 19 shots and only missed one. Everyone is shocked. The rookie really hit 19 shots. They wonder if he's some kind of shooting machine or just insanely lucky. But even luck shouldn't be enough to handle that weapon properly. The redhead says his own record is 14 and can't believe Kim beat that on his first try. It just doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, the official in charge of support looks over the result and thinks that the rumors were true. MC really was the best in the training camp. They ask how he pulled that off, and he just says he followed what he was taught, even though nobody taught him anything. One of the instructors congratulates him and says he hopes he keeps it up. He also says he wants to see great results in the special shooting drill that afternoon, which leaves Kim wondering what kind of drill that is. The redhead is shocked that he just got there and is already being sent into that training. Some of them ask the lieutenant if that's too much, but he says they're just jealous. The protagonist asks someone to explain what this special shooting drill is, since he's never heard of it before. Then the man apologizes. He says he didn't expect MC to shoot that well. Recruits are usually kept out of the special drill until they get used to the upgraded ammo, but since MC was already called in, he gives him the short version. In this drill, 2 people enter the training field at the same time and have to kill every monster on the way to the final point. The monsters aren't that strong, but they aren't fake targets that just stand there. They can fight back. There are also cardboard civilians along the route, and if he shoots even one of them, he's disqualified. Dongmin tells him not to worry. The drill stays under control, and the staff will be watching the whole time. That makes Kim happy. Real monsters in training sounds way more fun to him. While they eat, Dojin keeps praising him, but he says Dojin did well too, since he landed 13 shots. The boy says the protagonist is just being nice. That score isn't even close to impressive, especially not in Sergeant Leon Song-ho's unit, where the minimum is 17 hits. Kim thinks his old unit only needed 10, so 13 sounds fine to him. Then he starts wondering if that means he's basically number 1 here. Dongmin says he's sure MC will do great in the special drill too, but MC says that if it can be done in pairs, he wants to team up with Dojin. Dojin says that probably won't happen, since the higher-ups choose the pairs. He asks if he's serious and wants to know what they base it on. Dongmin says, as far as he knows, they use a ladder game. A bunch of them watch one guy setting it up, and after a while, the lieutenant says the drill starts in 5 minutes and orders them to put on their bulletproof gear and get ready. Kim gets himself prepared, and then that coward from earlier walks up and tells him the new recruit is on his team, asking if he's really ready for this drill. He challenges the protagonist too, saying he'll show him the gap between a corporal and a rookie. MC wonders if Guanxi is really going to be his partner. From the way he's acting, the guy still hasn't realized how pathetic he is. Guanxi keeps picking a fight, saying the minimum clear time is 3 minutes, then asks what Kim thinks about finishing faster than that. He tells him to do it in under 3 minutes, though he clearly doubts he can. The protagonist just stares at him. Guanxi asks why he's so quiet. Is he scared? Does he really think those 19 hits impressed anyone? He keeps pushing and trying to get under MC's skin. Now he is getting annoyed, wondering if this guy really learned nothing. Guanxi says no and claims he'll try harder, but then adds that there's no need to try too hard, since it's only training. Still, if the protagonist finishes after him, that means he loses. He tells Kim to watch the test carefully and think before going in. Then the next 2 step forward. The lieutenant orders them to stand facing their partners. Number 1 says he's ready, and number 2 says the same. The lieutenant starts the drill. 2 people from one group go in, each taking a separate elevator, and the test begins once they reach the underground level. They have to protect the cardboard civilians while fighting in tight spaces. It's a special rescue and subjugation drill for monsters, but really it's also a contest between the soldiers. It decides which of the 2 is faster and stronger. The goal is to hit the final button on the route before the other person. As Kim watches the screen tracking the match, he wonders why the monster icons are different sizes. Guanxi explains that the size shows how dangerous they are. The bigger the icon, the tougher the monster. Then he asks if MC really didn't know that. He goes on to say that each soldier gets 2 monsters, but the placements are completely random, so they won't know what they're facing until they run right into it. One of the soldiers ends up meeting a giant frog. It attacks right away with its tongue, and the marker for that soldier moves close to the monster. Kim thinks number 1 got the faster start, but with monsters involved, it's still hard to tell. Then number 2 runs into a giant rat monster and says he's got this. Once he beats it, only one monster is left. But his next enemy is a massive, disgusting worm, and he blurts out, "What the hell is that?" Meanwhile, number 1 defeats his second frog, then looks ahead and wonders what that thing is. Did Donner finish already? But then he spots the button right in front of him and slams it. He clears the route in 2 minutes and 24 seconds, and everyone is shocked. They start asking if the minimum time is going to change after that, while others think that's insane. Number 1 even mocks his opponent, asking why he took so long. Was he building a weapon down there? The other guy says he was just unlucky, but number 1 says no, he was simply better. To make it worse, he points out that the loser also shot a civilian. He says he would have won anyway, and number 2 tells him to shut up. Watching them argue, Guanxi realizes they made a bet on the drill, and Kim starts thinking about that bet. Then he asks if the 2 of them can make one too. Guanxi asks what he just said, and he says that now that he thinks about it, the loser should have to do whatever the winner wants. That would be more fair. Guanxi notices how confident Kim is, bold enough to bet against a superior. He agrees, but reminds him the idea came from the recruit. Then he asks why he'd want some random favor from a rookie. If he wins, he wants part of the protagonist's salary. MC thinks that should work and agrees. He says that if he loses, he'll hand over 3 months of pay. Guanxi can hardly believe it, but he's sure of his chances. The mood between them turns tense, and Dongjin watches from a distance. Then the lieutenant calls the next group. The 2 lock in their bet, and the lieutenant asks if they have anything to say before starting, but both say no, and they're cleared to go down. They head to the lower level, and once there, Kim admits to himself that the taunting got under his skin. Still, he knows rushing in angry won't help. Getting dragged around by cheap provocation is pointless. He should just ignore it and move on. After all, he's an adult, even as he lets out a huge amount of demonic energy. Outside, the other soldiers start focusing on the bet between the corporal and the recruit. They say there's no way a rookie can beat a corporal, and wonder how he will even handle the monsters. Some also think the sergeant must not care much if he's allowing this. But while everyone is busy gossiping, the whole place suddenly starts shaking. They ask what that was, and when they look at the screen, they see the first monster moving toward the second one. Everyone is stunned. Down below, Kim feels it too and wonders what that vibration is. He tries to figure out what's happening, and when he looks, he finds a 2-horned cyclops eating the monster that was supposed to be first. Now he's face to face with that giant thing. The protagonist is surprised. The monster is busy eating the other one, and he wonders what's going on and whether it was even supposed to be there. Then the monster looks at him, sees him as prey, and pulls the rat from its mouth. It hurls the rat at him, but Kim quickly dodges. The only thing he can think about is that day's dinner. He wonders if it's chicken and hopes he can finish this fast so he can go eat. He tells himself to be careful not to hit a civilian target, because if he just fires wildly, he could get disqualified. The monster raises its arm and throws a punch at him. Kim activates his demonic energy and wonders why these things are so annoying. Then he drives a huge punch straight into the monster's attacking hand, and the Cyclops' hand explodes into pieces. The monster howls in pain, and MC thinks, good. Now it's quieter, next he just has to kill it. But when he looks back at the monster, he sees its hand regenerating, and instead of growing back normally, it returns as a green blade covered in a strange aura. Back outside, the others realize the recruit is fighting a huge monster and start asking what happened and what kind of monster he's up against. Then they wonder if his assigned monster moved. Seeing that, the lieutenant starts to wonder if it's the same monster that killed 2 soldiers. The bionic eye demon. The lieutenant corrects them. It's the throat demon. When it feeds on energy, its healing and attack power rise fast, and the more it eats, the worse it gets. Still, something feels off. This monster normally never attacks first unless it thinks it's about to die. Even after they caught it and kept it in quarantine, it barely caused any trouble. So why did it come all the way here? Down below, Kim keeps fighting, dodging every strike the monster throws. Before long, he gets annoyed. It just won't stay still. That makes it hard to land a clean shot. Then he remembers this is a shooting test, so he decides to actually use the gun. He fires straight at the demon's eye. The throat demon howls in pain as the shots hit. When it drops, Kim notices the eye heals slowly. If that keeps up, he can just keep shooting until it dies, but the eye starts closing up fast. At the same time, the monster senses the protagonist rushing in and swings its blade at him. MC has no idea what changed. Now it seems desperate to kill him. He wonders if hitting the eye triggered it, or maybe it's reacting to sound. Either way, this is bad. The blade nearly hits him, and the monster keeps pressing the attack. Even while its eye is regenerating, Kim catches its hand and realizes something is seriously weird. He's already fed up with this thing slowing down his training, and now it just tried to crush him too. That pushes him over the edge. Furious, he releases his demonic aura at full power. That moment is unreal. He stops the monster cold. Then he figures it out. The thing is reacting to his demonic energy. Seeing that, the lieutenant heads down to check what's going on. He knows this is the worst kind of luck. A new recruit just got sent here, and now this happens. He even blames himself. A recruit should have only had to deal with an easy target, not a monster like this. Kim could have died, so he hurries over, hoping the protagonist can stay alive until he gets there. Meanwhile, Guanxi is running back in a panic. He already killed his 2 monsters in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and he can't believe that recruit could beat that time. To him, it was way too easy. He's already thinking about what to do with that idiot's salary. He even says he'll be traveling soon. But when he gets there, Kim is already standing by the button. Guanxi stares, confused about how the kid got there first. MC just laughs and slaps the button right in front of him. Guanxi is stunned. Then the lieutenant reaches the monster and has no clue what to make of the scene. What the hell happened here? A little later, the two of them return to the others, who ask if anyone has ever hit the button in under 2 minutes. They're blown away. The recruit is insane. Liz is shocked too. Kim beat that one-eyed demon by himself, which nobody expected. Then Don Jin comes over to check if he's hurt, but he says he's fine. It was nothing serious. The questions keep coming, while Guanxi gets even more angry. Then someone brings up the bet and reminds the protagonist that he won, and Guanxi storms over and smacks him on the back of the neck. He asks if MC wants a beating, then claims MC cheated and says the bet is obviously cancelled. He questions that, and Guanxi argues it makes no sense for him to come in first. In this special shooting drill, they're supposed to kill 2 monsters and hit the button, but the protagonist asks if he didn't kill every monster in his path. Guanxi shoots back by asking how many MC actually killed. MC answers, just 1. That's exactly what Guanxi wanted to hear. He says it's unfair. If he only had to kill 1 monster too, he would have finished faster. Then he turns to Don Jin and asks if that isn't obviously unfair. Don Jin starts stammering, and Guanxi orders him to answer already, before he gets hit. Watching this, Kim starts to think this guy is seriously annoying. Even if it was a weird exception, his only regret is killing that monster with a punch instead of a shot. He really did want to win that bet. Still, he can't help wondering why Guanxi is taking it out on Don Jin instead of arguing with him directly. Just then, the lieutenant arrives. He asks Guanxi if he has no shame. Kim risked his life too. Guanxi instantly gets rude and asks who he thinks he is. The lieutenant explains that the one-eyed demon is usually calm, but it mutates when it eats and senses danger. What he faced was way harder than just dealing with 2 weak monsters, and Song-ho asks if anyone still doesn't get it. Guanxi tells him to calm down and asks if he's trying to challenge him just because he got promoted. Song-ho only looks at him and says he's still a piece of trash. That makes Guanxi panic. He tells him to stop, saying there's no need to humiliate him in front of the kids or get so serious over a joke. Song-ho asks, a joke? Then says it only became a joke because Guanxi lost. Either way, he says it must be cold down there. It's hard to believe Guanxi was once an amazing veteran, and even harder to believe he's still stuck in the same place, acting like an asshole. Kim gets fired up watching it all play out. Meanwhile, Guanxi turns red with rage. Even though he's clearly furious, Song-ho asks if he said something. Guanxi backs down and says no, telling Song-ho to forget it. So Song-ho says he will. Later that afternoon, Kim asks Don Jin if Sergeant Lee got a special promotion. Don Jin says yes. He used to be an ordinary soldier, but after standing out in the test, he jumped up 2 ranks. Still, that special promotion system doesn't exist anymore. It was ended after one of the sergeants who got promoted that way was injured in a dungeon. Sergeant Lee Sing-ho was the last one approved under that system. The protagonist realizes that means he won't get that same chance. Don Jin says there is still one way: rescuing civilians during emergencies, or getting outstanding results by subduing a large number of enemies. Even then, it's hard to say for sure because there aren't many clear rules for it. Only a few people ever got special promotions like that. Kim says he gets it, but keeps thinking about how vague that is, so it all depends on the commander's judgment. He says no matter how important a promotion is, the chance won't just fall from the sky. The North Korean army has collapsed, so people keep fleeing south to the front lines every day. MC says he's only been here 2 days, so as a recruit he understands, but he still wants a promotion fast. Don Jin tells him that if he keeps working hard, it'll come soon. Meanwhile, MC secretly wishes a portal would open right there, and the moment he finishes that stupid wish, an alarm goes off. An emergency notice is sent to the command room. A group of Meds bats has appeared at the oil depot, and everyone nearby must rush over and help set up a protective shield. Hearing that, Kim lights up like a total psycho. He knows Meds bats are bat-like monsters about the size of a child. They move in groups, and based on their size and strength alone, they aren't that dangerous. The real problem is that they can shoot fireballs from their mouths, and since they showed up at the oil depot, this is a real emergency. The whole place could explode. So everyone starts wondering how many bats are over there. 2 soldiers try to stop them. One says he'll kill them all, but the other asks if he's crazy. They can't fire near the oil depot. If they shoot, or if the bats spit fire, the whole area could blow up. So the first asks if they're supposed to just stand there. His partner says the bats still haven't gotten too close, so for now they'll keep watch and call for backup. Once help arrives, they'll put up the shield. No matter what, they have to keep the area from making any contact with fire or there could be a massive explosion. The 2 soldiers panic. Since arriving here, they've never dealt with anything like this. Then the madman Kim shows up and says he'll draw the bats' attention. The soldiers are shocked to see him there, but they ask what he thinks he can do without any gear and tell him to go back right now. He barely cares about equipment. Right now, the only thing on his mind is getting a promotion through these monsters. He's already imagining the title, the recruit who handled an emergency by himself. He wants to take over this whole situation and grab that title as a bonus. The only question is whether he can really pull it off. Then he remembers that one-eyed demon he killed. Just like he thought, the bats begin reacting to his demonic energy, and Kim decides they're all his. More soldiers slowly start arriving at the site, but the moment they look ahead, they wonder what they're even seeing. They freeze in fear. Another soldier coming from behind asks why they stopped and tells them to quit talking and move, but they call out to Lian Siu Honoro and tell him to look ahead. There, Recruit Kim is wiping out every last bat. Su Honro is shocked, but he immediately yells at the others, asking if they're really going to stand there while one guy handles the whole bat swarm alone. Meanwhile, the protagonist grabs one of the bats and rips it in half. He realizes taking them down one by one is too slow, and starts thinking of a faster way. While he's still thinking, Su Honro runs over, shouting at him, calling him a kid, and telling him to stop playing hero and get out, since he doesn't even have proper gear. Kim couldn't care less. In his mind, every single bat is his, and he's not sharing any of them. Then he notices what Su Honro is carrying. MC wonders if that's exactly what he needed, so the boy uses his demonic energy again to make another soldier. Suddenly freak out. Su Honro starts asking what's wrong with his stomach. He walks up with the fakest concern possible, asking if he's okay. Su Honro insists he's fine and tries to play it off, but he keeps pressing, saying he really doesn't look okay. In the end, Su Honro says he's just going to step away. That's all the protagonist needs. He grabs the man's weapon, tells him not to worry because this will be over soon, and gets pretty happy about getting his hands on the electric baton. He says that now he's really going to have some fun. Then he starts tearing through the bats with a crazy kill streak. Everyone watching is stunned. He's wiping out the whole swarm by himself. And while his count keeps going up, one soldier looks up and spots one of the bats aiming a fireball straight at the worst possible place. He shouts to the other soldiers with guns ready, telling them to fire. This time he says they have permission to shoot it, and they try to take the bat down. But the maniac Kim appears behind it first, saying this isn't a good place to play with fire. Then he kills the creature before it can do anything. The soldiers below can't believe it. They start asking how he even got up there, and if anyone has any idea how many he's killed already. After that, they finally activate the protective shield and order everyone to check whether all storage points are covered. Once the bats are gathered up, they start asking what they're supposed to do with all of them. Then they call for Leon Sem Honro. They ask where those bats even came from, since none of them showed up on radar. While he's asking about the report, someone notices a weird smell coming from Leon Sem Honro, still because of the protagonist's magic. They also ask if all the bats were electrocuted and how many there are. Sem Honro says it looks like 30. He also figures Leon Sem Honro isn't the one at fault. He only came over because of the smell. It's pointed out that even if he isn't a combat specialist, an operations captain should still be directing the fight, yet he only showed up after everything was over. Sem Honro thinks to himself that he's sure the guy wasn't even watching the radar in the control room. Then the loudmouth commander asks if Sem Honro was the one who electrocuted all those bats, saying he'll report the achievement to the commander above him. Sem Honro flat out says it wasn't him. The man is surprised and asks who did it, wondering if anyone else in that unit even knows how to use an electric baton besides him. Sem Honro explains the bats weren't killed with just the baton. One person killed all of them with his bare hands and tells him to put that in the report. The commander asks if he's messing with him. It's hard to believe one person tore apart all those bats alone. And if Sem Honro didn't do it, then who could have? Just then, Kenan walks in and tells Sem Honro he came to return the electric baton he borrowed earlier, but then admits he may have used it a little too much, and wonders if he overdid it. The next day, the commander tells Kenan to be honest. He asks if the boy had some kind of experience already, or if something was wrong with him, but Kenan says no. Then the commander asks if he had done anything before all this happened, and again the boy says no. So the commander tells him that if that's true, he better not do anything reckless like yesterday again. He says the boy got lucky this time, but hunters like them never know what tomorrow will bring. Kenan thinks that lucky or not, he's staying in this battalion. The commander goes on, saying the Hunter Division is special. Unlike normal troops, there are only 4 battalions that fight like this, and each battalion under that division has only a small number of hunters in the entire army. Kenan thinks that's obvious. Not just anyone can become a hunter, but he still wonders why the commander suddenly started talking about all this. Then the commander asks if he knows the reason behind it, and the boy clearly doesn't. So the commander explains that unlike ordinary soldiers, everyone there is special. Not all of them go to the front lines, of course. Some handle administration, some deal with certain monsters, others focus on battle tactics, and so on. Hearing that, the boy remembers that commander who doesn't seem good at anything. The commander in front of him says that's just how things work there, and hunters are promoted only by skill and performance. Kenan thinks that when the commander called him in, he expected praise, but instead it's sounding more and more like a lecture, even after he did something impressive. And the commander asks if he was expecting to be called in that morning. He tells Kenan to pay close attention, because that day, the hunter with the most monster kills in the 104th Hunter Division is arriving. A pretty scary-looking guy then steps out of the car, and the commander says he's here to visit their battalion. At once, everyone in the battalion lines up to welcome him. When he finishes greeting them and looks at Sem Honro, he asks if the boy was the one who led yesterday's situation, and says he did a good job. The stiff, nervous boy thanks him for the praise, while the others whisper that just his eyes alone are intimidating. Kenan starts wondering how strong a hunter with 2 stars must be. Then the man quickly walks over to Kenan and grabs the boy's hand. Kenan immediately notices how strong that handshake is. To lighten the mood, the man gives the protagonist a couple of hard pats on the back and says they can relax. Then he asks the colonel if they know where the medium bats came from that night. The colonel says yes, it was confirmed they came from a hill about 1.2 kilometers north of the unit. He says they handled the situation well, but they'll keep investigating, and the guy adds that he'll write a report and send it to the general. He then asks whether there was any issue with the radar. One of the commanders says the radar didn't detect the medium bats until they got close to the unit, and they confirm the equipment itself wasn't broken, so they're investigating whether the unit has a blind spot. The superior says the bigger problem is coverage and orders logistics to install one more radar. The commander agrees right away, but Kim notices he's lying through his teeth. Then the superior speaks to MC and says it's true that he was very brave yesterday and thought fast while helping with the emergency, but asks if he wasn't acting only for himself, since it could have turned dangerous. He apologizes, already thinking he's in trouble. But the superior stands up and asks if he really killed all 30 by himself. The boy says yes. The superior tells him that if he hadn't acted so fast, the whole place would be ashes by now. He praises Kim and says he has a gift for him because of that huge achievement. Then he simply pulls the rank badge off the boy's chest and puts a different one in its place. He congratulates him on the promotion, saying this normally takes a lot of paperwork, but the protagonist earned it. The boy just thanks him, and the superior also orders that he be given 2 nights and 3 days of leave. MC can't believe a promotion would come with all of this. He wonders if he really gets time off and thinks things are getting pretty interesting. As they leave the room, one of his superiors tells him they barely even had time to talk, yet he's already achieved a lot. The man says he'll be getting plenty of praise thanks to him. Then he asks if this is the boy's first time going home since enlistment, and what he plans to do outside. The protagonist heads out looking seriously excited. He says he's going into the computer dungeon, and adds that he should probably stop by home too, but there's no internet there. So he plans to spend his full 2 nights and 3 days in that place. But when he walks into the establishment, a man who seems drunk asks another guy sitting nearby why he's there. The seated man asks what he wants. The other tells his brother to keep quiet, saying that crappy soldier might hear them. Then he says he needed to get into that cave and do his job there. He complains that they won't let him do it, even though he got permission and paid for it. His brother says they went in, took complete control of the area, and are saying there's poison in that place. He adds that it's become a real headache and that going in there could be dangerous. The hot-headed one snaps back that all they need to do is wear a gas mask and go in. That's when Kim asks where exactly they're talking about. The 2 men look at him, clearly startled. Sometime later, after apparently squeezing the information out of them, he arrives somewhere else in a small truck. The driver asks if he's really getting off there, and the boy says yes, telling him he's already helped a lot just by bringing him this far. When MC thanks him for the ride, the driver warns that the army will probably block the road from here on. He also asks if MC was serious about handling whatever is going on in the mountain. He says that by tomorrow, they might even be able to work on the mountain again. As he says that, they glance at his rank badge, but they still don't take him too seriously. Even so, they tell him to be careful, and if anyone asks who brought him here, they should say it wasn't them. Once they leave, the protagonist stares at the mountain and senses a huge amount of demonic energy there. He thinks the money he was going to spend on a computer trip to Hwashong may not matter now because that smell is familiar. It's mana, and that makes him happy. At the same time, 2 soldiers are guarding the dungeon entrance. Watching from above, Kim sees the only path into the mountain is sealed off, but he wonders why there are only 2 guards. With something this valuable right in front of him, he refuses to just stand there. So he starts messing with the 2 soldiers, and both of them suddenly clutch their stomachs at the same time. They try to hold it in, but one admits he can't take it anymore and comes up with the genius idea of leaving his post for a bit since nobody ever comes here anyway, just 5 minutes. But the second he leaves, Kim shows up and slips inside, making use of that demonic mana. Once he gets in, he's shocked there isn't a single monster around. So where is all this mana coming from? Then he decides it doesn't matter. Everything here belongs to him now. He starts absorbing the demonic energy, and his magic stat begins rising 1 point at a time. To him, this is incredible. The system says that after absorbing enough demonic energy, his corruption skill has grown stronger. And because he absorbed the right amount, he also unlocked night steps. That makes him even happier because he's finally starting to regain the strength he had in the other world. He thinks this is one of the best skills he could have gotten. With night steps, he can summon a shadow, hide in darkness, and take down a target easily. It's a great skill, one he used a lot back in Geisgard. To keep the summon active, he only has to feed it a little demonic energy now and then, since it acts as an independent shadow. So he summons the shadow, and it's definitely way smaller than either of them expected. Kim wonders what the hell this is. Is it because of the penalty from crossing dimensions, or because his mana stat is still too low? He grumbles that this sucks, and figures that if it leaves the cave, it'll probably vanish in the sunlight. Still, since it's so small, it can hide almost anywhere. Then the shadow speaks up, says it's hungry, and asks for some demonic energy. A few days later, Kim returns from his trip, and everyone starts congratulating him. He became the fastest promoted fighter in battalion history. People even wonder if the commander really let him go out, since he personally changed MC's insignia. Then he looks back at Dongjin and says he bought him some moisturizer. Dongjin lights up and says he'll make good use of it. Just then Guanxi walks over, jokes about how nice people suddenly are around here, and says he almost cried watching their friendship. Right after that, he asks if the protagonist bought the magazine he wanted, and the protagonist says yes, but he was really just messing with him. Then the redhead realizes MC is that rookie, and asks if he stopped by admin and saw the list of promotion exam candidates. Did he sign up? His friend jumps in, wondering since when a newbie is even allowed to take the test. After all, he hasn't even been here a full year. The redhead asks if the commander really approved it even though he just got here. Now everyone's attention turns to Kim, and he says that back at the training center, the colonel made him an offer. He explains the whole thing, and everyone is stunned. The colonel sent him here so he could take the promotion exam a full year early. They call it insane and realize the protagonist accepted he's really taking the test this year. If he passes, that'll be even crazier. One of them says everyone taking the exam on Saturday will have extra training the next day, and even offers to let Kim practice with his melee weapon, telling him to work hard. MC starts wondering what this melee training is supposed to be, and whether they can use weapons other than guns. When class starts, the instructor says he's going over how the promotion exam works. Those who already failed it before shouldn't think of this as their last chance, and the first-timers need to pay close attention. He explains that the exam has two main parts, a written test and a practical test. The written part is easy if you know the basics, almost like a driver's license exam. After leaving the room, Kim wonders if any of that really matters. The practical test is about weapon skill, strength, and probably how well they fight monsters too. He knows he can pass, but if he gets a perfect score, he might earn extra benefits. So he starts wondering if he should take this exam seriously. The next day, they get ready for melee training, and the instructor calls them idiots and orders each of them to grab just one melee weapon. Everyone rushes to pick one. He tells them to choose whatever is right in front of them so they can start already, and warns them not to fool around. This lesson will cover the basics of melee combat according to the Hunter Manual. Still, he admits not everything they need is written in that manual. What they'll learn here is only the foundation, so later they'll need to find their own fighting style. But the basics matter most, so they need to watch closely and copy exactly what he does. Then he starts showing different strikes, slashes, and movements with the sword. Kim figures he understands now why the test includes melee weapons. He remembers that one-eyed monster he fought and thinks it's stupid to rely only on guns when dealing with monsters. Then everyone starts trying it for themselves, but Kim is the only one who does anything decent. He thinks the fighting styles in Escuardo were better, and because of that, this level is easy for him. The instructor finally tells everyone to stop and calls him over. The protagonist introduces himself and asks what's going on. He steps up beside the instructor, who says they were watching his movements and the way he handles a sword is very unusual. That's exactly why everyone should pay attention to how Kim is doing it. MC is caught off guard by that, but he starts demonstrating in front of everyone. By the end, he's exhausted and annoyed that he somehow got turned into a training assistant. Then the instructor comes over and says it was probably tough, but they like the progress Kim is making. He tells him to eat that by himself, which surprises him, especially since the instructor was just carrying it around out of nowhere. Then Dongjin walks over and says the protagonist's demonstration was amazing. He asks if the protagonist can give him a few pointers during the break. MC asks why him, and Dongjin explains that this is the first time he's seriously trained. He uses a sword too, but he's not happy with how he handles it, so he asks him for an honest opinion later. The protagonist says that if he can help, he doesn't mind. So he watches Dongjin use his sword and thinks that, judging by the movements, the guy has trained a lot. The techniques are obviously standard military ones, but MC says the problem isn't the technique. What Dongjin really lacks is confidence. Kim thinks he could help in the easiest way, but it's still not the right time. Instead, he says he'll help Dongjin become an elite soldier. Honestly, seeing this guy help someone is the last thing anyone expected, but now we'll see where it goes. Dongjin clearly has no confidence at all, so the real question is what kind of harsh lesson or maybe mental trick he is going to use. Then Saturday comes, the day of the promotion exam. Everyone is training in their own spot when an announcement tells all soldiers taking the promotion exam to report to the main yard immediately. The message keeps repeating, and Kim gets ready, saying the day has finally come. When they arrive, the representative sees everyone is there and says they'll be under Second Lieutenant Encho Min and the commander. He tells them to behave, follow orders, and not forget to submit their report at the end of the day. After that, everyone gets on the bus. Inside, they're told the exam will be held at the 105th Division in Gapyeong, where the battalion is stationed. During the ride, they're told to study a little more if they can. While sitting there, Kim overhears two guys saying the 4th Women's Battalion will be taking part too. One of them wonders if they'll be tested together with them, and the other idiot says today is when he'll show off the weapon skills he's been practicing for a year. His big plan is to get one of their phone numbers that way. Kim just thinks about how he has to pass. Once they reach the 105th, they head straight to the exam room, where everyone is split up. A furious officer steps in front of them and announces that everyone from the 2nd Battalion passed the written exam, except Jo Youngwook. He orders the group to head to the practical test right away, leaving Youngwook behind, and the others start laughing. They keep mocking him as they move out. On the way to the practical exam, everyone wonders how he even failed since the written test was easier than getting a driver's license. Yoonwook starts apologizing, but while that's going on, one female soldier keeps watching Kim. From outside, they have to listen to a long, boring speech, standing there stiff and trying not to fall asleep. At the end of the lecture, the speaker says a few people are taking the exam under special conditions. Corporal Kim and Song Hyun-so from the 104th Division. He explains that even though neither of them has served for over a year, they're still here taking the test. That makes the protagonist wonder if there's someone else here in the same situation as him. Then the speaker warns them not to do anything stupid and embarrass themselves in front of the newer soldiers. Right away, people start whispering about MC. Even then, that female soldier glances back and locks eyes with him, noticing he's already a corporal. Her face turns bright red. Kim, though, has no clue what she means by it. Soon, Captain Jung steps forward and says they'll now be tested on strength, speed, and stamina. The first test is strength, and it's pretty simple. All they have to do is push the test volunteer, a huge guy built like a double-door fridge. Kim remembers taking a similar test before and wonders if all his training will actually matter here. They're told they have 1 minute. For a perfect score, they need to push the man 10 meters. The test starts the moment their name is called, and the first up is first-class cook, Jin Hyuk. He takes off his shirt and starts pushing, but the big man doesn't budge at all. With just one shove of his shoulder, the volunteer sends him flying. Jin Hyuk gets 0 points and fails. They're then told that anyone who scores under 40 points will be eliminated on the spot. That instantly puts everyone on edge. After that, one person after another barely manages anything. Some get 10 points, some 20, some get nothing at all, and frustration starts building. Even the captain notices that no one has passed yet. Then it's Anseor's turn, and she scores 50 points. She pushes the man back 5 meters, making everyone stare in shock. She's the first person to pass, and people can't believe someone that pretty pulled it off. Some even joke, asking if that giant is her dad. In the end, they just blame it on good genetics. Then the girl looks straight at Kim. He wonders if she's focused on him because she also got the same special exception. Next, they call him. He walks right up to the man and wonders if he should just do what he did to that red stone before. A perfect score means sending him the full 10 meters. Instead, Kim launches the guy all the way into the wall. Everyone freezes. That walking tank flew way past the 10-meter mark. So Captain Jung gives Kim a full 100 points, and Sarah's left stunned, and the protagonist admits he may have overdone it a little. After that, the test continues, but a lot more people fail. When it's over, the captain tells everyone to be quiet, and says the strength test is done. The speed test will begin in a few minutes, and anyone who failed should head for the exit, where another soldier will guide them. Then they start setting up the speed test, and everyone realizes they'll have to dodge bullets. The captain tells them to relax. They're only rubber rounds, but getting hit will still hurt like crazy, so they need to avoid as many as they can. Kim finds that interesting right away, and the captain explains that a perfect score means staying inside the netted area for 1 full minute. It's called a speed test, but if someone is confident in their toughness, they can try to endure some hits and stay inside anyway. The cutoff is 30 seconds. If they leave the area before that, or get seriously hurt, they fail. With that, he calls for the test to begin. Then Kim's name is called. When he looks back, he sees Dong Jin. He's surprised, and the guy asks what kind of face that is. Did MC think he'd fail the strength test? MC absolutely did, but he tries not to show it. Instead, he says most of the others have probably taken that test before, so it's actually harder to fail than pass. Dong Jin says this is his big chance for a better promotion, even if it came late after trying so many times. Then he gives Kim a warning. Those rubber rounds move almost as fast as real bullets, so he can't look away for even a second. He has to watch the gun barrel and picture where the shot will go. While they're talking, the first participant gets hit. The shot splits his head open, and he has to be dragged out for treatment. Seeing that, he says the pass rate for this speed test must be really low. But then he remembers all the monsters he fought in the other world, and compared to that, this doesn't seem so hard. Even so, people keep failing. The captain snaps at them, asking why they're this bad, and says the sergeant promotion exam is far harder than this little game. If they want any shot at it later, they'd better improve. Still, more and more of them get knocked out. Then finally, they call that female soldier, and she starts stretching. The first shot comes, and she dodges it, then slips past several more in a row. By the end, she earns a perfect score without taking a single hit, then walks back to the group. She looks Kim straight in the eye. Now he's completely confused, wondering why she keeps staring at him like that. Then the protagonist is called up. He notices she's still watching him and starts wondering if he did something wrong. Maybe he should have congratulated her for the perfect score. But all he really knows is that her stare is making him uncomfortable. While he's still distracted, the first round comes flying at him and he dodges it with a quick tilt of his head. The girl is clearly shocked. Kim then says that now he'll show the difference in their skill. He starts avoiding every shot with the smallest movements possible, just slight shifts of his body, head, and torso. To everyone watching, it looks like he's simply walking around while every bullet misses him. Not one round lands. He even looks at the girl and smiles right at her. The timer passes 1 minute and 10 seconds, and the test is still going until the captain finally orders them to stop, since Kim already earned a perfect score. After that, they move on to the last exam, and the captain says everything is going as expected. Now it's time for the energy and physical endurance test. He says the final test is actually pretty simple. Enter an empty dungeon and get back out within 40 minutes. Kim notes that the examiner will stay at the meeting point and all they need to do is get their hand stamped at the end of the dungeon, then return. The real problem is the distance between the stamp point and the trip back, so they basically need to run the whole test. At least that's what MC thinks. Then he wonders why everyone is sprinting together from the start and why they all look so nervous. To him, it feels dumb. Wouldn't sending them in one at a time make more sense? Just then, Answer brushes past him with her shoulder and stares him right in the eyes. Kim notices she's doing that weird thing again and wonders what she wants this time. Then she tells him to hurry up and takes off ahead of him. That instantly annoys him, and he starts wondering if she's trying to compete with him. The tension rises and he bursts forward, closing the gap fast. He gets closer and then passes her, saying, "This is nothing special." The girl asks what he's talking about, and he says he's just talking to himself. That's just how he is. Then he takes off again. That only makes her more annoyed. The girl remembers when she first arrived with the other female cadets. Back then, they said she had barely shown up before meeting with the commander and asked if it was true that she was a general's daughter with all kinds of talent. She got embarrassed, which the others took as confirmation. Later, when she went to change clothes, they said they expected her to be a little stuck-up. But she was actually pretty different. Even so, they admitted they were jealous because it already looked like the best soldier in their battalion had been decided. As she kept changing, she remembered Kim breaking that huge rock and thought those girls had no idea what they were talking about. Then during a training exercise, she managed to grab the flag and her whole team cheered. The supervisor announced that the white team had captured the blue team's flag in a record time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds, and because of that, white team earned a 10-minute break. Meanwhile, the blue team had to keep training. They were told they did a great job and could rest where they were until the next call. The girls on her team said they barely did anything at all. It was only because they had the best one with them. The praise seemed to make the supervisor pretty happy, but while the soldiers were getting settled, one of them came running over clearly upset and said the record they had just set in flag capture training had already been broken. That afternoon, one of the girls says the craziest part is the new record. Just 1 minute and 2 seconds. Everyone wonders how that's even possible and asks who said it. The answer makes it worse. Kim from the 4th platoon did it alone. Hearing that, she thinks about him again. Then more stories come back to her. All the time she kept hearing about Kim breaking records in shooting practice and other tests too. As the girl keeps listing everything the protagonist did, the others start getting annoyed by how many achievements he has. One of them, though, goes quiet and starts feeling down. She remembers something her father once told her and says she wants to become stronger, just like him. Not long after, she heads to the commander's office. He tells her she's worked hard over the last 4 weeks. Since she's the daughter of his former battalion commander, he wanted to check in and ask how she's doing. She says she's fine and thanks him for caring. Then he asks if she's decided where she wants to go after this. Since her results have been so good, he thinks she should volunteer for a certain division. He suggests Division 107, where General Sun is, but she brings up Kim and says she wants to go wherever he volunteers. She admits she's been competitive since she was little, and she didn't come here for no reason. When someone gets under her skin, she gets mad like a kid being teased, and somehow MC does exactly that. She thinks back on everything he did and says he even makes her feel jealous. Then she apologizes and adds that if she wants to be strong, she has to be number 1, and she'll do it without her father's help. So when she meets someone stronger and more skilled than her, of course she wants to compete. She pushes herself hard to reach the end, only to find Kim casually talking with the officer handing out the stamps. Right away, she asks if he broke her record again. In response, he just shows her his stamp. Then he asks if she fell asleep on the way there, which instantly ticks her off. She demands her stamp too, hurrying them up because she's going to catch him. She's furious. Even so, she finishes after him, completely exhausted while he's still totally relaxed. The captain announces that time is up. Kim finished in 29 minutes and takes first place. Yu Chanso comes in second at 32 minutes. The captain praises him, saying he was amazing and scored perfectly in everything. He just thanks him. Then the captain says all 3 physical tests are done. Everyone who passed can go eat lunch and meet in front of the training yard at 1 p.m., which gets everyone excited. Kim looks over at Yu Chanso and sticks his tongue out at her, leaving her shocked. But when he finds Dong In and starts talking like normal, she gets a better read on what kind of person he is. She realizes she ended up falling for her own taunt and still lost. But honestly, it was pretty fun. That thought makes her feel a lot better. She puts on her beret and leaves with the others. On the second day of the practical exam, Dong In is fighting several monsters at once. He manages to take down some of them pretty easily. But when more rush in, he starts struggling. He kills one and almost gets caught by another, but dodges and cuts down the goblin, which still drops alive and stares at him. Then the 2 goblins regroup and face him again, while Kim watches from above. He notes that the main weapon proficiency test is easier than he expected. They already learned the basics of weapon use in the battalion, so now they just have to show what they can do. No special power is needed. Anyone with solid sword basics can pass the first test, and most of that day's exams focus on sword skills. Even Dong In gets a very good score. Still, he looks disappointed with his numbers. Kim reminds himself they also have to fight in one of the tests. The goblins charge him, and he thinks the most important thing here is being able to handle monsters. That's what this test is really about. If they want to kill the 4 goblins in front of them, they have to use their main weapon properly. To Kim, that means putting his life on the line too. At last, Dong-in manages to kill the 2 goblins. The captain announces that he cleared all the monsters and finished in 7 minutes and 52 seconds, and tells him to return to his place. Even so, Dong-in looks really upset and nervous about his score. Kim says he had plenty of chances to kill the goblins faster, but every time, it felt like he was hesitating. He figures Dong-in probably doesn't trust his own skills. And as the boy walks off with his head down, the protagonist moves toward him. Right then, the captain calls out to the protagonist and tells him to get down there and prepare. Kim thinks he'll give it everything he's got, because today he needs to let out everything he's been holding back during these tests. The moment he gets down there, everyone is shocked. He's holding a spiked club. The captain says it doesn't matter how perfect MC was in the other tests. Bringing such a lousy weapon into this exam is too much. He wonders if MC can really do anything with it. Kim says all he needs to do in this test is land 1 solid hit, and that actually makes him happy. When the monsters rush him, he puts all his strength into it, like a hawk diving on a rabbit, and slams the weapon down on all 3 monsters. Just like that, he finishes the test in 4 seconds. Everyone is stunned. Division 104 really has an unbelievable hunter, and if this keeps up, he'll get a perfect score in every test. They say it's the first time they've ever seen that happen. Then one monster on the ground looks at him, and he turns his eyes toward it too, lets out a laugh, and starts bragging from below. Yoon-seo gets annoyed, wondering if that idiot still wants to compete. By late afternoon, the captain says everyone worked hard in the tests, especially Kim. He adds that this is the fastest promotion he's ever seen in his life. Dong-in says he was worried he'd be the only one from the battalion who wouldn't pass. He adds that their battalion commander will be thrilled to hear how hard they worked, and probably won't believe he passed every single test with a perfect score. Everyone celebrates with him and jokes, asking what he'll do now and whether he's going to use that status to mess with them later. Kim just says it's fine, thinking that now he'll be able to do whatever he wants. As everyone boards the bus, he spots Dong-jin. Dong-jin calls the protagonist Sergeant, while MC is already thinking that once they get back, they'll train their weapons even harder together. Just as he's about to be the last one on the bus, Yoon-seo comes over to talk to him, but the idiot only glances at her rank. He remembers how well she handled the monsters earlier, and figures it was obvious she'd pass. Then he takes his seat and keeps looking at her still standing outside. She says she provoked him during that test, so she should apologize before he leaves. But when she looks up, this lunatic is pressing his face against the window to tell her something. Then he mouths to the girl that she lost to him again, and just leaves her behind as the bus drives off. She can only think that guy is completely insane. Our lead is kind of clueless, and the girl is pretty dense too. So this relationship is going to move very, very slowly. But let's keep believing. As they ride back, the others ask Kim Min-jun what that was about. They wonder if Yoon-seo likes him, saying the 2 of them kept staring at each other during the tests, so something must have happened. He says they only ran together, and he ended up leaving her behind. That answer kills their hopes. They realize the 2 weren't interested in each other at all, just competing. Even so, they ask what happened, since Yoon-seo is the most popular girl in all of Division 104. They can't believe he has no interest in her, so they start asking what kind of woman he likes instead. Kim just thinks they're being annoying. He says it's definitely not her, and they immediately get annoyed, so they press him to say what his type actually is. He answers that it's Rumi, and nobody has any clue what he's talking about. He says Rumi is the most beautiful woman in the world, and asks if they seriously don't know her. Then they realize she's from that game he's obsessed with, and feel totally let down. That night, everyone digs into the chicken. They say it's the first time the commander has ever done something like this, wondering if he's ever even been this happy before. So they tell Kim Min-jun to eat a lot, because this happened thanks to him. They add that he's already at 3 bars, and soon the kid might pass them all. Then Yoon-seo suddenly barges in with a box of bottles, saying she needs 2 of them to come to the break room. Dong-jin says that's fine, but someone else asks what this is about. Seo Gavihu explains that he was filing a report for the admin team, and they wanted to celebrate because one squad member got a perfect score on the promotion exam. But while he's talking, they notice Seo Gavihu has beer with him, and it's obvious he isn't planning to drink all that alone. He says it's a gift from the general for Kim Min-jun, and they weren't even supposed to be there. The redhead says he knew it would end like this the moment the protagonist got assigned to that idiot's squad. Later that night, while walking alone, MC Min-jun checks to make sure nobody is nearby and summons his shadow, which comes out already full of energy. He asks how she's doing. When he first summoned her, he sent her right back, because she was nothing like he expected. But now he's come up with a much better idea. What he needs right now isn't an assassin shadow. He needs something that can handle a mission for him. Since he can't move freely in this place, he wants her to gather information. He tells her to stop messing around. From now on, she has to stay hidden and follow officers with high rank. The second she finds anything useful, she has to run back and report it to him. And just as he starts listing what he wants to know, the shadow suddenly asks for cursed energy. He says he almost forgot. After giving her the energy she wanted, the little shadow happily runs off, and he warns her not to get caught. If she keeps darting around like that and someone spots her, the whole unit could end up on emergency alert. While he's thinking about that, someone walks up behind him and asks if this is where he was, Kim is completely startled. He quickly plays it off, saying it's been a while since he drank that much, so he stepped outside for some air. Seung-ho asks if he's a lightweight, but he says no. Black mages don't get affected by stuff like that. Poison or alcohol, it doesn't matter. His body cleans itself out on its own. Seung-ho congratulates him on the promotion, but tells him not to get lazy just because he got rewarded. He needs to keep working hard. Then he adds that if Kim really can handle his drink, he should head back and have some more before the others finish every bottle. The protagonist thinks, luckily Seung-ho didn't notice anything. He really needs to be more careful. He also realizes that the longer he stays here, the more seriously he's starting to take this life, and he doesn't like that much. The next day, 2 high-ranking officers say it looks like they struck gold this time. Looking over the list, one of them thinks most of these guys just did the bare minimum, but one name stands out with a perfect score. The other already knows who it is, Kim. He says the boy did especially well on the monster test, setting a record of just 4 seconds. That makes the man bring him up again. Choi Sung from the training center had praised him before too, but MC is even better than expected. He was also impressive in the eye storage incident, and it's been confirmed that Kim was the first one there and the one who solved it. They point out that he's been in the battalion for less than a month, and everything he's done so far has been clean and fair. To them, the kid clearly has a bright future. One says it's only a matter of time before rumors start spreading, and once they do, that place will start watching him too. The other asks if he means the Special Hunter Brigade, saying that even for him that place might be too much, but his superior tells him to relax. He knows what he's talking about, and he trusts the protagonist's potential. He says he's seen many hunters in his life. Some of them were true monsters, legends of the hunter army, and among them, a new monster may be about to appear. Meanwhile, Kim gets thrown into the middle of a desert, surrounded by lizardmen, golems, and all kinds of other tribes, and this lunatic is standing there with only his club. He wonders if he should start the massacre. The next day, everyone is wrecked in Kim's room with a bad hangover. Then he walks in humming, looking perfectly fine, and his friend asks how he can be this okay. After all, the kid drank a ton. They call him a monster. When he looks back, it's Soo Hin-poo, and Kim asks if he's feeling okay. Seung-ho says he is. He explains that he feels better after sweating that much. MC realizes this guy really is a soldier. Then Seung-ho remembers something and asks if he has gone to the gym yet. He says not yet. Seung-ho tells him he couldn't use the gym before, so now he should take advantage of it. The protagonist says he will. Then Seung-ho remembers to mention that their battalion simulation machine is really good too, and MC should try it. That instantly grabs his attention, and he wonders if this is the virtual reality room everyone kept talking about. So he heads over to the second training room. Once he gets inside, he notices it's very different from what he imagined. He starts wondering what they have in there, and then a list of monsters pops up in front of him. He picks ogres, and the machine asks how many monsters he wants. That makes him pretty happy, and he says the more the better. But the system tells him he went over the limit. The max he can request is only 30 monsters. Kim grumbles that it sucks. He wanted to kill as many as possible, but fine, he'll do it. The machine's way. Next it tells him to choose a weapon, and he's surprised he can pick from all of them. After making his choice, he says it's time to begin. He puts on the VR gear and gets dropped into that desert. Then monsters start appearing all around him. He says this is awesome and starts cutting them down. It all feels incredibly real. As he keeps beating down the monsters, he thinks this is way too fun. Soon every last one around him is dead, but then he thinks 30 monsters is way too few, since he finished too fast, and wonders what happens if he changes things up a bit. So he sets 30 of each type. Monster after monster, kobolds, norks, stone golems, and lizardmen, they all charge at him and he grins. Now this is more like it. Now he can actually have some fun. Once the countdown ends, everything rushes him, and he says it'll be a pleasure to fight all of them. Then the one-sided slaughter begins with him using nothing but that nailed club. He crushes the monsters with ridiculous ease, taking them out one by one. After a while, he kills the last monster. Only then does he take in the total disaster around him. The computer announces the battle is over and the simulation has ended too. Kim takes off the headset and says that was amazing. He calls it one of the most fun things he's found in this place. Then the system tells him a new basic skill has been created. Bladed weapon. He asks what that is, and the system explains it boosts his skill with bladed weapons. That catches him off guard, and he wonders why it appeared out of nowhere. Still, he admits it's not bad at all. He thought he'd get some weapon-related skill, and this is actually pretty great. It also means he doesn't need to go searching for dungeons right now, since he gained a skill just by training here. So whenever he has free time, he can come back and enjoy himself. But when he steps out of the room, he finds Don Jin waiting there, asking what that was. Kim doesn't really get what he means, so Don Jin points at the board showing the latest results from the second training room. All the numbers are displayed there, and Don Jin starts wondering if his friend really killed all those monsters by himself in the simulation. Kim almost thinks about making an excuse, but instead just asks if Don Jin wants to try it too. Don Jin hesitates since he isn't allowed in there. The protagonist says it's no big deal, he can just go in, and he even wishes him good luck. Don Jin keeps telling him to stop and asks if he's hiding something. MC says of course not, but Don Jin complains he still has a hangover, and MC tells him he'll feel better after sweating a little. Then he locks the guy inside. While they're messing around like idiots, Guan-shik shows up. He sees the results from inside and is left speechless. A little later, Guan-shik goes to the guy's room and asks where Kim is. One of them says everyone else went to the supply depot to grab tools for clearing snow from the battalion. So Sergeant, he said he'd stay at the gym until it was time to start. The guy giving the report realizes he accidentally put extra emphasis on the protagonist's rank right in front of Guan-shik and immediately thinks he messed up. But Guan-shik just tells him the battalion commander is looking for Kim. That makes the boy run off in a hurry, thinking he'd better go before the commander gets annoyed with him. After that, Guan-shik asks what the others are doing. The two idiots drag it out a little and ask if he really wants to know. Then they explain they're running a betting pool on when MC will get promoted again. Everyone's betting anywhere from 6 months to 2 years, and the prize is a full month's salary. Guan-shik asks why they always do this kind of nonsense, and one of them says somebody bet he will rank up in 6 months. He wonders how the hell anyone could get promoted with only 6 months of service. Another guy complains that was his bet, and besides, Kim isn't normal. Guan-shik looks at the sheet, then writes something down himself. That shocks the others. They ask if he's serious. Did he really choose that? He says they're betting a whole month's pay, so picking that is stupid. Then he says that guy is even worse than he is, because Guan-shik thinks Kim will be promoted even sooner. Meanwhile, at the gym, the protagonist keeps lifting weights. The guy is absolutely built. He goes straight from leg day to biceps, throwing weights around like crazy. But after training for days, he says his stats still haven't changed. So he remembers that back in Iggs the Guardian, he had a skill that actually helped a lot. One that kept raising his stats. His stats used to go up all the time. So he wonders if there's any skill here like some kind of hero power from another world, because raising them now is way too hard. Then the system suddenly responds, a new skill called Strength has been created. Ranked E, and it boosts his strength stat by 5 points. That finally gets him excited. It's basic, sure, but better than nothing, and now he can raise his stats faster. Just then, the guy who was scared of Guan-shik comes over, apologizing for barging in and saying the commander is looking for him. Kim is still happy about the new skill when he simply agrees, leaving the guy totally confused. The man wonders if MC really stayed there training all day. He heads straight to the commander. He reports in and says he heard someone was searching for him. The commander confirms it. He says it's nothing serious. They just need to go to the council room for now. On the way, he asks how life as a sergeant has been after a week, and Kim says it's actually been kind of fun. The protagonist also congratulates the commander on his promotion. The commander says MC saved him during that incident with the bats, and he's truly grateful for that. He brushes it off like it was nothing. Still, the commander says that's exactly why he called him in. Because Kim handled the bat problem and got a perfect exam score, the battalion commander gave him something. He hopes the protagonist won't be disappointed, since hunters don't usually get formal ceremonies for this. It's a citation for outstanding military service, and the commander assures him it was properly approved. MC asks what that really means. The answer is simple. If he earns more citations, he might get promoted again. The commander says that's likely, but he also warns him that citations like this are hard to get. Very few hunters receive them, and hunters with several citations are extremely rare. Kim immediately asks if he'd rank up again if he got 10 of them. The commander can only think that this isn't some loyalty rewards card. A few days later, they're back at the gate of another portal, told to grab their weapons, stay ready, and wait for orders. Today's mission is to clear a dungeon. They're told to use everything they trained for inside, stay calm, and they should be able to finish the mission. The commander starts explaining what kind of dungeon they're entering, while someone brings over a box full of supplies. The soldiers already don't like what they're seeing. He tells them they're heading into the rat's nest, better known as the sewer. Inside, everyone has to wear masks because the place reeks. All of them think it's disgusting. Most hunters call that dungeon the sewer because it's full of rat nests. Even if it isn't considered high risk, around 200 monsters usually show up there. The tunnels are so tight inside that using firearms becomes risky, which is why the dungeon is still rated as difficult. One soldier points out that the path they used is probably the only entrance, so it would be smarter to lure the monsters back there. The commander agrees and orders them to set a trap. Kim adds that the stench covering the whole dungeon means they need to keep their special gas masks on during the entire operation, so that's what they do. Han Yang starts complaining about the awful smell. He says that's exactly why hunters can't fight at full power in a place like this. Meanwhile, the commander pulls something out of the case, a banana that definitely doesn't look normal. Even through the masks, Kim and Han Yang feel sick just looking at it. Then he starts tossing those ultra-rotten bananas all over the place. While giving orders, the commander suddenly notices something, and gets alarmed. There are monster bones scattered everywhere. The moment they see that, someone warns that the monsters are coming. He orders everyone to get ready and build a barricade at the front line. They move into position right away. One of them tells everyone to hold there until the rats arrive and each soldier gets to work. In the middle of that, Han suggests a bet on who kills the most, with a snack shop bonus on the line, so they go for it. Another soldier tells them not to get worked up, and Han asks if he wants in too, but the kid says nothing. Then the rats start pouring in. The commander orders everyone to draw their weapons, hold their positions, and attack without falling back. Kim gets fired up right away, itching to jump into the fight. Sergeant, the protagonist, Mong Ki, starts cutting down rats with his sword, while Han Yong chops the heads off every rat that gets near him. Sung Ho just beats them down with brute force. Kim watches everyone handling their jobs perfectly, but while he's distracted, 3 rats leap at him. He casually thinks everyone's doing great and kills the rats without even looking, smashing their heads off with his club. On top of that, he notices these rats are pretty weak. He also points out that they've got 2 heavy hitters covering the rear, and with those 2 handling such a huge area by themselves, ranking up might be harder than he thought. Then he notices something else. Even Dong Jin is managing his part perfectly. Kim figures that special training really did work, but then someone starts yelling for help, and Dong Jin volunteers to go assist. At the same time, Han Sol-ji looks sharply to the side toward the direction the boy ran. After they finish off the rats in front of them, they realize more are coming from above, so everyone is told to stay alert. The commander sends squads 1 and 4 up there to take them out, while Kim stays with the barricade for safety. They're not to rush those rats carelessly. After that, they keep up the slaughter. Some of them want to push farther in, figuring there must be more rats deeper inside. Then Kim asks what's going on. He starts sensing demonic energy nearby and realizes he missed it earlier because of the special gas mask. Now he's sure. He notices the ground opening beneath everyone and shouts that something is coming from below, but he's too late. They almost get caught, and when they look ahead, they see a gigantic rat, basically Master Splinter on steroids. Kim realizes it's an irregular monster, a 4-eyed rat. He remembers the bones from earlier and figures this thing was probably responsible, meaning it's even eating normal rat monsters. The beast is a cannibal. Then it lunges at Gwansik and knocks him flat to the ground. The man beside him thinks moving in would be too dangerous, and he can't even move. They call out to Gwansik, telling him to stay calm and get out of there carefully. Just as the monster swings its paw at him, Dong Jin jumps in and blocks the hit with his sword, but the blade is knocked away and barely hurts the monster. He grabs Gwansik and tells him to get up and run. While everyone is frozen in fear, Kim leaps over them all, carrying a shield and a club. He comes down right onto the monster's head, thinking that with eyes like that and a body that huge, it must be packed with demonic energy. Then he crashes down like a comet and smashes the monster's head, even telling Dong Jin he did a great job saving his friend. The others warn Kim that it's too dangerous and tell him to fall back. They say this is beyond him. The sergeants should move in together while everyone else stays behind. But MC just starts trying to take the monster on by himself, charging in at full force. The beast slams the ground so hard the whole area shakes. Rocks start falling from the ceiling, causing a major cave-in all around them. Kim thinks that's perfect. When the monster attacks again, he admits he was worried someone might see what he was about to do. But now that won't happen, so he drives an electric kick into the rat's leg. Then he uses the shield in his hand to smash the rat into the wall. After sending it flying, Kim jumps on top of it, channels his demonic energy, and unleashes a storm of punches. As he's about to throw the final one, he realizes the rat is already dead, so he takes the chance to absorb the demonic energy coming from it. Once that happens, it turns back into nothing more than a common mutant monster. The system announces that he absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy and gained a level. Kim thinks that was amazing and raises his club, ready to finish the monster off with one last blow. After all that chaos, they're finally outside lying on the ground. They start joking around until an officer brings up the irregular monster, saying his squad already dealt with it. They also confirmed what happened to the other squad. It was a massacre. Meanwhile, Kim feels a terrible pain shoot through his body. The officer says they've already called in support. Then his friend walks over and says killing those monsters looked as easy for him as stepping on a roach. He calls him weird and seriously strong. Still, he thanks him, because everyone is alive thanks to the protagonist. When that monster charged in, he says he couldn't even move. Kim says it was nothing, and that he should be the one apologizing for being careless. But his friend tells him there's no reason to apologize. Nobody could have expected a monster like that. He's just glad MC chose to jump in, because otherwise Gwansik and Dongjin would have been done for, dead if he hadn't stepped in. So his friend asks if he got hurt. The protagonist says he's fine. The officer is shocked and asks if he's really uninjured after fighting that thing. Kim repeats that he's okay, but the officer still doesn't buy it. He says that once they get back, MC is coming straight to his office. He has no idea what's going on, but he agrees. His friend says the commander must be really worried, though the protagonist still doesn't get why. Just then, an officer reports to the commander that the evacuation is done, and nobody seems to be seriously hurt. Dongjin has already left medical evaluation, and Wang Sik only got a small cut on the head. He should be back on duty by the next morning. That finally helps the commander calm down. Then the officer turns to the second squad and shouts that because of special circumstances, the dungeon operation ends here. Once medical checks are done, they need to get ready to head back. Sometime later, the commander tells Kim there's nothing mysterious about this. He only called him in because of the report. He wants MC to write down exactly how he killed that irregular monster. He starts wondering how he's supposed to explain it, since all he really did was hit it with the shield and then punch it. He can't help asking if they'll even believe that. The commander sits back down and says he didn't see much because of all the smoke. Then he asks if Kim really punched the thing with his bare hands, staring at the boy's scraped-up hand. The protagonist gets a little nervous and laughs it off, saying it was an emergency, so he acted without thinking. The commander turns serious and asks about his physical stats. Kim answers that he has 65 strength and 60 dexterity. That stuns the commander. Despite his higher rank, he barely has 40 strength, while this kid is already over 60. To him, that's basically the power of 2 sergeants put together, and he can hardly believe it. He says MC could have entered military school much earlier. It would have been worth it. He thinks back and figures that even if things had gone differently, his old self probably still wouldn't have pulled this off. The commander then asks if he's ever thought about leaving and going to college. He says Kim is still young enough for it, with online classes and different university programs available, then asks what he thinks. The protagonist answers honestly that he hates studying and would rather stay on the military path. That makes the commander happy. He tells MC the choice is his and he can become whatever he wants. If he ever changes his mind, he just has to say so. After that, he tells him to finish the report and get some rest, and if anything comes up, he can come to him. As Kim starts leaving the room, the commander glances at his hat, then calls him back and tells him he saved the whole squad that day. If the protagonist hadn't been there, things could have ended much worse, and even the commander might not have been able to stop it, so he simply thanks the boy. Kim says he only did what had to be done. Once he leaves the room, he thinks now it's finally time to enjoy himself. He leveled up and got stronger, but before that, he goes to talk with his friends, and notices one of them wants special training with him, just like Dong Jin. Kwon-sik says that's right. Kim asks how the heck he even knew they were training. Then he changes the question and asks why he suddenly wants to join the two of them. Kwon-sik remembers everything MC did against those monsters. He handled them like a master, while he himself could only stand there shaking, and even Dong Jin managed to act. He blames Dong Jin for getting too strong, says he was amazed and wants to know what he did. Then he realizes it was because of Kim's training, and says he wants that too. Lowering his pride, he asks if he can train with them. The protagonist is clearly amused, seeing him beg like that. He asks why Kwon-sik is so sure he'd be accepted, and whether there's something else he should do first. Kwon-sik immediately feels the pressure and bows to Dong Jin, apologizing and thanking him for saving him. Dong Jin tells him it's fine and says he doesn't need to do that, but Kwon-sik keeps apologizing for bothering him. He says he doesn't know if they'll accept him, but he truly wants to train with them because he wants to get stronger and help the battalion more. Dong Jin asks if it's okay for him to join them. Kim says, of course it's not okay. Kwon-sik says he knew MC would say that, but thanks them anyway for still being alive, and starts to leave. Dong Jin feels bad right away, but Kim says he does have one condition. It's about a pigeon. For the next 24 hours, if Kwon-sik spends the whole time pretending to be one, then he'll let him train with them. That makes Kwon-sik furious, and he asks if he doesn't want to do it. And then he starts going coo-coo at him, actually imitating a pigeon, and Dong Jin is stunned. Kim cracks up behind him and thinks he's got another fool wrapped around his finger. Only God knows what kind of mess 24 hours of pigeon noises will do to Kwon-sik's brain. Meanwhile, in the other world, the Spartan warrior helps the goddess move something heavy. She thanks him, but he can't say anything and just keeps staring at her. She asks if there's something he wants to say, and he asks how long they're going to keep doing this. She doesn't answer. Instead, she walks over and pulls back a cloth, revealing what looks like a demonic beast underneath. She looks at it, and when he calls out to her again, she uses magic to send the monster away, saying it's just a gift for him since he managed to get out on his own. Then she asks why he even cares so much about all this. So I knew it. There was definitely something off about that woman. She's beautiful, sure, but completely unhinged. The next day, the soldiers are digging holes. The red-haired guy complains that after suffering so much in that dungeon, they're now being forced to do construction work, and he asks why the heck they have to do this. His friend says he's been thinking the same thing for a while. Their job should be hunting and killing monsters, so how does digging holes fit their duty? Then an army boss shows up, and everyone is surprised. Someone yells that the thing has arrived, and they all run over to grab a block. Kwon-sik says, thing is way too vague. It could mean a rock or anything else. He says it's heavier than it looks and asks what the hell it is. The officer explains that they use it for construction. It's made from minerals found in dungeons, and just as he starts to say the real name, Kim asks if he was talking to him. Kwon-sik notices the protagonist has those heavy blocks on his shoulder like they're nothing, and can't believe it. He says he was only talking to himself. He just thought someone might be curious about what those blocks are. Everyone keeps carrying them, struggling one by one, while Kim casually carries 4 on his shoulders. Then the officer announces a 10-minute break and goes to the commander saying he overheard something while picking up materials at headquarters. Apparently, something happened in the jurisdiction of Division 104, and they suspect it might be a new dungeon. That shocks everyone. Even the commander asks if it's serious, and the men start panicking. If they have to enter that dungeon, they're scared of what'll happen. Someone asks if this is a joke, but the officer says it's still being investigated and tells them to be quiet. Kim is left wondering about it, and Kwon-sik notices that he has no idea what's going on. So he explains that a new dungeon is the kind that's usually much bigger inside than normal, and the number and rank of the monsters are also higher. That means the danger level is much worse. When a dungeon appears and hasn't been identified yet, hunters call it a new dungeon. He adds that it's also perfect for gaining more combat experience, and once someone joins the hunter division, they can take part in the... Kwon-sik says it's called hunter training and planning. Kim asks again what he's even talking about. Kwon-sik goes quiet for a second, and awkwardly says he just thought someone might want to know. MC thinks about that hunter training and planning, then decides he doesn't need any training right now. Hearing some of the others complain that they hate that program, he agrees with them. The officer, meanwhile, looks fed up with all of them. The commander says that even so, it's a good chance for them since they'll be able to rack up a lot of battle performance points. That makes Kim realize he's right. There's a lot to gain there. If he gets sent to the front line, he could earn even more. So he starts thinking this might be a great opportunity. But then his avatar appears in his shadow, and he wonders why it's there. It starts to come out, but Kim quickly forces it back down, while pretending nothing's wrong, as the officer nearby keeps yelling at everyone for whining about the work. He figures that's what the shadow wanted to tell him, and luckily, nobody noticed. He wonders what that shadow even is. Then it relays a woman's message asking for help. She says it's about an irregular monster. The request came straight from the investigation team that checked the portal. A man asks if she means the dungeon that appeared in his military zone. She says yes, but adds that civilians aren't in danger. Even so, 2 people from the investigation team already died. The report just came in, so they need to deal with that dungeon fast. The man says the army will block off the area like usual, and the hunters should handle it. Right now, his top priority is the dungeon in Hunkang's residential district. He tells the woman to focus on that one first. After hearing all this, Kim is glad the shadow brought him the information. Then he starts wondering if he should take leave and handle it himself. Back at home, he gets himself ready for the trip. He checks if he packed everything. Then his eyes land on a photo of the commander's family. He remembers the commander asking, a day earlier, if he wanted to leave already. The construction report showed he'd been working hard, so maybe he wanted to finish up and enjoy a break. The commander said he could approve it since the protagonist had helped him a lot, and that made the protagonist really happy. Then he mentioned that MC's home address was inside a quarantine zone, and asked where he'd stayed the last time he had leave. He said he spent it at a cyber cafe. The commander said he'd figured as much, and offered him a place to stay if he didn't mind. It was his old family apartment. They'd moved because of his job, so it was empty now, but they still kept it clean and used it during vacations. Kim tried to turn the offer down, but the commander told him it was fine. He was the one offering it, and even if it was a little far from the base, it was in the same city. Way better than sleeping in a cyber cafe again. The protagonist realizes it wouldn't really take him far out of his way, so the commander tells him to stay there even if it's just for sleep, and wishes him a good vacation. In the end, Kim accepts. After that, the commander starts thinking about the boy while he's already on leave. MC looks at that photo again and gets ready to head out. He tells himself he should get going right away. Then out on the street, a hooded guy who looks totally not suspicious at all starts moving through the area. Kim recalls the woman saying the dungeon seemed to be near a school in Oyeongang, and that she told her subordinate to stay 1 kilometer away and keep every route under control. Meanwhile, the army watches the entrance. He moves across the rooftops and jumps inside. That's when he realizes he found the portal. He wonders what kind of dungeon this one is and calmly heads in. Kim says he wanted to know what kind of monsters were inside, but his summon couldn't get the full picture. Since it gave him only part of the answer, he'll have to find out himself. So he steps into the dungeon. Inside, the atmosphere is totally different. A dead, creepy forest. That immediately feels off to him. Looking down, he finds a broken sword. That makes him wonder if someone else was there. The moment he senses it, he calls out and says he knows someone is there, telling them to show themselves. A monster answers instead. At first, it looks like a demonic goblin, giving off the energy he was after. But after a closer look, he realizes it isn't a goblin at all. It's a kobold, and a huge one at that. Even so, Kim notices the investigation team seems to have survived an encounter with it, and he gets ready to fight. The monster lunges at him, but he dodges fast, pulling back a fist to counter. His punch lands, but it barely does anything. The creature doesn't even move and lets out a roar. Kim reacts fast, follows up with his leg, and kicks the monster under the chin, sending it flying up. Now he's wondering, is this thing actually tough, or does it just look tough? He asks if the monster wants the first move again this time. It charges once more, and the protagonist slips past it. He tells it to watch out, and the monster's leg gets trapped in a hole Kim made with corruption. With its leg stuck, MC rushes in again and hammers its face with a flurry of punches. As he keeps hitting, he wonders how much longer it can take. Then he notices something strange. A smile-shaped mark appears on the monster's rib area. The creature quickly covers that spot with its hand. Kim sees a shine coming from there again, but the monster blasts him back. As he regains his footing, he notices the creature tore his coat. That also reminds him of the broken sword he found earlier. Kim says every monster he's seen since coming back was at least stronger than an ant, but this one is only around as strong as a beetle. The monster seems to understand that and gets mad, growling as it charges him again. It attacks the boy one more time, but Kim says that even then it's still just another worm. He takes the hit to the face, gets furious, and tells the monster to look at what it did. He just bought that outfit. Then he drives the broken sword into the monster's gut, right where it had been guarding. The creature cries out in pain and Kim keeps going, lifting his leg and smashing its head with a downward kick. After that, he absorbs demonic energy, and the system says he got the exact amount needed, raising him 3 levels. It also says that after absorbing enough energy, the skill Dark Arrow has been unlocked. Nightstep levels up 2, and a new skill, Basic Swordsmanship, is created. Kim is thrilled as he checks his stats and sees how much they changed. The system shows Dark Arrow as E rank, a skill that uses demonic energy to coat an arrow with power, and basic swordsmanship as E rank, which improves his basic skill with swords. He's happy to finally have a ranged skill, then wonders why swordsmanship appeared at all. A second later, he remembers stabbing the monster and figures that finishing blow must have triggered it. Honestly, he thinks that's pretty cool. Then thinking it over, he wonders if the monster had already been attacked before he got there and what that shining thing in its wound was. So he cuts into that spot on the monster and is shocked by what he finds. He stares at it, wondering if it's the tip of an arrow or part of a knife. Maybe someone from the investigation team stabbed it earlier, but then he realizes he's seen that piece somewhere before. He doesn't get time to think though, because more monsters show up. Kim says he wanted to test his new skill right away anyway, so their timing is perfect. The monsters get angry and he starts casting. He wants to see what E-rank skills can really do, so he fires at the monsters. The arrows drop them fast. Once he's tested everything, he figures he might as well finish the job since he already started. The last monster still alive is terrified of him. Kim wonders where the rest of them are. Later, at the portal, he finally comes back out. He's pleased. He cleared the dungeon at last. Now all that's left is to enjoy himself. Okay, seriously, he's starting to look more like a villain than the actual villains. Sometime later, back at the base with the soldiers, he returns to normal life and thinks about how great that vacation was. But when he got back to the battalion expecting them to welcome him with open arms, they look like they'd just come from a funeral. Then they tell him they're completely screwed because new dungeon training starts next week. Each squad will enter through a different random entrance with the goal of reaching the center. So they move out trying to get there. The monsters appear at random too, and everyone panics at the first one since nobody knows what might show up. The officer warns them the monsters will appear in a few seconds, so they start readying their weapons. This is basically live training for the battalion. Then several black balls full of teeth appear. He identifies them as black balls, tells everyone to grab their weapons and get ready to fire. They open up immediately. Kim says it's just like he expected. This is way more fun than he imagined. Everyone keeps firing at the creatures, taking them down one by one. The officer explains that black balls are hard to kill with normal weapons because their bodies are so elastic, so they can't stop shooting for even a second. Then one gets very close and the commander orders them to stop firing and get ready for close combat. Only 3 are left. If one bites someone, it starts sucking blood, and that makes it hard to keep fighting, so they need to be careful not to get bitten. Kim realizes that if someone gets bitten, they'll have to stop, and as one of the monsters closes in, he decides he can't let that happen. He runs forward, shouting to Sung Ho, then kicks the monster up toward him and tells him to get ready. The creature flies upward, and Kim thinks using Dark Arrow would be easier, but the others quickly hit the monsters he sends into the air, and he keeps setting them up. The commander praises him and tells everyone to fire at the black balls still above them. Before long, all of them are taken out. The commander says they'll take a 10-minute break before moving on. Everyone should check their gear, and if anyone's hurt, they need to report it right away so the battalion can be informed. Then his friends walk over to Kim. They're all grateful for what he did. Even Gwansik looks pleased, but Sumuk glances his way and he quietly backs off. Meanwhile, Sumuk and his friend are completely worn out. They wonder if this dungeon drill is even worse than the real dungeon they went into, and he asks how long they've been inside. His friend says he has no clue, but it probably won't be much different from last time. The red-haired guy asks what he means, and the boy explains there's a boss in this dungeon too. That makes him ask where it is. Then his friend remembers something. A group of officers once entered that dungeon and killed a giant elephant, and one high-ranking officer did it with his bare hand. After that, he went to the others and told them it was time to train. Remembering that, the boy says it sounds like the boss is basically being kept alive for this mission, and he starts getting scared already. But an officer comes up behind them, throws an arm around both of them, calls them girls, and says break time is over. Kim gets excited. He starts wondering what the major is really like, then they move on. As they keep going, the commander notices something right ahead of them and everyone is stunned. Then Kim realizes the boss they expected to be injured is actually the major himself, standing there waiting to beat them down. Meanwhile, an old man is smoking near a shack when he spots that same barbarian from the other world, the goddess's ally, coming toward him. He says it's been a while since he last came by. Then he asks if it broke and the barbarian gets embarrassed. The old man says it's fine and guesses he just didn't use it properly. So the barbarian hands over his sword. The old man says it's badly damaged. He asks if he's been out hunting monsters, and it turns out the sword fragment Kim found belongs to that barbarian's missing blade. Back at the camp, or something like a camp, he figures things should be fine. But the 1st Battalion commander says that makes it sound like the soldiers in his division are weak. Gojung says he just doesn't want them pushing too hard and getting hurt. Then Colonel Lee walks into the tent and asks if anyone knows where the division commander is. Gojung awkwardly hesitates, and Colonel Lee is instantly alarmed. Seung-gyun says that sounds exactly like him. Once he decides something, nobody can stop him. Still, the colonel asks why he suddenly chose to join the training. The boys haven't even met him yet, so what's supposed to happen now? Gojong says the division commander only said one thing before running off. There was a soldier he wanted to see with his own eyes. And there is Du Seong, right in the middle of the battlefield, smiling at Kim. The soldiers start getting nervous. They knew the dungeon drill would include a rescue mission event, but according to the colonel, the role was supposed to be played by a volunteer from headquarters. So the commander is shocked. He never expected it to be the division commander himself. Then Dusong walks over and tells him to look at his injury tag, saying he's hurt. The commander starts shaking. He hurriedly introduces himself as Kim Chu-min and says it's an honor to be with him. Another officer says they'll carry him on the emergency stretcher from here on. But then the commander looks at him like he's an idiot and crushes the stretcher. No way someone that big would fit on that thing anyway. The officer still says protocol says he should be carried. But the commander ignores him, says he's not lying down there, tells him to relax and orders everyone to keep walking. The officer then looks straight at Kim and the two lock eyes. He starts smiling, and the protagonist gets fired up, saying this training is going to be fun. And for him it really does stay fun after that. While escorting the division commander, he keeps cutting down monsters with ease. Of course, plenty showed up on the way. Even with how unprepared it all was, the training felt incredibly exciting to him, and the division commander seems to get along really well with our crazy protagonist. Then over with the second squad of the 2nd Battalion. Chihuo is having a rough time. He's up against a soaking wet frog monster. He tries to hit it, but then a whole bunch of them appear. He ends up passing out from exhaustion. One frog quickly lashes out with its tongue, but Kim cuts it down right away. He thinks that even though it's just a basic skill, its power has grown a lot. Then he goes over to Chiho and helps him up. Chiho thanks him, but Kim can tell he's completely drained. So he charges at the rest of the monsters, taking them down one by one and pulling his friends out of the fight. The division commander thinks that even for a training exercise, these might be the best combat results he's ever seen. Then one of the frog monsters tries to sneak up behind Kim, but he sends it flying with a single punch. After that, the commander tells everyone to check the area and rest for a bit. They still have to keep going. He asks MC if he's alright, and MC says yes. The commander then says that soldier Kim Min-jong is truly incredible. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the dungeon, the girls are still fighting the black spheres and having a hard time, but the blue-haired girl quickly cuts them down one at a time with a single slash. One of her friends tells Young-so that she's amazing and says she wishes she could be that strong too. But then the last black sphere rushes at the girl and nearly hits her. Jung-so steps in front of her to stop it, blocking it with her sword, but she falls off a cliff while protecting her friend. Back with Kim's platoon, they chat while he keeps zoning out. Then the overall commander says every member of the platoon made it this far without any serious injuries. He adds that the platoon commander is clearly capable. That leaves the commander totally shaken, wondering where this is going. But when he looks over, he sees Kim helping his teammates hold a sword and realizes it's all thanks to the strength of his platoon. The overall commander says that still counts as his leadership too. He tells him to keep it up through the end of the training, and the commander lights up. Then he looks at another officer and asks what's wrong with his balance, and whether his left hand is only there for support. The guy immediately starts apologizing. While that mess is going on, another soldier talks to Sung-woo and asks if this is his second field hunter maneuver. Sung-woo says yes. His friend asks if he can ask something, but Sung-woo tells him no, don't even start. Of course the kid asks anyway, wanting to know what that thing is near the place marked do not enter. The patrol guy casually says that's the hole, and leaves it at that. Then the commander says they're moving out and tells everyone to line up. The patrol guy keeps talking about the hole, so his friend asks about it, saying yeah, he can tell it's a hole, but doesn't he mean the dungeon hole? He says the guy must have slept through the dungeon lessons. He explains that even though people still don't know much about how dungeons work, the main theory is that their space is linked to another dimension through a portal. Still, he says there's no reason to think that connection is perfect across an endless space. So that's exactly the point. Dungeons don't just have edges. There are also places where the connection breaks apart, and those random spots are called dungeon holes. Then his friend asks what happens if someone goes past the edge or into one of those holes. The patrol guy says he doesn't really buy it himself, but they say you get teleported back to a random place inside the dungeon. They keep chatting about it until they notice something ahead and ask what it is. Kim also walks over and is startled along with the commander. Then he realizes it's Sekdov, lying on the ground, unconscious. They give her water, wake her up, and put a splint on her leg. The overall commander just watches as the platoon commander says he already reported the situation to battalion headquarters, so she shouldn't worry and should just rest. She asks if he can confirm whether everyone in her battalion is safe. He says they are, and they've all been worried about her. They even paused training to search for her, though he's sure they'll continue now that he's reported in. She thanks the commander and says that's a relief. Then she tries to stand but realizes her foot is badly injured. The officer tells her it'll be hard to keep training with that foot, and says hunters need to protect themselves just as much as they need to improve their fighting skills. The commander says he already contacted headquarters and the transport team should arrive soon. Unfortunately, her training session is over. The girl looks downcast hearing that. Then the overall commander asks how the soldier is doing, and she's shocked because it's Major General Seo Kyung. She wonders what the division commander is doing there, especially since that platoon was supposed to be in the middle of its own training. The commander says she's stable. No major external injuries, but it looks like she badly twisted her left ankle, so continuing the exercise will be difficult. Seo Kyung says that's a real shame, since there isn't much left, then asks the girl what she was saying before. When asked what happened, she introduces herself as Private First Class Sung Woon So. She says she fell off a cliff while fighting a monster, blacked out and woke up there. Se Hyun asks if she went past the dungeon's edge or fell into a dungeon hole. Either way, he says she was lucky they found her so fast. Then he suddenly notices something. He asks her to repeat her name, and she says again that she's Private First Class Sung Woon So. That name catches him off guard, and he asks if she's Song Tae-ho's daughter. A little embarrassed, she quietly says yes. Right after that, he refers to her as an injured soldier. He glances around and spots someone nearby. It's Kim, and Seo-kyung calls him over. The protagonist steps forward to introduce himself. Meanwhile, Yoon Seo turns bright red, wondering why it had to be this man of all people. Then Seo-kyung orders MC to pick up the injured soldier right away. She can't believe what she just heard. Kim is just as stunned. Seo-kyung repeats the order. Carry her because she's hurt. At that moment, he sees how red her face is and realizes this is getting a little serious. Still, he says it's fine since the situation has already been checked, and he follows the order. He walks over to her, then he tells her to climb onto his back, and she's shocked that he really means it. He adds that she can quit the training if she wants, but if she does, her training score will be erased. So he asks what she's going to choose. With no real way out, she asks him to take good care of her, and he gives her a huge grin. His friends stare in disbelief, calling Kim a total monster, and asking how he still has so much strength. At this point, they're convinced he barely counts as human. Even so, the protagonist calmly keeps carrying her while walking beside the commander. The commander tells him to stay with the rear group and move alongside the vice commander. He also orders MC to report it right away if he gets tired, but MC says that won't happen. The commander notices he almost mixed his spoken answer with what he was thinking. Meanwhile, the girl stays on his back, red-faced and shy the whole time. Kim, on the other hand, thinks this is a huge personal victory. Seo-kyung watches the two of them from behind. Then the vice commander points out that people might accuse them of giving her special treatment because she's another division commander's daughter. Seo-kyung brushes that off, saying there's no rule against helping the wounded. In fact, that should be part of the training. Then he says the vice commander is forgetting one more thing, and he casually calls Song Tae-ho a complete bastard. In that situation, while being carried, Yoon Seo notices everyone looking at her. She thinks it's way too embarrassing, so she tells Kim to warn her if he gets tired, because she'll give up if she has to. He tells her not to worry, she's light as a feather, which leaves her totally flustered. Then he doubles down and says she really is that light. Judging by her weight, he guesses she's somewhere in the low 50-kilo range, but she cuts him off. She tells him to shut up and asks if he can please stay quiet, so he drops it. After that, she keeps looking at him. She says she'll repay him someday for helping her. Kim laughs and says he'll look forward to it, though in his head, he thinks getting repaid by her father would be even better. Then he remembers what he was saying and starts to bring up her weight again. She immediately tells him to stop talking, so the two just look at each other for a moment. From the back, others start noticing something strange going on there. Before long, night falls, everyone is completely exhausted, but they keep moving. The red-haired guy starts praying no more monsters show up, saying this is pure hell. He complains the training difficulty went from normal straight to nightmare mode, then remembers Seo-kyung is here and blames him for all of it. The commander says they only have about 2 kilometers left, so everyone needs to stay sharp and keep their guard up until the end. That lifts morale a little, and when Sergeant Lee shows up, everyone gets excited. But then they notice something coming from the sky. There are flying monsters overhead. The commander quickly orders all troops to prepare for battle, warning them that the monsters ahead are airborne. A swarm of demonic bat-like creatures rushes toward them. Someone identifies them as Black Hakes, and wonders why they had to appear now of all times. The creatures start circling over their heads. From the rear, Seo-kyung just watches and thinks they made it this far with an already worn-down unit, only to get unlucky at the very end. He explains that Black Hakes are tiny, about the size of sparrows, but their claws and teeth are sharp enough to tear flesh. Hunters probably wouldn't die from those wounds, but the pain would be brutal right now. He adds that these things are insanely stubborn. Then Seo-kyung mutters that his eyesight is getting so bad he can barely even see them. The soldiers try to strike the monsters down, but nothing works, and the vice commander starts falling behind. Seo-kyung comments that this is a messy situation, from a training director's point of view. How they handle things with an injured soldier could even cost them points. The vice commander thinks they can't hide behind excuses like exhaustion or poor visibility, because first and foremost, they're hunters. He also thinks that even if he lets his group rush in to help, it may not change much. Worse, breaking formation could lead to an even bigger point deduction. So he decides to trust the platoon commander for now and wait for orders. But Kim gets seriously angry. Seeing the mess in front of him, he charges toward the fight with the girl still on his back. He goes straight to the platoon commander and asks for one chance. The commander snaps back, asking what the hell Kim is talking about, since he's saying all this while carrying an injured soldier. The protagonist says everyone is already at their limit, and they can't keep going like this just because they're worried about losing points. He insists he can handle it, so the commander asks what exactly his plan is. MC leans in and whispers it to him. The commander is visibly startled, and the vice commander asks what he just said. After hearing the idea, she looks shocked too. Even so, the commander agrees. He says if it fails, they'll retreat at once, and he only gets one shot. He lights up right away. The vice commander still can't understand how this plan is supposed to make any sense, and starts wondering what is wrong with these people. As that happens, the monsters start swarming again. The commander quickly tells the protagonist to hand over the injured soldier first, but Kim says there's no time and urges him to start the plan now. The commander hesitates, but then orders everyone to move behind MC and get ready to fire. Seo Kyung is completely confused, wondering why they'd open fire here. It sounds like they're planning to shoot those things down with rifles. He tells the girl to hold on tight. He says he doesn't want to lose his injured passenger. She calls him completely insane, but clings tightly to him anyway. Then Kim activates his demonic energy. As the dark mage, he thinks taking down these monsters will be easy, since he already knows this type from the beginner training grounds. On top of that, he has the dark arrow skill, so he activates it. He fires at one of the monsters using the ranged weapon to hide the attack. The dark shot launches straight upward and kills the monster in an instant. Sechukyung notices that Kim hit and killed it, but he has no idea how. The protagonist thinks it's pretty hard to dodge a bullet boosted by demonic energy until it hits like a cannon round. He also figures there's no way he'll get caught. That makes him even more excited about Dark Arrow. Then he starts dropping the monsters one after another, as they vanish in rapid succession. Everyone is blown away by how amazing he is, and while he turns with a bit of flair, Yoon Seo is still clinging to his back, and the others are dying of jealousy, saying this guy is way too much. Sometime later, they finally make it back to base. Once everyone is inside, an officer announces that every member of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, 2nd Battalion has passed. Everyone erupts in celebration. Kim is still carrying her, thinking with relief that the whole group made it. Then the medical team asks to examine the injured first. The commander tells everyone they did well, and thanks them for not giving up on themselves and enduring to the end. That makes the whole unit even happier. But he also tells them not to lose focus yet. They'll be moved to the tents to rest, so everyone should get moving. Meanwhile, Kim is still holding the girl and jokingly asks where he should go to be rewarded for his great achievement. Then the commander calls out to MC. He praises him, saying he acted first and never backed away from danger. The protagonist thanks his superior, thinking that should be obvious, though the praise still makes him a little shy. Then Yoon Seo asks if he can put her down now. After he sets her onto the stretcher, she apologizes for any trouble she may have caused the platoon, and thanks them too. The commander says he's glad they were able to finish the training together, and tells her not to think of herself as a burden. Then Seju Kyung shows up laughing loudly, saying that's great. He points out that in the end, the whole platoon completed the training. Then he heads toward Kim, trying to pull him into a hug, but MC slips away. Seo Kyung comes right back and tries again, ending up chasing him around. The commander admits that, honestly, they owe it all to that crazy bastard. While Seo Kyung is still messing around with Kim, he hears a familiar voice. It's Colonel Yo Ji-hai, arriving with several commanders beside her. As she walks in, she passes straight by without even glancing at Seo Kyung. The protagonist is surprised by that. Kim is surprised. By that, the woman walks straight to the private and asks about her injury. She says only her left ankle is hurt and it's nothing serious. The colonel says she got lucky, considering she fell into a dungeon pit, and orders them to move her carefully. Then she turns her gaze to the side. She asks Seo Kyung how his training observation went. Right after that, she asks if she can speak with him in private about it. He asks if it has to be now, and she says yes. He asks again if it really has to be right this second. With a firm, slightly scary look, she makes it clear, yes, right now. Sometime later, Kim is already going all in on the food. The cook keeps bringing him more, and asks if he wants extra chicken. MC asks if it's really okay for him to eat all that. The cook says sure, everyone else is asleep, so he doubts anyone else is coming to eat. Kim says he can't let that hard work go to waste, and tells him to hand over the chicken. The cook asks if he's from the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company. He heard they did the best in the division during training, and he asks if that's true. The cook says it is. Earlier, he heard the higher-ups saying the battalion commander praised the protagonist's results. He also heard the protagonist even took care of the black creatures in the middle of the night, and asks if that really happened. MC says yeah, something like that did happen. The cook can't believe those things can be beaten at night, and says Kim is amazing either way. He goes on to say this field exercise was the worst one yet. Across the whole division, around 70% of the first-class corporals gave up. The cook keeps talking, but he barely cares. He's too busy enjoying how good the meat tastes. A little later, some officers are gathered together when that stern guy from earlier looks out the window and says the camp feels way too quiet. One officer agrees. Since they gave the soldiers free time that morning, just like he suggested, most of them are still sleeping in. He clicks his tongue and says those idiots should get up and eat. Then he adds that everyone did well in this training, and even the division commander was impressed. Another officer says he heard the commander personally watch the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company. Captain Kim says that makes sense. The division commander is a great guy and not arrogant at all. But the officer in the middle doesn't seem to agree. Captain, the protagonist, notices and asks if he said something wrong. The man says no, it's not his fault. It's just that the 4th Battalion commander was really stressed because of that incident. He wonders what kind of person she is, to say something like that to the division commander. The superior says she wasn't exactly wrong. None of them could defend the fact that he left his post without telling anyone. And besides, even he thinks the 4th Battalion commander is a little scary. Still, he says everything turned out fine thanks to MC again. The others agree MC really is incredible, and the superior says he proved his worth right in front of the division commander. Smiling, he says he's already looking forward to the next monthly meeting. At the 104th Division headquarters, Seo-kyung reads a report while the commander calmly drinks her tea. He tells her this should help with the damage control schedule, then asks how the private first class is doing. She says the doctors confirmed it isn't a fracture. Since her recovery looks good, she should finish treatment tomorrow and return to duty. Seo-kyung comments that she must take after her father. Then he picks up the phone and introduces himself as Seo-kyung. The person on the other end, probably the girl's father, immediately calls him a damn bearded bastard, and Seo-kyung asks who it is. The caller asks if he forgot his voice already. That's when Seo-kyung realizes who it is, the one and only Major General's son Tae-ho. Furious, Seo-kyung asks why they don't just settle this with a duel. Then he starts cursing back, asking why Tae-ho suddenly called, and why he opened with damn bearded bastard. Tae-ho says that's exactly what he is, a damn bearded bastard. Anyway, they're having that duel, so he asks where they should meet. Annoyed, Seo-kyung calls him a nerd, and asks if he's acting like this because his daughter got hurt. He goes on, asking if Tae-ho is really a soldier, and how he dares call himself a general. Tae-ho fires back that he is both a soldier and a general. They just feel like getting some exercise with Seo-kyung's hide, since it lasts longer than a normal punching bag. Seo-kyung says he's being unbelievably childish. He apologizes that Tae-ho's daughter got hurt, but says it happened during training. Tae-ho hits him where it hurts, asking what Seo-kyung would know when he couldn't even get married. Seo-kyung forces himself to stay calm and asks where Tae-ho is. Then he complains that Tae-ho still isn't answering, asks if he's in Daejeon right now, and tells him not to move. He also insists it's not that he couldn't get married, he just didn't want to. Then he asks what the hell is wrong with that idiot, and why he won't answer. The commander quietly says the call ended. Still mad, Seo-kyung only notices just then. He asks if she has Tae-ho's number and tells her to call him immediately. But she asks him to calm down, saying Tae-ho has every right to be angry right now. Seo-kyung grumbles, asking what she means. Wasn't it just his daughter getting hurt? She explains that once the girl was transferred, the hospital surely contacted her guardian, and of course that guardian has the right to know his daughter was injured. She even got special permission to finish the training before being moved to the hospital, which helps Seo-kyung calm down a bit. The commander says he should at least give Tae-ho an explanation, if not a full apology. After all, he only wanted to test the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company of the 2nd battalion. Seo-kyung admits she's right. That was exactly his goal. He wanted to see how those guys would react to a truly injured person. Since there seems to be a misunderstanding, he says he'll explain it. Then he shows her that he broke his own phone. So he asks for the girl's phone and says he'll call on speaker. He has no intention of letting that brute get his personal number. He gets weirdly excited while waiting for Tae-ho to answer. When the call connects, Tae-ho asks why Colonel Yu is calling, and whether that bearded bastard is with her. She says yes, and apologizes for not contacting him sooner. Then she explains the division commander's phone is broken, so she called instead. Seo-kyung says he couldn't speak earlier because he was too stressed. An emergency happened while he was personally observing that platoon. Swallowing his pride, he admits he was careless. Even if she weren't his own daughter, if someone gave her that kind of special permission, he wouldn't have stayed quiet either. So he formally apologizes for getting in the way of her growth. Colonel Yu looks almost proud of him, but Tae-ho just asks what the hell he's talking about. Neither side understands the other. Tae-ho says Seo-kyung must be scared, so fine, forget the duel. Just give him the unit and name of the bastard who carried his daughter on his back. Seo-kyung asks what he means. Tae-ho demands to know how they let some random guy carry his daughter instead of a medic. He says he can't even remember the last time he carried her himself, then warns Seo-kyung to be ready next time, and again asks for the name of the guy who carried her. He says he'd better answer right now, but Colonel Yu simply hangs up. Then she looks at Seo-kyung, who's still furious and muttering about special permission, apologies, and explanations. She tells him to calm down. Instead, he orders her to prepare a vehicle immediately. She asks where he's going. He tells her to clear the rest of her schedule. They're going to Daejeon right now. She asks if he's serious, clearly fed up with those idiots. Meanwhile, Kim has no clue what kind of mess he's about to get dragged into. He's still thinking about how good that chicken tasted as he walks. Then his shadow starts drawing his attention. Kim looks down at it, tells her to hide, and quickly takes her somewhere else. Once outside, he throws her out and asks what she's doing. Didn't he tell her to stay hidden? She looks confused, but then remembers she had something to tell him. Kim says he knew no one was nearby, but asks if she seriously didn't think popping up like that would annoy him. She lowers her head, but then he hands his food to her. After that, he asks what it is this time. She shows him a memory, and when he sees it, he wonders if there was some kind of ambush. He also notices suspicious demonic energy and realizes it's in Hwacheon again. Kim says she went all the way there and admits that's pretty impressive for his shadow. Then he gives her a little more demonic energy and says now he should probably think up an excuse to leave again. He starts thinking it'll look suspicious if he suddenly disappears, and if this is only a vague lead, he'd just be wasting his vacation days. Still, he says it was a good thing he got a day off as a reward when he went to Yanggu last time. When he walks into the room, everyone is celebrating something. Everyone congratulates Kim for being picked as the top soldier in the Hunter's Field Exercise Division, and he thanks the commander. The commander adds that there's a prize this time too. More importantly, thanks to him, the whole platoon gets a day off. The protagonist's eyes light up. He quickly asks if he can use his day off tomorrow. The commander notices how rushed he sounds and asks if something's wrong. Kim says no, he just wants tomorrow off, that's all. The others can tell the kid is really stubborn. Even so, the commander says it's fine and that he'll see what he can do. MC thanks him. The next day, he's already in Hongcheon. Everyone there is busy working, and Kim wonders what happened to turn things into this, and why so many hunters are there. He ends up standing right in the middle of them. Annoyed, he thinks his shadow better give his demonic energy back soon, since it tricked him. Then the CEO spots him and walks over. A little earlier, on the outskirts of Hongcheon, the female soldiers had been assigned cleanup duty. One of them asks when this is finally going to end. The other says their hunter drill results were awful, so the battalion commander is already mad. Even the company commander looks serious, so she should stop complaining and get back to work. Still, the first girl says she's exhausted and asks why monsters had to come out of the gate right after training ended. The other tells her to be grateful they're not on the attack team and reminds her some people even lost their homes, so she should watch her mouth. Then the black-haired girl glances behind her and notices a CEO working too. She asks how she's doing, and whether she's pushing herself too hard. The CEO just says she's fine. The girl says her recovery skill is amazing, but she should still take it easy just in case. The CEO thanks her for worrying. Then they hear some girls talking, asking who that hunter is. They notice it's a guy, and she asks what's going on. The CEO immediately recognizes him, and the others realize he's from their division too. They ask which battalion he's from. She recognizes him as Hunter Kim, but he's clearly not happy to see her there and wonders why she's around. So she walks up to him to talk. She asks what brought him there, saying that as far as she knows, only her battalion was sent to this area. Kim simply says he's on vacation. That answer annoys her right away. She says he has to be lying. Who comes to a place like this dressed in uniform while on leave? She even asks if he's a deserter on the run. He hands her his leave paper, proving it's real, then asks if she has trust issues or something. She fires back, asking why he would come here of all places, especially since it's a restricted area. The protagonist has no real answer. He can't exactly say he came to recover demonic energy. So he says he had some business in Hongcheon and heard there was an emergency. So he came to see if he could help. Right in front of them, a gate break suddenly happens. Kim perks up the moment he realizes it's a gate. The girl starts screaming, and the black-haired girl says the area had just been cleaned and now they'll have to do another cleanup round later. Then she snaps back into action, orders everyone to evacuate, report to the platoon commander, and run to his location. While the others run, she tells Kim he needs to evacuate too. But MC is more interested in the gate itself. He says monsters could come out any second, so he'll stay behind and buy them time. She calls that nonsense and tells him nobody knows what might come out, so he needs to leave now. He points out that the attack team already left the area. If monsters come out, everyone will be in danger, so he's staying. He adds that if things get too bad, he'll run and tells her not to worry. If she has any gear, she should lend it to him and go. She tries to argue, but Kim reminds her foot still isn't fully healed. Then he tells her to get out fast because she's only getting in the way. She hesitates, but hands him a knife and tells him to run if it gets dangerous. She says she'll come back with the platoon members as fast as she can. That leaves Kim alone behind. He thinks about how some monsters hate leaving their own territory. If a gate connects to a dungeon with monsters like that, they usually stay inside. But the ones that don't usually move in packs, which is why everyone evacuated so fast. Then he sees them and says he gets it now. Demonic boars? The monsters charge straight at him. Kim recognizes them as red boars. He says they must be all worked up from eating demonic energy as they rush him. He activates Black Arrow, hitting several of them at once. Still, he notes the arrows aren't strong enough to pierce their hide. So he jumps, launching himself high into the air, and wonders what they've got besides tough defense. He drops down and slices into the boars, but even that isn't enough to kill them. Kim admits their skin is hard, then wonders if the same is true for the inside. He uses his demonic energy again with the D-rank skill Corruption, and starts killing them from the inside. He taunts them, asking what's wrong. Didn't they like the demonic energy he gave them? One of the boars begins to die, but it still charges him in a frenzy. Instead, the crazed boar slams into and kills one of its own, and Kim gladly collects the demonic energy from their bodies. Once that energy leaves them, he wonders if the knife will work better now. This time, killing them is easy. The system says he absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy, and his demonic energy stat goes up by 1. Then it happens 3 more times. He also upgrades Nightwalker and Basic Grim. Satisfied, Kim says everything's fine and heads toward the gate again. He notices everyone gathered there, but before he can enter, he realizes the soldiers came back way too fast. One of them calls out, asking if he's Corporal the protagonist, and whether he's hurt anywhere. Even after he says he's fine, she keeps pressing him, saying he should have reported it the moment the gate opened and asking why he stayed. Kim explains he didn't know what kind of monsters would come out, so he stayed to buy time for the others to evacuate. It makes all the girls blush hard at how manly he sounds. Meanwhile, inside his head, MC tells him to shut up because they ruined everything. Then a lieutenant asks what he's doing there and what unit he belongs to. He answers that he's Corporal Him from the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion. The lieutenant notices he's on leave and asks why he came here for vacation of all things. Does he live nearby? Kim repeats that he had business in Hongshan, heard a gate had appeared, and came to see if he could be useful. She accepts the explanation and says fine. Since there were no casualties and all the monsters were killed, they'll withdraw. The investigation team will arrive soon and handle the rest with the attack team. Then everyone realizes he took down all 5 red boars by himself, and the girls start swooning, asking if he really did it with just a combat knife. They can't get over how strong he is. The 2 of them watch all the attention he's getting. Kim, on the other hand, looks miserable and just wants to be left alone. Later that night, the commander finds out the protagonist got himself mixed up in trouble again. He answers the phone and says yes, the boy is one of his men, though he's currently on leave. Then he learns Kim went to the outskirts of Hongshan in Gangwon province, right where the incident broke out, killed the red boars, and even volunteered for public service work. The lieutenant confirms it, saying the gate is blocked off for now, and they're currently disinfecting the homes that were affected. She adds that Corporal MC volunteered on his own and is helping out now. It's her first time seeing something like that. One of the girls points out that he's supposed to be on leave, but he's still helping anyway, and the girl in pink totally falls for him. Then she asks how he fought boars with only a knife, since getting hit by one of their charges is basically like being run over by a truck. Kim keeps working while thinking about the boars. He knows this kind of job is annoying, but it'll improve his image before he leaves. Then Yoon Seo comes over to talk to him, and he gets so startled he says he almost sprayed disinfectant on her. That really ticks her off, but he just tells her to move. She stares at him in disbelief and asks if they can talk for a minute, so he steps away with her, asking what she wants. She asks if that day, when he was leaving, he cursed at her from the window of his bus. Kim asks what she's even talking about because he doesn't remember, then suddenly recalls looking at her through the bus window. He says he didn't insult her. He only told her that if she messed with him again, she was dead. Still, she points out that sounds a lot like either an insult or a threat. Then she admits she started it that day, and even if it's late, she wants to apologize for it. He can tell she lives in a really annoying way. She asks if he accepts the apology, but he shrugs it off, saying there was nothing to apologize for in the first place. He tells her to forget it, and if they're done, he's leaving. Before he can go, she brings up something else. She asks if he knew only one private first class had ever gotten a perfect score on the promotion test. He asks if she means him, but she says no. Someone else did it before him. So he asks who it was. She says it was her old man, then quickly corrects herself and says her father. He realizes she means the division commander. She confirms it. Her father is the only person who started as an enlisted soldier and later earned a general's badge. She wanted to become someone like him, so she enlisted too. Kim notices her father reached that goal first, and he finds that pretty interesting. Even so, something about it still bothers him. The Hunter military was created when portals first started appearing, and he was only 7 back then. So he wonders if the division commander enlisted as a recruit after becoming an awakened one. But she says no. To be honest, her father used to be frail when he was younger, and because of his eyesight and other issues, he was excused from military service. Kim figures that after he awakened and his body improved, he enlisted on his own. She says that's right. Her father always told her awakening was a relief, because now he could protect both her and her mother. Hearing that, he says the look on her face makes him want to know her father better. She tells him that if they ever meet, she's sure her father would be happy to see him. Definitely happy, because he has a special liking for strong soldiers. Meanwhile, in Daehyun, those 2 maniacs are already standing face to face, ready to fight. Daehyo says he thought the guy would come right away, then asks why he took so long. Was he actually that scared? Colonel Lee and Colonel Yo look totally nervous while the 2 clash. Major So snaps back that his division isn't lazy, then asks if fear is some kind of food. Taeko then asks why someone so busy came all the way out here just to tell him that guy's name is Kim Min-soo. Seo and Yo both ask how he knows the boy's name, and Taeko fires back. Did they really think he wouldn't know, just because nobody told him? The argument keeps heating up. Seo and Yo ask what he plans to do about it. Taeko asks why he's so worried, saying that's exactly why he should have handled things better. Then the 2 go right back to throwing punches. Colonel Lee says this isn't a joke because at this rate, no one will be able to stop them. That's when Colonel Yo steps between the 2. She says 5 minutes have already passed and that's enough. And just like that, they actually stop. Taeko asks if the bearded guy is still alive. The other man says yes, then asks if he feels better now. Taeko answers that if this was enough to satisfy him, he wouldn't have started in the first place. The bearded man realizes he's still holding a grudge. After the fight, the 2 sit down. Colonel Yo reports that the 3rd Battalion commander said the Red Boar portal has been cleared. Seo tells Yo the battalion commander did well, and adds that she did well too. Once she leaves, the 2 start arguing again. Taeko asks the real reason he came, and whether there's something he wants to say. Then Seo Yo says that guy Kim, he plans to give him a special promotion to sergeant. Taeko asks if he came just to brag about supporting the guy who messed with his daughter. The other man shoots back that nobody messed with his daughter and Taeko should be thankful the kid helped her. Taeko points out that this is the same guy who only just became a corporal, and before that got a special promotion to private first class. He asks what exactly he's thinking. Seo Yo says he plans to push him all the way toward becoming a commissioned officer. Taepo says that'll draw way too much attention. He asks if Hakseo will really stay quiet and says that if Seo Yo recognizes someone, that person will definitely become a target. The reply is simple. That's why he's telling him now, so he'll stay on his side in the future. Taepo says he can't do that based only on his word. He'll decide after seeing the boy himself. But then Seo Yo asks if that's really his only reason for wanting to do that. At that same moment, on the outskirts of Hwashon, the boy notices something strange in his path, a man lying on the ground. Then the man rises in front of him showing white hair and says he finally found Kim Min. Meanwhile, on the bus, the girls thank the protagonist for all his hard work, and one of them starts trying to give him her number. Another girl quickly covers her mouth, thanks him too, and says there's no need to be so formal when they're out in public. Kim just keeps looking at Yeon Seo, and she gives him a small smile before the bus leaves. That helps him relax a little. But when he looks down, he notices his shadow acting strange and can't believe what he's seeing. The shadow reaches out, asking for a little more energy. He asks if it's serious after causing all that trouble. It's got some nerve asking for energy. The shadow seems shaken, then starts swaying around, and he asks what happened. Once he focuses on it, he realizes a demonic energy being is crossing into this dimension, not through a dungeon portal, but on its own. He starts wondering if his shadow's detection got this strong because his Nightwalker skill was upgraded to C rank. He looks at the shadow with a bit of pride and realizes maybe his real specialty wasn't assassination after all. Then he asks the shadow where this is happening. Right away, he heads toward the location, and when he reaches the spot the shadow marked, he gives it a little energy. That's when he sees a portal opening in front of him. A strange one. It keeps expanding even more. He stares at it, trying to make out who's coming through, and a white-haired person starts rising up. The person says he finally found Kim Minjun. He really doesn't like what he's seeing, especially when that person starts sniffling and calling him Master Minode. Kim yells back, calling him a crazy bastard, and the guy immediately faceplants on the ground. MC walks over and asks if he's okay. Then he reminds him he told him to forget all about him and live his own life. So why did he come to this world? Still, the guy just calls him Master Minode again. That leaves the boy completely speechless, and he remembers finding this kid almost dead, being attacked by a beast. Weak and already waiting for death, he was saved by Kim Minjun, who blasted magic right into that winged lion's face. He had asked why there was a human there and who this kid even was. The boy started trembling, so Kim first thought he was already dead. But when he looked closer, he just stared at the kid's face and wondered why he was so good looking. Then he asked why the kid wasn't speaking. The boy finally asked if the protagonist Minjun was Master Minode. The protagonist was surprised he could talk at all, and asked how he knew him. The kid burst into tears, saying MC was the hope of all dark mages, and asking if he really was Master Minode. That's when MC finally realized the kid was a dark mage too. Still, he couldn't help asking why he was so weak, and whether that was normal. He also told him to stop saying stupid stuff like, hope of all dark mages, and if he was that weak, he had no business going into dungeons. Then Kim remembered something and asked the boy's name. The boy said he didn't have one. That actually shocked him. He says the kid isn't just weak, he doesn't even have a name. So he decides to handle that and declares that from now on his name is Lee Bungo. Then Kim asks if he's crazy, why would he even try to travel to another dimension? Bungo says the protagonist was the one who abandoned them after leaving nothing but a note. The cult is on the verge of collapse, and Bungo asks how he could leave without saying a word. MC fires back that they were the ones making all that noise about following him, so did they really think he'd give warning before leaving? Even so, he says Bungo still followed him, but Bungo starts acting dramatic, saying he should have at least taken his right-hand man with him. He flatly refuses to recognize him as any such thing. Still, he notices the boy looking sick, so he asks why he's struggling so badly and lifts him up with energy. Bungo thanks him again, saying the protagonist saved him once more and that he'll repay that kindness with his life. The protagonist shuts that down and tells him to explain everything from the beginning, exactly how he got here and not to hide anything. Bungo says it was all a miracle born from his faith in him, and that his wish to be of help made all of this possible. Kim tells him to stop the nonsense, but the boy insists it's true. Then MC asks how someone with his level of power could cross dimensions at all, and whether the saint was the one who sent him. The boy says the followers only obey Master Minode. He laughs, tells him to stop stalling, and asks if he wants to tell the truth or die. The kid quickly gives in. After the protagonist Minjun left, he started watching the saint because of a strange rumor. The protagonist asks what rumor he means. It started after that day when something strange began happening. Bungo says he turned into a bird and slipped into the goddess's castle. Every night, weird noises were coming from the temple. When he got there, he saw a gladiator carrying something covered up, and there were monsters under the cloth. According to the rumors, they had been gathering a huge number of monsters, but there was no sign of any of them ever leaving the temple. Then he saw the goddess doing something to those monsters and sending them away. After that, there were no bones, skin, or scraps of flesh left behind. So he wondered how they could get rid of that many monsters without leaving a single trace. And just like Bungo expected, those people were sending the monsters to him. Kim Minjun asks if all of that is true. The boy says he would never lie to his master. That makes MC Minjun think the goddess is a real bitch. So this is how she wants to play. Then he asks if the boy knows what this is. The kid studies the fragment and says it looks like a piece of a sword used by the temple guards. He asks if Kim Min-jun remembers the captain's weapon. Only then does the boy remember the weapons that man used. He then asks how Bungo could just run all the way there like that. What if the portal had sent him somewhere else? On top of that, one wrong step could have killed him if he got stuck in the dimensional gap. The boy admits he didn't know that, while grinning like an idiot. The protagonist remembers that's right, these people were never normal. He looks back at the fragment and wonders what the hell they're trying to do. Then the story shifts to 1,224 days before Kim Min-jun returned to Earth, based on the Isgard calendar. The goddess was staring out at the distance, so he asked what was going on and why she called him there. She says it's nice to come out and feel the wind sometimes, and asks if he doesn't agree. That just makes him really annoyed. He says he's been sleeping badly for days because of how slow things are. So what's supposed to be good about this? She apologizes for not thinking harder about his situation, and says she can't leave the temple's territory anyway. He just goes along with that and asks again why she called him. She says she heard several of his friends were badly hurt in the park's dungeon, and mentions his beloved Luminona cult. Kim Min-jun shuts that down right away. Those people aren't his friends, and that cult doesn't exist. They got it into their heads that they would follow him, then got hurt by the Dark Hounds, what they call parks, but they've already been treated and won't die. The goddess notes that MC calls them Dark Hounds and asks if that's what they're called in his world. But he says those things don't exist on Earth. What they call parks are basically hunting dogs in his world, so he chose to call them Dark Hounds. Then he says he's still asking because he can't make sense of it, no matter how much he thinks about it. Is there really no link between Isgard and the gates that appeared on Earth? She says no. Like she said before, portals and monsters started appearing in Isgard hundreds of years ago. If there is any connection between Isgard and his world, it's that both are suffering from the same phenomenon. She admits it makes sense for him to be suspicious, since the same monsters he saw back home are here too, and he himself came to Isgard through a portal. Still, dimensional travel isn't easy. Even summoning him took a long time and heavy preparation. So moving huge numbers of monsters and creating dungeons would be impossible. Kim Min-jun just looks at her and says he gets it. When this is all over and it's time to send him home, she better not change her mind. She answers with a very sinister smile. Back in the present, in the mountains near Huoshen, he says he never trusted the saint. So he secretly confirmed that Isgard really had been dealing with portals for a long time. He also learned that moving something as big as a dungeon across dimensions isn't impossible, but it wouldn't be easy even for the saint. Then he remembers everything he went through killing those monsters, and asks why now. Why is she spending so much holy power to keep sending monsters? Is she using sacred relics, or doing all this just to get back at him? Then he notices Bungo kneeling in front of him, swearing he'll stay by his side until death, and asking Kimi to accept that. Kimi gets annoyed since there's no way to send the kid back anyway. He says fine, but first they need to fix what the boy calls him. His name isn't Minodi, it's Kim Min-jun. Bungo thanks him and calls him Kim Min-jun, saying he'll repay his kindness until the day he dies, and even after. Kimi snaps back that it's Min-jun, not that, then asks if Bungo can use imitation magic. The boy proudly says of course. Thanks to his demonic energy, he's overflowing with power. Kimi tells him not to lie. He barely gave him any. Bungo apologizes and admits that for now, all he can do is turn into a small animal. Kimi says that's enough, and tells him to try becoming a crow like that one over there. The boy transforms perfectly. Kimi tells him to stick with the Nightwalker for now. But when the Nightwalker comes out of the shadows and sees Bungo, the two clearly don't get along. They start glaring at each other. So Kimi tells them not to fight. Bungo starts squawking complaints like a bird, but Kimi reminds him he can talk like a human. So Bungo says that as Master Kimi's right-hand man, he first needs to establish the hierarchy. Kimi immediately shuts that down. There will be no hierarchy. They're going to shake hands and be friends. So the two of them end up doing what he says, even if they don't want to. Then Kimi tells Bungo to ask the Nightwalker what he should do. He also tells the Nightwalker to stop Bungo if he tries anything too dangerous or too flashy. Safety comes first and both of them understand. Kimi says that's all, and sends them off. Bungo starts flying through the night, while the Nightwalker slips back into the shadows. Exhausted from dealing with both of them, Kimi says he's going to eat and go to sleep. A few days later, at the Guanxi barracks, Guanxi comes in looking way too happy. Everyone stares at him in shock and asks if he finally lost it. A few days ago, he spent all day acting like a pigeon, so they figure his brain must have melted. But Guanxi says the platoon's quarterly performance results are out and already posted in front of the administration office. That gets everyone excited to go check, though one of them wonders if that bastard is still in first. This term had tons of training and raids, so Ruvel says no way. He says he was a machine this month. Then Guanxi reveals Lee Sung-ho scored 75 points this quarter. Ruvel groans, sure that means first place again. While another guy says he'd be happy with 50 since a penalty and being barred from leave at his age would kill his career. Then Guanxi says actually Lee Sung-ho is in second place. They get excited, but now they want to know who scored more than 75. Then Kimmy walks up and says he's back from leave. Guanxi announces that the protagonist Min took first with 99 points, Everyone is stunned, and the commander walks over to ask how Kim-in's break was. He says it was great. Then the commander raises a hand and asks if he sees this. When everyone looks, they're shocked. MC is getting another special promotion, twice in less than a month. The commander says headquarters sent the official notice today. He was named the division's top soldier during field training, and he also received merit for volunteering to help in the Hwasheng dungeon during his leave. It was another special order from the division commander, congratulating him. Kim-in thinks of Kyung and feels thrilled. Then they change the boy's rank, and once again, he gets promoted. Meanwhile, one of the men there remembers the bet they made. Guanxi had said Kim-min would get promoted within a month, so he says he'll make good use of that money. But then the protagonist Min snatches the paper from their hands and asks Guanxi if he sees that he's a sergeant now. He still calls him corporal though. MC notices they had plenty of fun while he was gone, and asks if Guanxi won the bet. He says yes, and MC sees it's a lot of money, basically hitting the jackpot. Right away, Guanxi senses something is wrong. He says that's a very good thing, smiling at the cash like a villain. Then the protagonist, now with his new rank, starts a brutal round of payback. The other two freeze in place, not wanting to draw attention to themselves. Guanxi hurriedly tells Kimmy he'll give him 30, and asks if that works. What are you even talking about? MC asks. You might think this is about money, but it's not. I'm doing this for your own good. Then he tells Guanxi to keep bench pressing. Guanxi tries again and offers 40, but he repeats that this isn't about cash. He says he honestly doesn't care that they made bets about him. Then the protagonist asks if they think he's lying, and Guanxi quickly says no, but still hesitates. The moment Kim adds even more weight to the bar, Guanxi starts shaking in panic. A second later, he passes out, and MC lifts the bar with one hand like it weighs nothing. Meanwhile, Guanxi is left sprawled on the bench, basically half dead. The other two guys in the bet can only stare, shocked by what they're seeing and by the fact that he handled it with one hand. The protagonist says Guanxi wanted to train, so he's just helping him out and tells him not to take it personally. After that, Kim calls for the next one, but neither of them wants to go. They quickly claim they already worked out enough and they're good. Niall says that's a real shame, and the two of them try to slip away fast. But MC says it really is a huge shame that they think refusing him is an option. Both of them start trembling, so Kim makes all three of them keep training. After nearly killing his teammates, he says this might not be the best time, but he wants to ask them a favor. They ask what kind of favor, saying they'll do anything as long as it isn't more physical training. Kim says anyone below private first class can't use the little shop. That leaves them totally confused. He keeps going. They also can't use the gym or the computer room, and anyone below sergeant can't use a smartphone either. Can't. Hearing that, they jump up and say this is obviously unfair and completely demotivating. One of them even says it's insane that this kind of discrimination still exists in the 21st century. They insist they need to do something about these rules, but Kim tells them not to get carried away. He says he'll try to persuade the sergeants while they handle the rest. The others tell the protagonist not to worry. He can count on them. Kim then tells the two of them to get out. They bolt immediately, but Kwon-sik tries to sneak off quietly, and MC calls him out. Kwon-sik answers in a near-dead voice. He says he heard the platoon commander mention that after the personnel rotation, Kwon-sik will be joining the second squad. From that day on, the protagonist says the two of them will be training together all the time. Honestly, at that point he'd rather ask for discharge, go to solitary, do anything, because training with that monster is impossible. After that, the talk shifts to the burrow snake. It's a snake-like monster that lives underground. Unlike normal snakes, it isn't venomous, but when it dies, it explodes. So before killing one, you have to remove its tail. That tail works like a detonator. Otherwise, they can set each other off in a chain explosion. So the team keeps taking them down carefully. That's why the best way to clear a burrow snake dungeon is with a small group of experienced hunters. Still, there was one person who caught hundreds of them in Isgard. Kim starts killing them bare-handed, and it's said he can handle the whole job by himself. That makes everyone feel a lot safer with him on the team. Then the commander calls for a 10-minute break. Everyone finally relaxes. During the break, Kim notices the system gave him a skill called Enhance Agility, and that it's an E-rank skill that raises his agility by 5 points. He thinks it would have been nicer if it were a class skill, but this still helps a lot. At this rate, the dungeon is paying off big. Then Bungo starts calling for MC, saying he detected demonic energy, and a pretty strong amount of it. Kim looks around, and Bungo says the kid did well, then asks where he is now. From the top of a utility pole, Bungo says he's in Incheon, which surprises him. A week later, on the weekend in metropolitan Incheon, Kim heads there and asks how the situation looks. Bungo says he followed orders and didn't rush in. He only watched. Since he didn't sense any monsters, he thinks this could be tied to a dungeon. The protagonist asks how many people are there, and Bungo says the place was empty until yesterday, but right now there's one person inside the house. He adds that if MC had come yesterday, this wouldn't be a problem. MC snaps back, asking if Bungo thinks being a soldier is easy when he can barely get one night off. Then he stays there watching. Kim says anyone looking at them would think they're breaking in, but they're really just removing dangerous items from that house. Even so, he warns Bungo not to get caught, and they move in. He heads straight for the window and slips into the house. Once inside, he spots a stone in the decor that's giving off demonic energy. He says the energy is obvious, but it doesn't seem harmful to the human body. It's almost like the power was refined. Just then, someone tells him not to touch it. Kim is startled by the sudden voice. Then a CEO starts getting into a guard stance. A few moments earlier, she had been lying in bed, calmly on her phone, talking with her mother. In the middle of their conversation, she senses something strange. Worried, she leaves her room and slowly heads downstairs. That's when she realizes there's a thief and orders him not to move. Back in the present, after catching Kim, she says she can't believe people still break into homes to steal, and demands to know who he is and what he's doing there this late. The protagonist then freezes when he sees who she is. He realizes it's a CEO, and she looks way too familiar. While she keeps pressing him, he thinks about how he came to some random house chasing demonic energy, and of course it had to be her house. That only makes him more annoyed. He glances at the crow, but Bungo says he didn't know either. It was that other bastard who picked up the signal. Kim figures this is the house of a division commander from the Hunter troops, so having something like that here makes sense. Still, what are the odds he would run into it on a night off? Just like what happened in Huashang, he thinks the universe must be laughing at him, and he gets even more irritated. She orders him to put his hands on his head and stay still, warning that she won't repeat herself. MC thinks that since he's already here, he can't leave empty-handed, so he slides a hand inside his coat. She reminds him she told him not to move and tries to kick him, but Kim dodges with ease. He pulls out a pen and paper from his pocket while she keeps trying to hit him. All the while, he calmly writes, which makes her more and more angry because he clearly isn't taking her seriously. Kim notices she's actually very fast, and thinks she'll become a sergeant before long. But when she goes for his jugular, he stops her attack in an instant. He tells her she's still got a long way to go before she can reach his level, then pushes her hand down and quickly leaves the note there. She thinks this bastard is definitely not normal. A move like that has to belong to an awakened one. She attacks again, but Kim avoids it easily. Then he looks at the demon stone and moves in over the girl. She panics, thinking she won't be able to dodge it, but he never touches her. He grabs the stone and takes off. She yells for him to stop, but it's useless. Watching him escape, she realizes she didn't land a single hit. Then when she looks at the note, she sees that he wrote "You lose" and starts cursing Kim out. She calls him every name she can think of. Later, once he's far away, he looks at the stone and says it holds more demonic energy than most monsters. Since it was in the home of a 2-star hunter, it probably isn't harmful to the human body. Bungo says he thinks it must be a monster crystal. The protagonist asks who gave him permission to open his mouth. Bungo instantly apologizes, and the protagonist says he knows it's a monster crystal. What he's wondering is why it has demonic energy. He says he never saw anything like this, even in Isgard. Thinking it over, he explains that a monster crystal is a mineral sometimes found inside monsters. Those crystals differ based on the host's age and threat level, but all of them contain mana in proportion to their size. Among the things you can get from hunting monsters, this is one of the most valuable. When he breaks the outer casing, he says he's never heard of crystals carrying demonic energy. Then he shatters the crystal itself, releasing a flood of energy. He says he has no idea why something like this is on Earth, but when he absorbs it, his demonic energy goes up by 1 point. The same thing happens 3 more times, and he says that if he doesn't want to fall into the Saints' stupid game, he can't waste time worrying about every little detail. After absorbing it all, he gains the skill Demonic Energy Singularity, and also Demonic Energy Grab. Kim is thrilled to get 2 skills at once. His stats keep improving, and he thinks now things are finally getting good, so he checks Demonic Energy Singularity first. The skill makes his demonic energy colorless and odorless, so it won't affect the area around him. He can turn it on or off whenever he wants. MC thinks that the more demonic energy builds up in his body, the harder it gets to control, and he'd been worried about hurting people nearby, even if he stayed careful. This skill came at the perfect time. On top of that, he also got Demonic Energy Grab, so he tests the new skill directly on Bungo, pulling him right into his hand. He quickly figures out the weight limit is low, but at least now he'll never need to get up just to grab a soda. Then he tosses the bird back and says he has a new mission for both of them. They need to gather information on dungeons and any items connected to them that might carry demonic energy. The 2 of them understand, and once they're fed, they start fighting. But when Kim looks back, they're making faces at each other like siblings. So he asks Bungo if he's tried Korean food yet. So he takes the kid out for some real food. With those weird clothes he's wearing, both the owner and Kim are stunned when they see him start crying, saying the food is amazing. He pretty much tells him to either eat or cry. So the kid quickly starts eating. The protagonist figures he's probably lived on those awful Isgard crackers, so it makes sense he's acting like this, but then his phone starts ringing. He instantly regrets fixing the issue that kept low-ranking people from using smartphones, because ever since he made that group, Ansik hasn't stopped talking. During training, they explain that for awakened soldiers who've already gone past normal human limits, guerrilla training is almost too easy. That just makes Kim smile as he goes through it. By the 3rd test, the 3-rope bridge, he's already grinning, casually walking across it, and climbing with no trouble too. Later, right in the middle of a cloud of tear gas where even the commander needs a mask, he says everyone sang the national anthem through the 4th verse, and memorized the Hunter Corps loyalty oath. After that, they're dismissed. Kim says this training has a very different purpose from normal military drills, and even so, hunter-gorilla training is still infamous among hunters. The reason is the conditions. They have to eat and sleep in an uncomfortable tent out in the field. So someone asks if they aren't going to eat, but another guy says if they eat any more, they'll have to go use that place, basically a nasty portable toilet, the kind nobody wants to step into. Just then, Seo Jo-gong, commander of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion in the 104th Division, shows up, and one of the soldiers points out that the officer in charge is here. He tells everyone to listen, congratulates them on that day's training, and says the instructors will handle the night watch and patrol so they can rest. He also tells them all to give it everything they have tomorrow, adding that the main goal of hunter-gorilla training is trench combat. The rules are simple. There's a square arena that stands in for a trench, and you win by pushing your opponent out or beating them. Then they jump into a full-on wrestling match with one soldier throwing another right out of the arena, and after that people start dropping one after another. Soon the match ends. In round 16, match 3, the 1st squad of the 1st platoon in the 2nd Company beats the 1st Battalion. Weapons are banned and punching isn't allowed, so it looks like a simple test of strength. But trench combat and hunter-gorilla training means a lot more to the 4 battalions of the 104th Division. Then Colonel Lee starts watching them closely, saying that soldier is exceptional, and asks if his squad won last year too. Colonel Jan says yes, they did. Last year he was a corporal, but now he's a sergeant. Lee says that even in the previous round where 10 squads fought at once, he pushed everyone back by himself, then asks about his stats. The lieutenant colonel explains that Sergeant Choi Se-hong recently passed a promotion test, but it looks like the 1st Battalion commander delayed his promotion. Lee is shocked and asks if that's true, because if they knew this training was coming, keeping Choi from being promoted would let him stay eligible for trench combat. Joe denies it, asking how anyone could have known when the training would happen. He adds that no one could have guessed the weather would turn out like this either. It's called a competition between battalions, but really it has turned into a clash of pride between the battalion commanders. Colonel Yeo gets more and more annoyed, saying that out of all the 4th Battalion squads that entered, only one made it this far, and when their battalion does poorly, training turns into a nightmare. Meanwhile, the team of that guy who's been tossing everyone out starts smiling, and he looks at Kim, asking if he's the hunter from the 2nd Battalion. MC says he is. The guy calls him a celebrity, saying he heard he became a sergeant faster than anyone else. The protagonist doesn't really know how to answer, so he just thanks him for the praise. Then the guy lets out a nasty little laugh and says the rumors got his hopes up, but Kim looks like a total pushover. That makes everyone around them mad, asking what he's talking about and whether he has a death wish. But then he grabs the 2 men who spoke up and forces them back down to sit. He says sorry for what he said, claiming he was just thinking out loud, while crushing their shoulders with so much pressure that one of them wonders what kind of strength this is. He can't even stand. The big guy says it just slipped out, then walks off grinning with his friends and showing off. The 2 left behind are furious, and Gwansik asks Kim if he's really going to let that insult slide. MC says it's fine. Gwansik isn't buying that. He says he'll go show those meatheads what they can do. But when he looks at him, Kim doesn't look calm at all. The veins on his forehead are practically popping, and he says he'll deal with it later. Then the 4th squad of the 4th platoon and the 4th company of the 4th battalion gets ready. Chimari complains that this is pointless. It's exhausting, and having to touch sweaty people is gross. Another girl agrees, saying the commanders compare battalion strength, while they're the ones who suffer, and Haiju asks if all this is really necessary just to pick a winner. Chimari points out that their squad is the only one from the battalion that made it this far, so their battalion commander must be furious. Looking over, Chimari says she has the face of someone ready to kill. Then Sage Bo walks up and asks what they're worried about, saying all they need to do is bring the title home, and everything will be fine. Once the match starts, the girls struggle a lot, and Chimari starts running from a guy who's chasing her hard. At the same time, 2 of the soldiers try to push out the one man still resisting them, but Sage Bo arrives, grabs him, and throws him out of the ring. Then she looks back and sees Chimari still running from that other guy. Just when he thinks he's finally about to catch her, she grabs his hand and uses what she learned from the Grace family to flip him hard. She tells him she already warned him not to come near her. Then she looks over at another girl who's still locked in a tug-of-war with one man. And just as she's about to get doubled up on by 2 opponents, Yoon Seo jumps in, grabs one of them, and throws him away. The girl thanks her while tossing the other guy aside with a huge throw. The next enemy squad, made up of guys who look about 60, can hardly believe it. A bunch of grown men couldn't take down even one of them, and one guy says he expected nothing and still ended up disappointed. He says they always leave the work to them, then tells the younger guys to watch how it's done. They crouch down and say everyone keeps talking about Choi, but this year the win will be theirs. But as they charge in, Sae Tbyo steps in front of them, bracing herself and grabbing at their midsections. They ask if she's really going to take on both of them alone. She clearly has the strength for it, but asks who said she was alone. Then all 6 girls join together and throw them out. That brings the round to an end, with the 4th squad of the 4th platoon and the 4th company of the 4th battalion taking the win. The girls are thrilled. Watching the match, Kim thinks they work well together, and every one of them is skilled. One of the guys says that squad is the real deal, while Gwansik points out they'll face Choi in the quarterfinals, and this time he'll lose. But the other guy says Choi has to make it to the finals first, so they can face him there, because they plan to wipe the floor with him, and Gwansik agrees. Then he wonders if they'll make the finals themselves, but the other guy says they have Sergeant Lee Seung-ho and Kim on their team, so losing isn't even an option. As Chamari's platoon leaves the ring, she notices the protagonist sitting there and starts calling out to him, greeting the boy. Everyone is surprised, and Gwansik wonders if he just waved at them, but she's only looking at Kim. Meanwhile, the other guy gets emotional and says that come to think of it, he's not a janitor, so maybe he shouldn't be talking about wiping the floor with somebody. Gwansik says Choi was arrogant, but these things happen, and forgiving people is an art. They all agree, saying it's a shame, but they'll postpone getting even because they should be cheering for the 4th Battalion. Kim tells them they're way too down bad. The commanders, meanwhile, start mocking each other because one of them lost to the girls from the 4th Battalion. Then round 5 is announced, with MC taking part. Commander Yu notices him there and remembers everything he did with So Kyung. Meanwhile, the bearded guy asks Kim if he heard that the squad that wins the competition gets group leave. He says he wants to stay far away from them on his day off, so the guy tells him they can just avoid getting first place. But the protagonist's attitude changes completely, and he says they would never do something that stupid. Then, with the two teams standing face to face, the match begins. They rush the other team right away, but Kim's team starts shoving everyone back, holding them down with ease, even lifting some of them off the ground. Then Gwansik says they're way too light, but one of the opponents, the biggest one of them all, starts staring at a boy who's holding 2 men at once. Kim steps in front of him and thinks the guy might be useful, so maybe he should test that out. The big guy charges straight at MC. Minjun says his control still isn't very accurate, but then he uses his demonic energy grip to catch the brute by the foot, slam him down and grab his head. He realizes he can throw off an opponent's balance like this, so the guy topples over with no clue what just happened. Furious, he rushes Kim Minjun again. The protagonist uses the demonic grip one more time, this time catching his hand, throwing him off balance and making him crash face first into the ground. The guy still can't figure out what's going on. Kim Minjun thinks he can't let him notice anything strange, so he lures him in again, and when the brute gets back up, MC decides playtime is over. He charges in and slips to the side when the brute tries to grab him. Then he gets behind him and just launches him into the air. Not long after that, just as expected, they reach the finals without any trouble. Still, their final opponent isn't the 4th squad of the 4th Battalion. That really ticks Gwansik and Han Yong off. Then the last round begins with Choi staring down at Kim Minjun's team, and Han Yong asks if that bastard used to wrestle. Gwansik says he trained until he was winning at middleweight, but had to stop after he awakened. Han Yong says that, going by what Choi did in that tournament, he must be really good, and Gwansik confirms he always won championships. That surprises Han Yong, because Choi fights dirty even though he's skilled. That just makes both of them even madder. But Kim Min-jun says the real reason they're so angry goes back to the quarterfinals. It wasn't just that Choi's squad won, it was the way they won. Their favorite blonde was completely wrecked by the end of the match, and even after using the last of her strength to rush Choi, they still lost 6-0. In that fight, nobody was thrown out of the arena. Kim Min-jun says that wasn't a sports match at all. It looked more like combat training, and he says it wasn't Choi's fault for winning. While barely following the one rule of not hitting people, it was the loser's fault for being too weak. Even so, TBO sits with the other girls, still upset about it. She's clearly still frustrated by the result. Gwansik says they'll teach those guys some manners. Kim Min-jung cuts in, saying they still have a lot to learn. If they're mad at Choi, then they should focus on beating him here instead of getting worked up before the match even starts. Meanwhile, Choi keeps glaring at them with that smug look, and Han Yong asks if he's planning to take them all on alone too. Choi says he can't do that with the famous Sergeant Liu Shenghuai around, then asks why Han Yong brought it up. He asks if they really think they could beat him if he fought them all by himself. Then he looks at Kim Min-jun, who's just standing there with a blank expression, and says he thought he would get mad after he roughed up his little girlfriend, but he doesn't seem bothered at all. The protagonist has no idea what he's talking about, and Gwansik asks the same thing. What girlfriend? Choi asks if that pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion isn't his girlfriend, since she was all excited, watching him and cheering for him. Gwansik loses it and asks if Choi's insane. She wasn't waving at Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Then he realizes how embarrassing this sounds and tries to brush it off, insisting that's not the point. Han Yong says MC doesn't care about real girls anyway, only Loom from his game. That makes Choi burst out laughing. He asks if it's that old game's Loom, the starter NPC from that trash game, then asks if she's his waifu and keeps mocking him, saying he was born to be a simp. At that, everyone stares at the protagonist in shock. Choi keeps going, saying he thought guys this hopeless were just a myth, but falling for a 2D character is a whole new level of pathetic. Then the officer tells them to get ready. The match starts the moment he blows the whistle. Choi says he'll go easy on Kim Min-jun so he can make it back to his precious little Loom in one piece. But when the whistle blows, MC doesn't move at all. Choi rushes him, asking if he's still thinking about his waifu, and when he gets close enough, Kim Min-jun quickly activates his demonic energy. Right away, everyone looks shocked by what's happening. The referee almost raises his whistle, but Kim Min-jun says he got startled because Choi suddenly came at him head first. Nobody understands what just happened. Then Choi says he stepped wrong and asks if they can let it slide this time. Kim Min-jun looks at the referee along with Choi, and the referee looks to the commanders. They signal for the match to continue, so the referee warns them to be careful and repeats that attacking other soldiers is forbidden. Choi gets really pissed, says he gets it, and swears he won't hold back anymore. Kim Min-jun is dead. That sets the protagonist Min-jun off too, and he says Choi hasn't even finished paying for that joke. Choi asks if he's just going to keep running, but then Kim Min-jun charges at Choi and throws him right out of the arena. Choi asks what the hell is going on and why MC is attacking his own teammates. Then he starts clearing everyone off the mat. One of his teammates tries to stand against him and hold his ground, but Kim Min-jun still sends him flying. Choi demands to know what he's doing. After throwing everyone off the mat, the protagonist fixes Choi with a deadly glare, and Choi wonders what suddenly got into him. Choi's battalion commander asks what kind of match this is and tells them to stop him, but another commander says MC hasn't broken any rules, so what reason is there to halt it? Still, one commander isn't convinced, and asks why Kim Min-jun is eliminating his own teammates, while his commander has no idea what's going on and says there's no way to cover for this. Choi's commander asks if he'll take responsibility if someone gets hurt, but Commander Yo says the referee can handle it on his own, just like in the earlier matches. That leaves Choi's commander shaken. Then Kim Min-jun goes after Choi and grabs him like it's a sumo match. Bolo Fofo wonders what got into him. First he wanted a one-on-one, and now he's wrestling. Choi thinks that's the protagonist's biggest mistake and says he'll admit the kid is strong, but strength isn't everything in wrestling. Technique is what really matters. He tries to lift Kim Min-jun, but quickly realizes he can't move him at all. MC, on the other hand, easily hoists him up with one arm and slams Choi onto his back, and Choi weighs at least 120 kilos. And Min-jun just tells him to get up, and Choi starts thinking his technique didn't work. He realizes Kim Min-jun is way too dangerous, so Choi tells him to wait and says he gives up. But the protagonist Min-jun doesn't even let him finish, and grabs him again, smashing his back into the ground one more time. Not satisfied, he picks Choi up again and asks who said he was allowed to surrender. MC lifts him again, and Choi panics, shouting that he quits and surrenders. But MC tells him to listen carefully. He says Luminona isn't just some 2D character, then spins Bolo Fofo through the air again and slams him into the ground, leaving everyone stunned. Then he says she's the queen of queens. Choi can only lie there foaming, too broken to answer after that. The match ends with the 2nd Battalion as the winner. But when Kim Min-jun walks back to his teammates, everyone looks serious. He tries to apologize, but they suddenly start cheering, saying he was amazing. They call it the best fight they've ever seen. Choi got beaten fair and square, and watching that smug jerk get stomped was incredibly satisfying. Han Yong asks if Kim Min-jun knocked everyone out of the match just to make it more dramatic, saying if he'd known he would have jumped out of the arena himself. He thinks they're being way too chill about this, but at least that's a relief. Still, Song-ho says that no matter the reason, nothing excuses betraying the team, and he's very disappointed in him. That makes the protagonist Min-jun start thinking he really went too far. But then as he walks away, Song-ho remembers the beating Kim Min-jun gave him before, and thinks that if he lets his guard down, he'll end up as prey too, so he decides he'll win next time. After that, the games end, and they receive their medals. When they go back to regular duties, Kwon-sik decides to head out alone. Someone asks where he's going, and he says he's headed to the bathroom. He wonders why they're doing guerrilla training at a time like this when they're part of the hunter troops. Then Seung-ho shows up, and Kwon-sik immediately starts acting like a total simp again. The next day, after the 104th Division's short but intense guerrilla training, that crazy group starts planning something, before the exhaustion even wears off. And they already know they're probably going to get chewed out for it. Kwon-sik says they don't have much time, and they need to be as efficient as possible. Han Yong says picking the right meeting point is the key, and asks what the best spot is. Dong Jin says the east side of Gyeonggang is closest to the border, otherwise it'd take too long. Kwon-sik tells him he's doing great, and to keep the ideas coming. Then Kwon-sik gets another message from Yoso, and in it she tries to set up a group meeting between their two squads. After getting Kwon-sik as flustered and love-struck as possible, she asks for Kim Min-jun's number, and Han Yong starts thinking that might be a problem. Kwon-sik asks if he should just say he doesn't know MC's number, but Han Yong points out nobody would buy that. They're in the same squad and even live together. That leaves Kwon-sik nervous. Han Yong says he already tried dodging before and it didn't work, so if anything, Kwon-sik should just say he started this and the others know nothing about it. Then he tells everyone to leave before this turns into a bigger mess. But Kwon-sik stays behind. He throws out one last idea. Maybe Kim might actually want to go out with them too. The others just leave him there. Meanwhile, inside, he checks his system stats and realizes these are his guerrilla training results. His strength went up by 5, agility by 1, and his rank rose from E to D. He silently thanks Choi for that, since raising his stats has been really hard ever since they passed 60. This time at least, agility went up by 1 and strength by 5, which he thinks is great until Bungo starts calling for him. Kim asks what he wants. Bungo asks if he can have some soup, and the protagonist can't believe it. He already gave him money to buy his own food. Bungo looks way too happy about it, which annoys MC even more, and then he finally gets to why he came over. He says he found a strange aura. That only makes Kim madder. He asks why Bungo didn't say that first, and wonders what kind of aura it is. Demonic energy or something? Bungo says it's not demonic, but it's definitely weird. He says he's never felt anything like it, not even in Isgard. Then he suddenly stops, and he asks what happened. Bungo shamelessly says his soup arrived and asks if he can explain after he eats. The protagonist immediately starts cursing him out. He doesn't get much time to dwell on it though, because then he gets a message from Yoon-seo. That completely stuns him. He wonders what is going on today, and why everyone suddenly wants to talk to him, and also how she even got his number. He says he'll just block her anyway. But right then, Kwon-sik rushes in and begs him not to. Kim asks what he's talking about, and Kwon-sik says he must have just gotten a message from Hunter Yoon-seo. He calls it a rare chance, and tells MC to think about his squad mates. If MC really gets promoted, then as their superior, he has a duty to care about his subordinates' mental health. He asks again what nonsense this idiot is talking about, but then it finally clicks. Kwon-sik was the one who gave her his number. Kwon-sik admits it right away. He says he'd appreciate a little understanding, because they're all doing their best in the army, and asks what else they even have to keep them going. That just makes Kim even angrier. He asks if Kwon-sik set something up, and Kwon-sik asks if Yoon-seo didn't tell him. Apparently the protagonist has no idea what he's supposed to know. He reminds him this is the training room and tells Kwon-sik to explain clearly. Then, 1 week later on Sunday, they all head out together for that meetup. Han-young thanks Kim, saying he honestly never thought he'd come. Kwon-sik gets mad and says a traitor like Han-young has no right to thank anyone. He asks if Han-young even knows how much it cost him to get them there. MC looks at him and asks if he really thinks they came because of him. He says Seo was the one who agreed to come, so if anyone deserves thanks, it's him, because the guy is clearly love-struck. Han-young says that either way, he still didn't expect Sergeant Leon Seo to give permission so easily. He says he knew the man had some heart after all, but really he probably just thought this was better than leaving them alone together all day. Then Han-young asks where the girls from the 4th Battalion are. A moment later, he spots them all gathered together. But there's also a huge figure standing behind them, and everyone is shocked when they realize it's Seoho's father. One look at the scary guy, and they start asking if he's some kind of gang member. Kwon-sik even blurts out what a gangster is doing there, but Seo quickly tells everyone to wait and pay attention as she heads toward the commander. Then Dong-jin finally remembers that's the commander of the 107th Division. He's seen him on TV before. Seo tells her father to stop, reminding him he said he'd only drop her off at the entrance, and asks him to leave already. He says he just wants to greet the hunters working with her, and that he'll be gone in a second. She tries to argue, but her father locks eyes with Kim. He walks over, stops right in front of him, and asks if he's the Wonjun he's heard about. Later, at the park, Choi Mari gets super excited and grabs Kim, pulling him along right away. The other desperate guys get fired up too, calling the girls over and bragging that they made an optimized plan, so they should just leave it to them. The girls get excited too, which leaves only the two muscleheads behind. Seichi Bayol says she doesn't really like places like this, and Sang-ho says he doesn't either. She asks if he's serious, and he says he'd rather spend his weekend lifting alone. That makes her instantly respect him, and she asks how much he can curl. After that, the group hits the roller coaster together. They also get the girls to try on animal ear headbands, then ride another roller coaster in pairs. The gym duo even ends up doing an arm wrestling match. Soon they stop at a shooting booth advertising 10 shots for 10,000 won. Kwon-sik steps up and only manages to win a consolation prize. Han-young mocks him, saying that's all he can do, and he still calls himself a soldier, then tells him to watch and learn from the master. The girls get impressed and say he must be good since his stance looks great, but he also ends up with just a consolation prize. Kwon-sik reminds him about their bet that the worst shooter would pay, and Han-young insists the gun must be broken. While looking over the prizes, Kim notices a loom keychain. He says it's a limited first anniversary game item, a legendary collectible just sitting there. So he takes his turn at the booth and scores incredibly high. The booth owner says he still has one shot left, but Kim says he doesn't need it. The girls are shocked because he hit every shot, and they ask why he skipped the last one, while Choi Mari looks completely smitten. The booth owner hands him the second place prize, and the protagonist is absurdly happy over the little keychain. The girls ask what that thing even is, and MC beams at everyone, saying coming here was the best choice ever. Only the people from his battalion know how pathetic that really is. As they move on to the next ride, Yoon-seo calls out to Kim and asks what he talked about with her father earlier. He remembers what happened when her father took him somewhere private and apologized for taking up his precious day off. Kim says it's fine and asks what he wanted to talk about with him. Then the colonel suddenly grips the kid's shoulder hard. The protagonist immediately understands what's happening and gets a little annoyed. Then Yoon-seo's father says Kim was trained very well, and he admits that much. He adds that since the boy did his daughter a favor, he should receive something in return. MC asks what it is. The colonel says it's a dungeon item normally reserved for generals, but he's making an exception. He explains that the army's appraisal skills aren't perfectly accurate yet, but it should raise stats by a random amount. Kim sees that it's a bracelet and is thrilled, thanking the general. The man says he's giving it to him with the expectation that he'll keep training and use it wisely, and warns him not to tell anyone where he got it. He adds that if he ever comes to Daejeon, he should call so they can have lunch together. Then last of all, he warns the protagonist that if he tries anything with his daughter, he'll kill him. So maybe the future father-in-law isn't so calm after all, and MC should stay away from his daughter. but at least he survived and got an awesome artifact. He tells her to keep dreaming, then quickly covers by saying he didn't mean anything weird by it. She asks if he's serious, wondering whether her father was rude or did something else. But Kim says no. He tells her dad only said that if he ever goes to Daejeon, he'll buy him lunch. She asks why he would do that, and the protagonist says maybe he felt awkward because she still owed him one. That makes her remember when he carried her on his back. She apologizes for making him meet her father, but Kim shows her the card and says a very expensive free lunch is more than enough for him. While they're talking, Kwon-sik walks over to Choi Mari and asks if she'd like to spend time with him today. She gives him a small smile and asks if he remembers how their squad got crushed by Choi in the trench match and how Hunter Kim got revenge for them. She says they thought they should pay him back. The others agree and say they're buying lunch, so the guys can eat as much as they want. But the squad had clearly been expecting something else, and Kwon-suk points out they didn't do anything in that fight. Han Yong finally realizes the girls invited all of them just to see Hunter the 1,100th. That makes Kwon-suk even more depressed, because he only did all this to defend Loon, not them. Meanwhile, in Daejeon, Bungo heads toward a gate that opened there. One of the female soldiers says the dungeon is estimated to contain 100 kilos of mana stone. They all look toward it, and Colonel Sanjin gets seriously fired up by the news. Then back at the park, the two squads say goodbye, and the girls tell them they had a great time and to get back safe. Guanzi says they had fun too, and Han Yong promises that next time they'll pay for the meal. Yang Seo also says goodbye to Kim. While he heads back home, Bungo calls him and says there's a problem. The protagonist asks what happened this time, then warns him if this is about buying food again, he's dead. But Bongo says the dungeon he's watching feels off. MC asks what he means, since Bongo himself said it was still under investigation, and MC already took time off to go to Daejeon and rest tomorrow. Bongo agrees, saying that up to now there were only some warning signs, and a few soldiers around it, but all of a sudden, the place got really busy. That instantly pisses him off, and he tells Bongo to keep reporting everything until he gets there. Then the next day at noon, in Daejeon, he arrives and says the whole place is a total mess. Looking at the portal, he sees mana crystals being hauled out non-stop, so he pulls out a card from his pocket and figures that even if he shows it and asks for a dungeon tour, there's no way that'll work. Then he looks to the side and spots Bongo. Now so huge and fat, he looks like a balloon. Kim asks what happened to him. Bongo says he was busy doing his observation duty until the protagonist showed up. MC decides not to even question that and asks if Bongo really said there were 100 kilos of mana stones. Bongo says that's what he heard. He doesn't know how much that is exactly, but it sounds like a lot. Kim explains that it's around 100 times more than he'd usually find in an easy guard dungeon, even with amazing luck. That leaves Bongo shocked. He says that kind of energy is insane, and the military is already trying to turn it into a weapon. Right then, the portal starts to crack. The protagonist asks if this is the strange energy Bongo mentioned. He says yes, that's it. He can't identify the aura, and he doesn't sense any monsters inside, but that creepy energy is still there. Kim says it makes sense. Bongo can't understand it, because he himself has only felt it once in his life. Bongo asks if he knows what it is, and the boy says yes, then runs straight into the portal. At the same time, a bunch of tentacles burst out, and the soldiers panic. One officer orders them to drop the mana stones and run, but one soldier says members of his squad are still inside. The officer yells at him to retreat, not go closer, and obey orders. Kim says that energy means it's a fake dungeon. The officer at the front asks who this kid is and tells him to get out of there because the situation is bad. MC introduces himself as MC from the 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. He says he's going to reopen the dungeon from the inside and tells the man to notify the 104th. The soldier is stunned by that idea and tells him not to go. Seeing this, one of the officers asks what the kid thinks he's doing, but Kim jumps in anyway and vanishes inside the portal. Then the portal closes and the tentacles seal the whole entrance. Now everyone thinks they're completely screwed, and inside, Kim finds himself in a totally different kind of dungeon. There, he finds 5 more trapped soldiers. He asks if anyone else is there, and Seong says no, then asks who the protagonist is. The protagonist introduces himself and says he just happened to be passing by. He quickly adds that the situation is bad and says he'll explain later, then asks if anyone is hurt. He tells them to check their bodies and equipment, so they put down their weapons and inspect everything. Kim asks if that's all they brought into the dungeon, and Sang-won says they're just a transport team, that's all they were given, and the inspection team already left. MC can't believe anyone would send a transport team in alone. Something is seriously wrong here. He tells them to grab their gear. Then he says he doesn't know if they realize it, but they're inside a fake dungeon. They ask what that means, and Kim says it's rare. To put it simply, they should think of the dungeon entrance as a giant monster. Everyone is shocked, and he says it pulls people in to swallow them. This time, the bait was those mana stones. He tells them not to worry, because he'll get them out of this hellhole himself. They ask how he even knows the way out, and he says they just need to follow his orders. From here on, they need to kill monsters and push toward the center of the dungeon. But Daesung hesitates and asks if they only need to kill one monster in the dungeon. Kim says yes, and they've already started. A bunch of slimy monsters appear behind him, and the soldiers wonder what the heck they are, but the protagonist charges forward and drops one instantly. He tells them to stay back. The soldiers realize that if this really is Kim, then he's the most talked about name in the hunter community, the one who became a sergeant faster than anyone else in history. MC keeps cutting down monsters while they call him the unbeatable monster of the Hunter Corps. Outside, Colonel Patey and Setho arrives looking for Sanjin, then storms over and grabs him by the collar, demanding to know what the hell he's been doing. Sanjin says he was just extracting the mana stones they found in the dungeon. The general asks if anyone ever told him to do that. He says Sanjin was only ordered to investigate the dungeon, and asks how he dared to send soldiers into a dungeon without an attack team, just to secure the mana stone extraction. The general gets even angrier after only 2 lousy weeks of investigation. Sanjin deployed soldiers there without permission. He asks if Sanjin plans to take responsibility for this mess, and whether he really put those people in danger just to make his record look better. Then he says no matter how this ends, Sanjin better get ready to take off that uniform. On top of that, if even one person dies, he'll hold him responsible and throw him in prison. So he better pray everyone makes it out alive. Back inside, Kim wipes out all the monsters. But surprisingly, he gets mad and says he told them he'd handle it. So why do they keep interfering? A soldier says they were only trying to help. He asks if he didn't already say they need to get past the parasites and reach the center. Did they forget that already? He explains that these monsters are made by the fake dungeon so it can absorb the prey that enters. More importantly, once they get near the fake dungeon's core at the center, those things will start appearing non-stop. So they need to save their strength until then, because if anyone gets hurt there, they'll be in serious trouble. The soldiers are amazed by how heroic he sounds, but Kim says that might sound nice, yet he's not saying it because he cares about them. As far as he's concerned, this place gives tons of experience points and he wants every last one for himself. Then he tells them to keep moving. The soldiers follow him, all fired up, while Kim clearly has his own sneaky plans. Soon, the monsters start showing up again. Behind them, there's also a huge blob-like thing perched above them. The soldiers panic, and the protagonist thinks that with low stats, just being inside this dungeon drains stamina. If he had made them fight more, some of them wouldn't have even made it this far. So he says they're almost there, they just need to destroy that thing and get out. Then he says now it's the soldiers' turn, and they absolutely must not get hurt or die, all for the sake of his record. Then he corrects himself and says it's for their safety. They need to stay in the rear and focus on defense while he finishes this thing off fast. Once he sees they followed his orders, he rushes the monsters at full speed. He thinks that since there are witnesses here, he'd better not use his usual skills, so he weaves past all of them until he leaps up, and then crashes down on top of the monsters, taking several out at once. He keeps doing it like it's the easiest thing in the world until even the monsters seem scared. Then, like a maniac, he calls them over and tells them to hand over their experience points. Right then, that sphere in the middle starts to glow, and Kim realizes it's poison. He tells the soldiers to get back, but the sphere gives off even more purple rays, and MC thinks he'll be fine thanks to his poison immunity. Still, depending on the poison, the others might not make it out. He starts using his dark magic and thinks there's no time for this. They can deal with the rest after he clears the dungeon. But as he activates his demonic energy, the item Patty CO gave him begins to react, and its hidden power unlocks. Kim remembers Patty words and says he wanted to save this for later, when raising his stats got harder. But now the system is saying something about secret powers. A system message appears saying, this is the imitation bracelet. The user can activate any skill they know about, even one they don't have. After the skill is used, the item loses its power and disappears. Realizing he got this item at the perfect moment, Kim thinks he's insanely lucky. He quickly remembers the perfect skill for this situation. A massive sword made of black energy appears in his hand. He says this is the unique skill of the Black Knight, a monster he'll never forget because it was such a pain to defeat. So Kim raises the huge blade, triggers banishment, and summons a demonic sword that tears through space and hurls enemies into a dimensional rift. Then he tells the dungeon to go ahead and test it. And with that, he swings, wiping out everything in front of him, shattering that orb and breaking apart the fake dungeon. Kim is glad it's finally over, but Bongo quickly warns him that they've got a serious problem. Right now, the soldiers outside are setting something up at the dungeon entrance. One of them reports that the mana bomb has been installed, and only essential personnel can stay while everyone else evacuates. Bongo tells him they're planting a mana bomb. He asks if Kim can hear him, but the protagonist tells him not to worry. After smashing the orb, he says they're leaving right now. Outside, they speak with the division commander and hand over the detonator. He says it would be great if this could force the portal open, but it might also trigger an unexpected reaction inside the dungeon. Then he remembers hearing that Kim is still in there. The report confirmed MC is inside the dungeon with his team. Commander Song asks why the hell he is there, wondering why he entered a dungeon outside his area of operations. The officer explains that according to the soldiers on site, the protagonist rushed in right after stating his post. Song asks if the 104th Division has been contacted, and the officer says yes. The commander of the 2nd Battalion where Kim serves is already on the way. That gives Commander Song a little more hope, but even so, the bomb stays in place, ready to be detonated. An officer reports that all troops have already evacuated to a safe distance. Song says they've spent 4 hours inside that dungeon with no proper equipment. He wants to believe in MC, but there's no time left to delay. Then the dungeon starts shaking and breaking apart. They realize the portal is collapsing, so Commander Song orders the medics to prepare beds for survivors immediately, and tells the officers to come armed. Then he runs toward the dungeon, grabbing at it like he wants to tear the opening wider. A medical squad officer arrives and tells everyone to stay ready. Then people start coming out of the dungeon. The commander sees that they all look fine and asks if anyone is hurt. They answer that they're okay. As for the dungeon, the operation was a success. Then Kim appears, bringing out the last one. Commander Song looks at him and the boy goes stiff. But unlike what he expected, Commander Song actually approves of what he did. Later that same afternoon, at the 107th Division headquarters, Kim stands beside the commander and makes up an excuse, saying he was on vacation. So Song asks why he ended up in that dungeon. The protagonist says he came to see him because the commander had promised to buy him a meal. Song is surprised MC used his vacation for that, and even more surprised that right when he arrived, the portal accident happened and he jumped inside. Even Kim knows the story sounds forced, but he has no better option now. So he sticks with it, saying that's exactly what happened when he saw the portal acting strange. His body moved before he could even think. Hearing that, Commander Song actually buys it. He says the more he sees him, the stranger the kid seems, and now he gets why Do-Chiu Kyung praises him so much. He is honestly surprised that worked. Song tells him that clearing a fake dungeon with 0 deaths is an impressive achievement, and thanks him for it. The protagonist feels pretty proud of himself, but then the commander says he's standing out too much. He's being promoted unusually fast, and after today's incident, Hunter Headquarters has probably already started paying attention to him. Kim wonders if that's really a bad thing, and Song tells him that if this attention causes trouble, he should say so right away. Whatever happens, Song and the commander of the 54th Division will help him. MC thanks them both and says that if anything comes up, he'll definitely speak up. Then Song says he won't be able to pay for that meal because he's swamped with work, but if he wants something else, now's the time to ask. If it's possible, he'll grant any request as thanks for saving his men. Kim asks if he can get promoted, but Song says no, that part isn't up to him. Then the protagonist glances to the side and spots another one of those stones filled with demonic energy. He can tell it's weak but refined, and he's surprised he didn't notice it before. Song catches him staring and asks if he wants it, then asks whether he even knows what it is. MC says it's his first time seeing a stone like that. He doesn't know exactly what it is, but he wants to add it to his collection. Song says that's a weirdly desperate hobby. After thinking for a moment, Song explains that it's a byproduct from a dungeon, so it's not supposed to be taken outside. He adds that his house was robbed recently, so that one is all he has left, and if he ever finds the bastard who stole Coda right in front of him. Even so, he picks it up and gives it to him, saying it still hasn't been identified, but it doesn't seem harmful to the human body. He gratefully accepts it. Song thinks that, just like before, he keeps getting involved with this guy, yet for some reason he doesn't mind. Then he remembers something and asks the protagonist what kind of relationship he has with his daughter. MC answers that they're just fellow hunters, nothing more and nothing less. Song likes that answer. He says Kim is on vacation and should enjoy his time, that he can leave now, and also asks him to tell the battalion commander to come in after he leaves. He agrees. That night, the protagonist meets up with Bongu. Bongu starts eating the food MC gave him and acts like it's amazing. MC complains, asking if he plans to keep making that noise all night. Even with that distraction, Kim starts absorbing the stone. His demonic energy rises a lot again, and he wonders if he's nearing the limit. Maybe the stone is becoming less effective because his demonic energy is already so high. Then the system announces that since his demonic energy has reached the limit, he has unlocked the skill Demonic Energy Whip. He is thrilled that he got it. Somewhere in Gyeongbong Province at Hunter Force headquarters, someone is shouting, demanding to know how the hell he's doing his job if he let an accident like this happen. The man apologizes to the lieutenant general, who says the 107th Division will be audited soon and tells him to prepare. He adds that the man should consider himself lucky that this is all he's getting. He says he could have ripped that uniform right off him, and orders him to send that bastard Lee Sanjin straight to headquarters tomorrow. The man agrees, and then someone else enters the room, making the lieutenant general straighten up at once. The newcomer tells the lieutenant general not to be so harsh, his shouting can be heard outside. He immediately apologizes and addresses him as sir. The man sits down and says he received the report, so Gyeonggong thinks something happened. Then Hunter Force Commander General Guhak Yeo asks if this was Kim again. Back with the squad, a commander asks what's going on and where they are. Choi asks if it's what he thinks, if the protagonist is the target. His subordinate says that's exactly right. Those bastards waited on purpose until he wasn't around. About an hour earlier, First Sergeant Tae-hwan and Sergeant First Class Min-soo arrived at the 104th. The commander says he understands what they're asking for, but Kim just returned from leave this morning, so demanding to see him already is a bit much from his point of view. Tae-hwan just asks if he knows whose orders they're following and tells him to do them this favor just this once. But the officer says his battalion and company commanders are absent right now, so this isn't proper. Tae-hwan asks if he needs an official note because they can arrange one immediately. Then he says they'll leave after a short, calm meeting and asks him to bring Kim over right now. Sometime later, MC arrives, introduces himself, and says he was told they were looking for him. When he looks at the two men, he recognizes their squad insignia and wonders if it belongs to a special unit under Hunter Corps headquarters. The officer tells him to come in and starts to introduce them, but Tae-hwan cuts in first, saying he's from the Hunters Special Task Force. He brings up how Kim recently saved several hunters by jumping into the portal of that fake dungeon in Danger, and says that was impressive. He thanks him, but Tae-hwan goes on, saying the Hunters Task Force needs capable people like him. The protagonist starts wondering if this is an offer. Tae-hwan explains that unlike ordinary hunters, they're sent out for special cases, high-risk dungeons, VIP protection, overseas missions, and more. Kim thinks none of that really matters to him. Still, if they promise him a big promotion, he'll definitely say yes. Tae-hwan adds that because they deal with crimes involving civilian hunters who aren't tied to the military, strong combat ability is extremely important. MC's outstanding performance over time hasn't gone unnoticed by headquarters, so Tae-hwan says he wants to offer him what he deserves, along with a special promotion that catches him off guard. Tae-hwan tells Kim that his unit doesn't accept ordinary soldiers, so if he volunteers to join the Hunters Special Task Force, headquarters will promote him to Staff Sergeant immediately. On top of that, the Special Task Force offers far more chances to move up than the rest of the Hunter Corps, since they're usually sent on missions where you can build major achievements. So he says he sees no reason for the protagonist to turn it down. But then Tae-hwan gets a call. He sets the phone on the table, Kim asks about it, and Jang explains that Special Task Force gear isn't a normal smartphone. It's built for security, since most of their work is classified. Hearing that, MC starts asking if he'd still be allowed to use the internet and computers freely. Tae-hwan says security is a huge deal in the STF. Internet and electronics are strictly banned at headquarters, and they even suggest avoiding them during leave. He brushes it off as a small sacrifice for a great chance to serve the country, adding that he would be treated very well, so there's nothing to worry about. That kills Kim's interest on the spot, and the officer beside him says those guys have no clue. He adds that they don't make this kind of offer to just anyone, so the protagonist should think carefully, but MC says he's staying where he is, shocking both officers. Tae-hwan asks why, and he explains, which makes Jang furious. Kim turned them down because of Dungeon Power Fighter. Jang can't believe he'd throw away this chance over some game. The generals even held a meeting because of him, and now he's rejecting it for that. To Jang, that sounds insane. The protagonist calmly says he's serious. To him, that game is like a vital source of energy, and nothing can replace it. Tae-hwan clearly doesn't like that answer, but says he understands. In the end, MC's choice matters most, so they'll leave. The officer, now in a much better mood, asks if they're heading out already, and points them toward the exit. As they step out the door, Jang mutters that his achievements are probably exaggerated. He says he is just making excuses because he knows he wouldn't last if he joined. He even adds that without special chances like this, someone like the protagonist would never pass the entrance test. That gets MC to bite, and he asks how Jang can be so sure. The officer asks what his problem is, but Jang tells him to say that again. Kim says he doesn't know how their test works, but wants to know why Jang is so certain he'd fail. Jang walks right up to him and asks if he wants proof. The officer tries to stop it, and asks the first sergeant what exactly he's trying to do. Tae-hwan holds him back and asks if they can borrow the training center for a bit, so the two head there, take off their jackets, and face each other. Tae-hwan and the officer watch from the side. Jang explains that the entrance test is a free spar against a veteran from the Special Force. He tells Kim that if he thinks he can't handle it, now's the time to say so. The protagonist answers that he never planned to join the task force anyway. So if he passes the test, Jang will have to apologize for being rude. That only makes Jang angrier. He snaps, asking how Kim dares talk like that while holding a tiny weapon, and says he'll fix that attitude. Tae-hwan announces a 3-minute round and asks if they're ready. Then the match begins with both of them squared up. Jang rushes in with a fast attack at MC, who ducks and barely avoids it, but Jang instantly follows with another thrust, sending Kim flying back. Then he slams into the wall and drops to the floor with a smile. As he watches that, the officer remembers Kim smiling like this even now, and thinks back to what he told him before the match. He had asked what the protagonist planned to do, and MC answered that he was going to win, obviously. At the time, the officer thought Kim might actually pull it off, but he was more worried about what would happen if he did. He had even asked if something bad could happen if he won. The officer warned him that this squad was known for its pride, and if that pride got crushed, they might cause trouble, so Kim figured he'd just let Jang land one hit. Back in the present, Jang turns around looking pleased that he hit the kid, and Tae-hwan says the match is over, telling them to take the protagonist to the medic. He adds that Kim can at least take comfort in dodging the first major attack, but from the STF's point of view, he's still too weak. Then MC gets back up and says it's not over yet. Jang is stunned, saying that's impossible, because that attack definitely landed clean. He can't understand how Kim is still standing. Tae-hwan asks if he really wants to keep going. He knows it's only training, but if he pushes too far and gets hurt, that won't help anyone. The protagonist says it's fine, and tells them to come again. Jang calls him arrogant, saying this isn't courage, and he'll make Kim regret standing up again. MC asks if he's really going that far while charging his rope with demonic energy. Jang calls him arrogant again and charges straight at the boy, trying to land a hit. But Kim blocks every single attack, Jang starts to panic and thrusts at him again, but Kim wraps the sword with his whip, rips it from Jang's hand, throws it aside, and fully disarms him. Then he starts lashing his whip down on Jang. Jang says the kid is pretty skilled with a whip, but those hits won't even tickle. Then the strikes suddenly start hurting for real, and he begins to scream. Tae-hwan wonders what's going on, because First Sergeant Jang is dropping to his knees from attacks like these. Jang starts shaking in pain, and Kim swings the whip again and lands another hard strike on him. It hits Jang right in the chest, even as he begs Kim to wait. He swings the whip again and says that first attack was strong, and he knows the STF hunters are skilled, but this is Jang's first time being hit by a demonic whip. The protagonist asks how it feels. Pretty exciting, isn't it? He adds that even thick-skinned orc warriors drop to their knees from a single blow like that. Then he tells Jang to stop being so full of himself just because he's decent in a fight. Tae-hwan steps in and tells him to stop, saying that's enough. And then Kim nearly strikes Jang again right between the legs. Jang blacks out from pure fear, but MC missed on purpose. Tae-hwan rushes over to help his friend. He thinks about how Jang never even blinked when a whole group of orcs attacked him, yet now he passed out from pain. Tae-hwan can't understand how a simple training whip could be this strong. Then he realizes it. He can't let Kim get away. Tae-hwan says a subordinate's mistake is also the superior's mistake, and asks if he can apologize in Jang's place. He thinks about it and wonders if he used too much demonic energy, admitting he feels a little bad. He says it's fine, then adds that he acted recklessly and apologizes to Tae-hwan. After that, Tae-hwan hands him a paper and tells him to call if he changes his mind. The officer asks if they're leaving already, and whether they want to stop by the medic first. Tae-hwan says no, they need to go. Kim, holding the paper, asks if that really wasn't a pretty good way to settle things. In the present, the commander laughs and says it's great to hear that. Then he asks where Kim is now, and the officer says he came back in his training alone. His superior says he'll personally report to the division commander that the protagonist turned down the hunter's STF offer, and he's sure the commander will be pleased. He says MC may have rejected the STF today, but now they probably want him even more. There's no way they'll give up that easily. The officer asks if they should do something to keep him here, but the superior says the division commander already expected this, so there's no need to worry. He says they just need to wait and see what kind of offer the division commander has prepared for Sergeant Kim. Okyu-ong is very curious about what the protagonist actually did, and says he bets those arrogant STF guys are furious right now. He adds that no matter what privilege he offers, if MC decides to join the STF, he can't stop him. That's why he's been careful. But this situation changed that. Now he says it's finally time for them to act, and Okyu-ong agrees, saying they need to show their gratitude properly. Then he picks up the phone and asks if the thing he mentioned is ready. Hearing that it is, he happily tells them to bring all the related files over right away. Later in the barracks, everyone notices what Kim is wearing and asks what's going on. Okyu-ong announces that from now on he will be the commander of the 2nd Squad in the 2nd Battalion, and tells everyone to behave. Tae-hwan asks if Hono is getting promoted, and Okyu-ong says not yet, but he is aiming for staff sergeant soon. Since he already has enough points for promotion, he's giving his current post to Kim, and he assumes no one objects. Tae-hwan says of course not, and Gwang-sik adds that nobody but the protagonist could replace him anyway. Then Dong-jin asks MC a question. MC tells him to go ahead, and Dong-jin says he heard someone from the 104th Division cleared a fake dungeon alone a while back. Since he was on leave when it happened, was it him? Gwang-sik says that's true. The whole hunter community in Ixis has been talking about it. The protagonist admits it was him. He says he happened to be in Daedaejeon at the time and ended up going there. The others ask if that's really true, amazed. They ask if he got hurt, and Kim says he's fine. Gwang-sik asks if that had anything to do with MC being picked as squad commander, and whether he got any other reward too. He says yes, and everyone immediately asks what it was, all fired up. A few days later, inside the Goblin Colony dungeon, they cut down monster after monster. Gwang-sik says he can't believe Kim got an STF offer so soon. Han-young is even more shocked that the protagonist flat out refused it, and even beat up a first sergeant during it. During the fight, Gwang-sik says that story is hard to believe. Nobody outside the military would buy it. Still, the division commander made MC the leader of the squad, and even promised a promotion to second sergeant within a year if enough points are earned. Han-young says even Hanro approved right away, since everyone knows how he feels about the hunter's FTE. While they talk, a huge orc shows up near them and lets out a roar. None of them even react, because Kim's whip lashes out in a flash and beats the monster down completely. It drops to its knees and starts crying. Gwang-sik says that weapon is personal gear the division commander gave Kim, and it's seriously good. Han-young agrees. He adds that not even the platoon commander has personal equipment yet. These are real privileges. Meanwhile, he keeps beating the orc down, and Gwang-sik wonders why he had to pick a whip. Turns out the commander offered him any weapon he wanted, and that's what the protagonist chose. With rewards like that, he gets why MC turned down the hunter's offer. It's rare for a sergeant to get personal equipment, and apparently the division commander had to push through a mountain of paperwork to make it happen. Kim says this is even better than he expected. The weight balance and grip are excellent, way above normal gear. On top of that, because of that Amanda Stone, he can rack up kills without wasting demonic energy to make it stronger. He's already thinking about getting promoted within the year. At this rate, that weapon will speed things up fast. Then, on Saturday in Chuncheon, they go out to eat. But Kim feels uneasy, asking Yoon-seo why she's having dinner with him when Lee Sun-do walks in with more food and says they can start eating now. She looks happy, but he's still completely suspicious. Watching him, she asks why he isn't eating and says she's paying so he can have as much as he wants. He says that's not the issue. What bothers him is how she knew he was off today, coming to Chuncheon, and even to this exact restaurant. That makes him think of Kwang-sik, asking if that bastard told her. She says no, it was all just a coincidence. That only makes him more annoyed. She quickly apologizes and admits she was the one who asked, so he shouldn't be mad at Kwang-sik. Kim says he'll decide that for himself, then asks if this isn't weird. She asks what he means, and he just blurts it out. Does she like him? She turns bright red and asks what kind of nonsense that is, wondering why he's suddenly talking so casually. He tells her she can speak casually too since they're around the same age, and she admits that's true. Still, she says it's not like she likes him, so he shouldn't get the wrong idea. The older ladies nearby immediately notice how tsundere she's acting, and start saying youth is wonderful. So Kim asks why she wanted to eat with him. He guesses she took time off after hearing from Kwang-sik that he was free today. She says that's true, but there's another reason too. He asks what reason, and she brings up the training center's side dungeon, the red evaluation gate at Huisheng Public Welfare Support, and that fake dungeon from before. He asks what she's getting at. She says weird things seem to happen wherever he goes, and honestly she came because she was curious whether something would happen this time too. Then she realizes how ridiculous that sounds, and gets so embarrassed she says part of it out loud. Kim just stares at her, then starts laughing nervously, saying she makes him sound like some walking natural disaster. She notices how odd he's acting, and he starts wondering if she figured something out. Just then, to dodge the issue, he changes the subject and asks if she's a corporal now. She says she passed the promotion test last week. He tells her that was fast and says he expected nothing less from her. She complains that he must be making fun of her since he's already a sergeant. Then she notices he's still speaking casually, and he reminds her to do the same. She decides maybe she will. Even so, she keeps pouting at him. At the same time, Kim uses demonic energy to scan the area around them, and wonders why this had to happen now. She's too sharp, and he took leave again because a gate was about to appear. His shadow had been guiding him there, so he says he has no choice, and claims he needs to use the bathroom. She says that's fine. He slips away quietly and thinks it should be around there. Then his shadow appears. Kim calls it his best employee and says he can already feel a nasty demonic presence. Then he asks where that damn bongo is, since he hasn't heard from him in a while. Right then, he feels the gate opening beside him. He thinks it's lucky nobody is walking around there because it's winter. Then the portal opens right in front of the boy, and he wonders why it had to be in a residential area like this. So many people live there. Doesn't this thing have any shame? With no better option, he decides to handle it fast for the civilian's sake and for his promotion. He moves up to the portal and sees something coming out, so he gets ready to fight. But then an alert pops up on his phone with an emergency notice. It says low-level monsters may not be able to leave, but stronger ones can. If it's beyond what he can handle, then all he can do is keep its attention. The military already knows, so he needs a plan to buy time. He gathers more demonic energy, and the monster that comes out has no eyes, with a blade where its hand should be. It roars at Kim, and he realizes it's a hunker. The monster attacks, but the protagonist ducks with ease and asks if that's all for now. He also wonders how much demonic energy it absorbed, because those arms definitely look dangerous. Kim quickly backs away from it, saying those blades look sharp, but they don't matter as long as they don't touch him. Then he activates Black Arrow, but the monster doesn't wait to be hit. It throws its blade toward him along with chains. The attack comes very close, but he barely manages to dodge it. He wonders what kind of trick that was, but the monster starts reeling him in just by moving its arm. It drags him back and attacks again right after, so Kim Min-jun has to let go to avoid being hit. Then he punches the monster with demonic energy and looks back, realizing it still wasn't enough. The monster is barely hanging on, so he thinks he'll have to hit it one more time. Then Yoon-seo shows up, and he can't believe she's there. She's charging at the monster with a street sign, and when he sees her run in, the monster tries to strike her, but Kim Min-jun grabs the chain and stops the hit, then asks what she's doing there. The monster thrashes around and she snaps back, asking what he's doing there without even a weapon, after ditching her in the middle of dinner. He asks how she even knew he was there. Then she grabs that street sign and hurls it at the monster, saying she saw the emergency alert. Seeing the sign flying at the monster, Kim runs to her, jumps, catches it in midair, and asks if she at least paid first while coating it with demonic energy. Then he slams it down onto that blind monster, crushing it into the ground. A huge cloud of dust rises, and he starts absorbing its demonic energy. After the dust settles, she says she had doubts, but it really was a hunker, and he just killed that super dangerous monster by himself. Kim says a certain someone helped a little, though if she hadn't shown up, the fight would have gone much easier. But she says that's not the point. This wasn't a normal monster. It was a hunker with chain blade arms, so the two of them need to have a serious talk right now. But then more of those monsters start coming out. She sees there are 5 of them and tells Kim Min-jun they need to get out fast and join the reinforcements when they arrive. MC says that's a good idea. She should leave and regroup with the others when they get there. But she asks about him. Is he seriously gonna fight those things alone? Has he lost his mind? The monsters start roaring, and he pays no attention to what she's saying. He takes his stance, wraps himself in demonic energy, and charges straight at them, fired up to earn that promotion. Meanwhile, in another world, a hooded woman walks through many places, murmuring strange words until she reaches a certain temple. Inside the temple, she steps to the center of a design on the floor, clasps her hands and prays. Then she removes the hood, revealing a beautiful red-haired woman who tells her Lord Minode to wait for her. Then a helicopter flies over the sea near Nagasaki toward a deserted island where two officials are waiting. The helicopter slowly descends and lands in front of them. Two of the army's top figures step out, and the man there thanks the general for coming. He introduces himself as Masaru from the Japanese Hunters Association, and the other man introduces himself as General Seo-kyung, the top general of Korea's hunter forces. Seo Gyung says Masaru's Korean is very good. Masaru thanks him as they talk, then asks them to head toward that massive portal. So Seo Gyung takes in everything they have to show him. He says the plan looks solid. Everything checks out, and it's surprisingly complete for something prepared on such short notice. Masaru replies that's because he gave them excellent troops, and Seo Gyung thanks him again. Seo Gyung adds that the Japanese Hunters Association must be worried about these strange dungeons. Since this one appeared on a deserted island, it was even harder to find, and with an abnormal dungeon like this, of course it won't be easy. Still, he says he doubts Masaru asked for joint action just because Japan lacks strength. So he asks what Masaru really wants. Masaru pauses for a moment. Then he says Seo Ki-young already knows how Japan handles dungeons, through the government-run Hunters Association and the civilian-run guild system. For now, they don't have a shortage of manpower. Even so, with abnormal dungeons showing up much more often in recent years, he feels they need a more organized hunter training system. Seo Ki-young thinks that over while Masaru continues. Masaru decides to be blunt. He's interested in Korea's hunter training system. He hoped this joint operation would help build that connection. That immediately cheers Seo Ki-young up. He figures that must be why General Go Hak-chol sent him here, and even put that bastard on the expedition list. Now he wants to leave a good impression. That has to be it, and he also remembers that other shady general who sent him. Masaru then brings up a certain hunter, saying the man is remarkable. For someone who joined only recently, that kind of evaluation is unusual. Seo Ki-young already knows exactly who he means. Masaru says that Hunter's rapid promotion and how often he shows up in Korea's hunter community really caught his eye. According to the report he received, the rumors seem true. He asks how someone could grow that strong so fast, calling it impressive. Seo Ki-young starts feeling trapped, trying to come up with an explanation. But Masaru just says he's excited to see how Seo Ki-young's sergeant performs in this raid. And meanwhile, Kim is already in the middle of the raid, right in front of an ogre. One of the soldiers, Nielsen, shouts for him to be careful because the thing is about to hit him. Before it can, another fighter rushes in, stopping the ogre's blow and barely saving the protagonist, who still hasn't moved. Then the blonde guy jumps in too and shamelessly steals the opening from the other man. At this point, they seem to be getting in each other's way more than helping. The ogre gets knocked back, but it's still in good shape and completely furious. Then the masked man admits the monster is tougher than he expected. The blonde agrees, and a girl from the rear tells them to leave it to her as she gets ready to strike. The ogre charges with full force, raising its club to smash her into the ground. She just watches it calmly, then slices it apart in one rush, cutting its whole body into pieces with a single swing of her sword. Blood sprays everywhere, and she sheathes her blade with a perfect hero pose. That's Suzuki Mew from the Japanese Hunters Association. Everyone praises her amazing swordsmanship, and she gets a little flustered by all the attention. They quickly check for injuries, but everyone's fine. The blonde is from Japan's Danjo Hen Guild, and the masked man is from that same guild too. As they stare at the shredded ogre, the blonde says Suzuki is a monster in her own right. His friend asks if she wants to join Danjo, saying she'd be one of their stars, but she walks right past him. Instead, she goes to Kim and asks if he's okay. He has no idea what to make of that. She tells him he looked distracted, and when he's the one suggesting cooperation, he can't let people get hurt or die. If he's scared, he should stay back and support them. Better yet, not join the fight at all. MC just watches her and calmly says, okay, adding that her Korean is really good. She simply turns around and leaves. Nearby, the doctor of the 104th Squad, Major John Hyun-do, studies the monster and says, it's much bigger than the red dokebi that appeared in Korea. Looks like Japan is struggling with dungeon threats too. He asks the other officer what he thinks, but when he turns around, the man is already gone, heading straight toward Kim to start trouble. Full of attitude, he demands to know what he thinks he's doing. He asks if he is trying to embarrass them and make their whole nation look bad. This is Captain Sang-deok, and he awkwardly says it wasn't really on purpose. Sang-deok says he knew this would happen the moment the protagonist was sent here, and he doesn't get why the division commander likes him so much. Then the doctor cuts in, telling both of them to calm down, and saying Sang-deok shouldn't be so hard on him, since the protagonist lacks experience. But Sang-deok argues that doesn't make it okay. Didn't the major hear what the Japanese hunter said? MC explains he was only watching because he wanted to see the level of everyone's skills here, but he guesses that caused a misunderstanding. He thinks back on the blonde man's skill, the girl's skill, and the masked man's too, realizing the Japanese hunters are better than he expected. Then he glances to the side and thinks that she especially is really good. Sang-dok orders Kim to stay close because he's going to keep an eye on him. He is annoyed when the captain grabs his shoulder, but he just agrees. He wonders what this guy is even thinking, since he hasn't helped much so far. Meanwhile, the group keeps talking while the girl notices something, and Suzu turns shocked, grabbing her sword and warning that something's coming. But as she says that, it reaches them almost instantly. She manages to stop the incoming axe with one hand and throw it upward. The axe drops and sticks into the ground, and she stares, startled, trying to see where it came from. Then from deep inside the cave, something steps out of the shadows, revealing a blue demon grinning at all of them. They realize it's the dungeon boss, and the moment she shouts that out, everyone goes on alert. Kim does too, though he barely shows it. Suzu looks to the masked man and gets into position. She says she already shared their location with the other teams. Until reinforcements arrive, they'll stay on defense. She's ready to fall back if needed, but the monster suddenly lunges at her, and she doesn't notice in time. She realizes it was almost too late. Luckily, the other two rush in and strike the boss to stop its charge. But the monster calmly catches both of them by the leg at the same time, like they're moving in slow motion. They freeze in shock and the boss flings them aside. That gives Suzu an opening to stab at its stomach. But the moment she attacks, the monster doesn't even budge. It takes the hit and her sword can't cut through it. It even smiles at her attack, and then one of the officers starts explaining the mana sword, a weapon made for fighting monsters by absorbing the user's mana to boost destructive power. The aura around the blade proves that power, and her sword is on a whole different level from the gear the soldiers use. Kim is oddly pleased, like he's learning something new. Then that officer charges in with his own mana sword. He boasts that he's a sword instructor from the 104th Division's top hunter squad, but the monster lifts its foot to stomp his face, only for him to get blasted away instead. Suzuki jumps in, nearly cutting off the monster's leg as she protects him. She tells the captain to fall back, saying she'll buy time, so he needs to grab the others and get out fast. But Kim is already moving everyone out of danger and putting them somewhere safe. She looks over in confusion, wondering when he even managed to do that. Then she tells him that if he's done that much, he should stay in the rear for his own safety. But the protagonist questions that, asking why they don't just kill it. The boss, obviously. She shuts that idea down at once, saying it's too dangerous. They need to regroup first and then act. Kim wonders if that's really how it's done, while pouring an absurd amount of mana into his sword, way more than either of them showed. Suzuki can only stare, eyes wide at what he's doing. Even the boss is shaken, and its smug smile disappears. Missy keeps forcing more mana into the blade, and the energy gets so intense that the boss grabs a weapon, trying to fight him head-on. Kim sees it coming and just stands there while the monster attacks. As the axe swings toward his face, the boss notices something else flying at it too. Then it gets blasted away by Kim's sword and ends up stuck in the cave ceiling like something out of a cartoon. He looks surprised by what he just did, while the boss is furious from the hit it took. He keeps pouring mana from the sword like a storm, and the girl notices it too. His mana starts shining in every direction, sending lightning-like bursts all around. Then the energy he's been releasing starts to change color into something that feels like his true mana. But the weapon can't handle that pressure, so the sword breaks apart, and the monster is left writhing from the pain of those attacks. Suzuki is shocked the equipment gave out like that. That definitely shouldn't have happened. Kim thinks he probably shouldn't have gone all out. It's a shame about the sword, but then he looks at the boss, now on the ground and trembling in fear just from seeing him. The protagonist turns toward the creature, its limbs wrecked, and says he'll make up for the broken sword by killing the boss the hard way. Sometime later, back with the rest of Kim's team, everyone's relaxed and happy. They can't even remember the last time they got to rest this peacefully during a mission. The redhead says all this happened because of MC and John. Since they decided there are no work exemptions no matter your rank, everyone's been worked like dogs. He grumbles that in their last few years they should rest while they still can. Then someone warns him to watch his mouth. They remind him there's a snitch among them, but he quickly says he's innocent. He explains that ever since he got assigned to the sergeant's team, he's been living with them instead of going to QQC. Then he asks what choice he even has. He became a monster of a sergeant just 1 month after being appointed, so of course he has to follow his orders no matter what. The guy gets more and more annoyed, while another says he does have a point. Even so, he thinks Kim made the platoon's mood way better, and everyone got stronger because of him. The redhead shrugs it off and says he just hopes the protagonist stays in Japan for a long time. Honestly, it'd be even better if he only came back after the redhead leaves. But then he spots Lee Dong-jin walking nearby. The redhead runs over, introduces himself, and asks why Lee Dong-jin is working this hard when he's only a corporal. The kid doesn't even know how to answer that. Then the redhead asks if there's any news about Sergeant the 1,100th calling himself MC's #1 fan. Lee Dong-jin says he actually did hear something. Apparently they finished yesterday's route. He beat the boss to death with a whip right in front of the girl, and she could barely believe it. Lee Dong-jin says he doesn't know exactly what happened, but he handled the boss all by himself, and everyone is left stunned. They can't believe the mission is already over, and they ask if the protagonist is coming back today. Lee Dong-jin says they finished way earlier than expected, so the team got a break. Kim is staying in Japan for 1 day and will return tomorrow. That makes everyone lose it. He's taking a vacation in Japan and only for one day. They joke that he should just get a whole year off so he never has to come back. Some of the others think that's actually a good thing, but the bald guy says he really wants to know what MC is doing over there. Of course, none of them can know what crazy thing he's up to, so they joke that maybe he's out clearing dungeons by himself. Everyone starts laughing until they realize he probably really would do that. And over in Japan, Kim is actually walking through a pretty shady area. A crow spots him there and asks who it is. It's his own crow. The bird says it found the closest place with demonic energy. Just like he asked, the protagonist plans to head there, clean it out, and absorb that energy. He praises the crow for the good work and says he can't waste time after coming all this way. The crow then complains that it couldn't do anything because of some lag. It asks who this lag guy is and says it wants to teach him a lesson. MC tells it not to worry since this is something even he can't control. That shocks the crow. If even the great MC can't do anything about it, then maybe this really is scary. Then comes a quick joke about suffering without internet too, and he tells the crow to shut up for a second. That's because it notices someone coming closer. Whoever it is arrives on a bike and stops near him. She pulls up right in front of Kim, takes off her helmet, and reveals herself. It's Suzuki. She asks what he's doing there. Seeing her, the protagonist complains and asks if she's stalking him or something. Suzuki says he's getting the wrong idea. This area has been abandoned since a dungeon break in the past, and access is heavily restricted. Even so, the association monitors the place non-stop. Then she points for him to look. Kim glances back, confused, and notices a camera nearby. He hadn't seen it before. The crow freaks out when it notices the camera too. It flies over to check what's going on, and when it looks down, Kim is glaring so hard he may as well be cursing it out. The crow defends itself, saying it only sensed demonic energy there and passed the message along. MC tells it they'll be having a talk later. Suzuki cuts back in and asks again what he's doing there. So he says he just got lost while out for a walk. A really weak excuse. Suzuki obviously doesn't buy it. As Kim quietly wonders where exactly he is, Suzuki thinks he feels different from other awakened people. There's something strange about him, but she can't pin it down, and that's why she came herself even though she didn't need to. Right then, something explodes behind her, making Suzuki jump. When she turns around, a huge bull-like monster charges straight at her, smashing through everything. Suzuki instantly takes a fighting stance. Kim realizes that thing is probably connected to Livongo, who told him to just trust him. That bull must be here because of that. Suzuki tells him to get out of there, but warns him not to go underground because part of it is corrupted and could drive him insane. He immediately thinks that's exactly where he's going. She adds that staying down there too long could even kill him, so he absolutely has to avoid the underground section. Instead, Kim just runs off, and Suzuki is left wondering what on earth he's doing. She also can't understand why the monster appeared. If a gate had opened, the detection system should have caught it. So was it hiding there the whole time and only showed itself now? Even while she's thinking that, the monster the protagonist sent out lets out a roar, and Suzuki decides she has to deal with it first. She rushes the beast and tries to cut it down. As her slash flies in, Livongo catches sight of it and panics. Terrified, he turns around and runs for his life without a second thought. Suzuki finds that weird, especially since the monster is suddenly bolting, so she chases after it to buy some time. Meanwhile, all those cameras get destroyed by Kim. He's heading into the underground area, and he makes sure to leave no trace. Using Black Arrow, he takes out the cameras. He notices the place is covered in warnings, telling people not to enter the underground section, which only makes him more curious. So he kicks the warnings aside and opens the way in. Not long after going down, he starts to feel demonic energy. It's even better than he expected. His demonic energy stat starts climbing, and he heads deeper in with a grin. He says the place is packed with demonic energy. Then the system announces that he hit the limit and unlocked Infernal Demonic Explosion. Corruption also improves, and because there's so much demonic energy there, he unlocks Reign of Corruption. Demonic Understanding gets stronger too, and Demonic Energy Whip levels up as well. Kim looks at the status window and thinks this is perfect. His demonic energy reaches 30, along with all those boosted skills. He says he can't go bothering Livongo after getting this many buffs, though honestly, he hopes Livongo can run, because if MC catches him, he's dead. Meanwhile, Suzuki keeps chasing Livongo all over the place until she notices something strange. He's hiding behind a pillar, jamming his sword in there. Her attack almost hits him by accident. He starts shaking and looks close to tears. Suzuki senses that something is off. She pulls the sword free and lets him move, but he still looks scared out of his mind. Then he tries to peek into that hole, which is a terrible idea, because Suzuki shreds the stone apart. She reveals him behind it, clearly in the mood to kill something. On the other side, Livongo uses his secret technique, turning into a tiny cute cat with big watery eyes to melt Suzuki's heart. It actually works. She gets all soft over the little cat and starts moving toward it. But then it fakes a scratch, darts away, and takes off running. Suzuki is left disappointed that the cat didn't give her any attention. A moment later, she calmly stands up and answers the phone, introducing herself as Suzuki. She says she's still searching and is focusing on areas without cameras. Then she's surprised to hear that the monitoring team also lost contact, but says she'll check things once they arrive. Then they tell her something else that shocks her. The corruption level in the underground area dropped a lot. They say the crystal's color changed too. It normally gets darker when it reacts to corrupted material, but now it's moved closer to its original color. They admit they're confused as well. Unless their equipment is malfunctioning, the only other possibility is that the corrupted material leaked out, so they ask if she's noticed anything unusual. Suzuki says no, she hasn't seen anything out of the ordinary. On the other end, they say they'll report it as an equipment fault for now and send a team to handle it, because there's no way all that corrupted material could just disappear at once. Suzuki thinks for a moment, looks back, and wonders if Kim might be behind it. Sometime later, all the officers gather together. The same guy who was mad at Kim before is still angry, while the Japanese leader talks with the Korean leader and the argument keeps going in the background. But he notices something. He looks to the side and sees Suzuki there. He asks what she's doing, then he tells her to stop it and leave, because she keeps staring at him. Suzuki asks if he enjoyed his walk yesterday. The protagonist tries to act like he has no idea what she means, then says yes, thanks to her. She then asks if there's any chance he knows who broke into one of the underground entrances. Her stare makes it clear she may already know. She adds that every nearby surveillance device was destroyed, so they still have no idea what happened. She asks if he noticed anything suspicious. Feeling all the blame in that question, he says no. He was focused on his walk. Suzuki can tell he's lying, but she lets it slide. She says it's fine, adds that she's glad his walk was safe, and tells him she'll see him later. After she leaves, another officer asks what that was all about. Before going, she speaks to Kim. She says she hopes to see him around again. That night, somewhere else. Both Crow and Lee Bongo are completely worn out. The protagonist heads over there, carrying someone in his arms. A few days earlier, at the training grounds, the protagonist is beating down everyone on his team. They're all sprawled on the ground, totally exhausted. He says they must have lost their edge while he was gone. Then he blasts them, asking if he didn't tell them to train on their own. All of them together couldn't even last 30 seconds. He demands to know why they still can't improve and how they expect to do their jobs like this. They complain it hasn't even been a week yet, cursing him out and begging for a break. He says he had high hopes for them, but even that one disappointed him. Even his former superior is lying there in bad shape. He asks if they think making sad puppy faces will make him go easy on them, then orders them to get up. Still getting madder, he says he's going to fix every last one of them. Then he notices something. He mentions a strange feeling he's getting. Everyone thinks that's odd too, so he suddenly leaves, telling them to train however they want for the day. They wonder if that means they've been spared, and the protagonist heads outside. As he runs, he asks Lee Bongo where he is. He wants to know if that burst of demonic energy came from him, what is going on, and tells him to answer. Lee Bongo actually replies, asking what's wrong and what happened. He says it's from the shock of crossing dimensions, and then his presence starts fading, but the protagonist keeps demanding answers. Soon he reaches the middle of the forest, but no one's there. He realizes Lee Bongo's demonic energy is getting weaker, so he tries to pinpoint the location, and when he finally figures it out, he sprints toward it. On the way, he thinks about that dimensional crossing shock and realizes it's becoming more serious. His mind goes back to Isgard, the place he escaped from. There, several muscular men in skirts are chasing what looks like a girl. One of them is about to hit her when she spins around and jumps over him, landing on his head and knocking him out. Another one attacks right after, but she turns it around and makes him take the hit instead. She throws the attack back and slips past the second attacker too. She shakes off the whole group, knocking them down, but then someone else shows up. This one looks way tougher. Their clash smashes through a door and the girl gets hurled inside by that brute. Even after she falls, he keeps coming after her. She realizes she's in trouble, and someone declares that stealing from the goddess's temple is a serious crime. Then someone arrives, the same blonde woman from the beginning. She says if the girl surrenders now, she might spare her life. That catches the girl off guard, until she looks to the side and notices exactly what's there. At that point, she decides surrender will never happen. She activates magic through a circle and gets ready to cross dimensions. The blonde asks if she really wants to do this instead. Then the blonde says she gets it. The girl plans to use a divine relic to escape, because she doesn't have enough power to cross dimensions on her own. But it should be impossible for her to know the coordinates. The redhead laughs and says she's right. She did activate an interdimensional teleport circle. As for the coordinates beyond this world, she got them from a parasite, Lee Bongo. That finally makes the blonde worry. She orders that giant fighter to stop her, and he charges in. But the redhead manages to activate the sacred relic. The portal opens and blasts that brute away. As she passes through dimensions, she even flips off the blonde. But then she suddenly reacts, staring at her. Things went exactly the way the blonde wanted, and she's actually smiling about it. Back in the real world, Lee Bongo is happily talking to the protagonist's little shadow. He asks if that demonic energy tastes good, says it came from very far away, and tells the little thing to be grateful for the share and to listen to him. But the monster ignores him and keeps eating. Lee Bongo says this was a reward from Master Kim for a job well done, and he's still sharing it. Yet the shadow just starts laughing. He hates that and demands it give the energy back instead of eating it. The shadow runs off, so he chases after it and tells it to come back. Then a portal starts forming, right behind them, and both of them freeze in shock. The energy keeps rising until the portal bursts open, bringing the girl from the other world. At that same moment, the protagonist is asking what happened, and whether something is wrong. And just as Libongo starts talking about the shock of crossing dimensions, the girl appears. He begins losing consciousness and can't answer the protagonist. The redhead looks at him and says it's been a while, calling him a parasite again. He's shocked to see her there, but he passes out along with the shadow. She realizes this is the right place, the very spot where Master Minodi is, but she starts collapsing backward. The protagonist appears just in time to catch her. She's surprised to see him and calls him Master, but she loses consciousness in his arms. Instead of being happy to see her, he gets furious and asks if these idiots are insane. First it was that one, and now this crazy girl too. Both of them suddenly showed up. He says he can't deal with them, then uses Demon Hand to grab all three. Clearly pissed, he says he'll make sure she stays alive, so he can punish her himself, gripping her tightly. As she starts waking up, she sees what's happening. Still happy to see Minoji, she says it wasn't a dream, and that she really missed him. But then she notices how he's holding her and turns bright red. She introduces herself as his loyal disciple and greets him by leaping into his arms, apologizing for making him waste his precious demonic energy on her. She says she'll repay him with her life, but he brushes that off. He says she's always talking about dying for him, so why not stay alive as long as possible and pay her debt that way? She apologizes again. The protagonist realizes there's no real dealing with someone this crazy, so he drops it and asks what happened. Unlike Libongo, she was supposed to be the brain and pride of the cult. He even took 10 whole minutes to give her a better name than Libongo. So what is she doing here and why? She says that unlike that parasite, unlike Libongo, she came for a different reason. That annoys him since Libongo didn't even really have a reason. But he focuses and asks if she saw something. The girl says yes. With that shining eye of hers, she saw something. That eye is an unstable demonic eye, an extremely rare item he gave her after she lost an eye in battle. Its power is an imperfect prophecy, so he asks what exactly she saw. Her answer, the fall of Earth. She basically witnessed an apocalypse on Earth, with the protagonist there alongside Crow. That shocks him. He doesn't really get what she means by saying Earth will fall. Part of him thinks she's just being crazy again, but she says the demonic eye didn't show when it happens, only that she clearly saw him standing on what was left of Earth with that parasite Libongo beside him. He asks if she came all this way just to tell him that, using the tracking spell he placed on Libongo for supervision, all because they showed up in a prophecy. Still annoyed, he mocks her a bit, then asks how she even got here. She doesn't have enough power to cross dimensions, so did she steal a divine relic from the temple or something? Then he notices she really is wearing a divine relic on her wrist. That makes him calm down a little. After that, he asks what caused the end of the world. She says she thinks it's war. She felt a clash of hatred connected to Minisgard. That catches him off guard, and he asks what she's talking about. He says he already cleaned up that war, so are they in another one now? And who is it against this time? The girl says the Nova Empire has returned. Before Kim came back to Earth in the northern region of the Nova Empire, the place was in terrible shape, with dead monsters all along the path. He himself was walking through the middle of it all, until he reached a giant boss monster split apart and crudely stitched back together. He stands face to face with that giant. Its master looks at the protagonist and at the slaughtered monsters around him, then tells him not to get cocky just because he beat some trash. The monster in front of him is radiating demonic energy, and the man says all those others were just test subjects for this big one. The protagonist asks if he knows him. The man says he's a Duke of the Nova Empire, so of course he has information. The protagonist just listens. Duke keeps staring at him, then says it's a waste for someone like him to be used as a hunting dog. He offers him a place by his side, promising much bigger work, but the prota turns him down. He shuts it down right away, saying they're not friends and asking what kind of nonsense this is. If Duke's done talking, then they should finish this now. Duke insists that with what they know, they could help him rise even higher. The prota says he doesn't have time for that. If Duke has something to say, he can tell Isgard's full-time workers outside. That answer clearly pisses Duke off. Calling it a waste, Duke orders his monster to attack. The prota just stands there. Then he calmly says, fine. He stacks skill after skill onto one arm. Corruption, Demon Hand, Demonic Energy Whip, Demonic Energy Guard, and Tail of Pain. Then gets ready to punch the thing, still thinking what a waste this is. After the fight, he comes back with nothing but a small sack over his shoulder. On the way, he runs into an old man in white who looks a lot like Dumbledore. He asks if the man got impatient enough to come in person. Surprised he came himself. Then he asks if he has business with him. This is Archmage Isaac. Isaac only looks at him and says the soldiers are busy taking the castle. Then he asks if the prota is hurt anywhere. The prota answers that, as Isaac can see, he's perfectly fine. Isaac then asks if Duke is still alive, and the prota says, of course, he's just out cold. Isaac can go see for himself. After that, Isaac asks what the artificial monster made by the Nova Empire was like. The prota says it was flawed. Isaac finds that strange. So he explains that this is the Empire's secret lab, packed with knowledge from outside the world, things that should never be learned. That includes all the experiments they did on monsters. He says all of it needs to be buried along with their victory in the war. The prota tells him not to worry. He has no plan to tell anyone, and he's leaving now. But then Isaac calls him Minos and tells him to stop, asking how much he trusts Sampa. That makes him laugh. He says he doesn't trust her at all. Not even a little. In truth, he's getting annoyed, thinking the Emperor was killed by the hero. He thought the artificial monsters had already dealt with everything, but now they've come back. They've returned yet again, and the three of them end up face to face while he starts scolding them. He's furious, and demands to know about their people. He asks if their followers are safe. The red-haired girl can't even answer him, so the Prota tells them it's fine. There's basically nothing he can't handle. Lee Banggu tells him not to worry. These are followers he trained himself, and they're not weak. Kim clearly doesn't like hearing him say that while he's acting all proud. She admits he's right, but it still annoys her. Even so, she says he doesn't need to worry about them, and the Prota says alright. He'll leave it at that. Then more notifications appear. Lee Banggu and MC Seo Hyun cross dimensions. Thinking only of him, their loyalty has deepened. Both are now passionate followers of the cult. Luminona is their favorite character, and by using demonic energy through a passionate follower, he gets part of it back. He wonders what the hell that means, thinking the team effect sounds useless. But then he thinks about the two of them. Then he says fine, after all, who's going to take care of them if not him? And the prophecy won't change anything. If the world is really going to end because of war, then he'll just get his old power back, become stronger, and deal with it himself. Lee Banggu calls him a genius, and the other two agree. The Prota thinks about what he needs to do next. His mind is made up, and a few days later, he stands in front of a huge pile of money and hands it over to Kim. She's kneeling in front of it with Lee Banggu. The poor guy is practically drooling over all that cash, and he punches him. Then she tells the Prota it's great that he gave them such an amazing place, but he didn't have to go this far. He says yes, he did. If they're going to help him, this is necessary. Unlike Banggu, she doesn't have a transformation skill, so she needs to do what he says. Kim still says it's way too much money. He asks if she really thinks he's broke. He says he'll earn it back soon, and while he couldn't avoid living poor in Asgard, his homeland will be different. That leaves both of them even more devoted to him. They thank him over and over, promising to get the ID card he mentioned. The Prota says yes, but since it's not exactly legal, there's only so much he can do. He tells them not to get scammed and to report back to him regularly. Lee Banggu agrees, but the protagonist gets really annoyed seeing him get so much attention. The Prota notices the two of them starting to fight. He wonders who would survive if someone tried to mess with them. Kim Seo-hyun is always teasing Lee Banggu, but he's skilled too. Then MC calls out to him, saying that after this whole identity issue, she also wants to join the Hunter Corporation. Later, on the way back to the corporation, alone on the bus, the Protata keeps thinking in the back seat. What stays on his mind is Kim asking to become a hunter. He figures that if she gets foreign citizenship through the black market and then gets naturalized, someone at her level could join the Hunter Corporation. But he still asks why. Why would someone who spent her whole life as a dark mage in Isengard want that? If she causes trouble inside the Hunter Corporation, it'll become a huge mess. He knows it's not impossible for her, but when that psychopath goes off the rails, she's worse than Lee Banggu in some ways, so he wonders how he's supposed to stop her. Naturalization alone will probably be hard enough. For a moment, he thinks maybe he should just leave her alone, but then remembers that if someone wants to join the Hunter Corporation, they handle the whole naturalization process. At that point, he decides whatever. Thinking about those two troublesome idiots, he figures it'll probably work out somehow. Sometime later, when he gets to the camp, he keeps moving through the area until he notices something shifting in the grass. A shadow drops nearby, and he realizes something is close. He says, alright, getting excited to see what kind of people it is this time. As he searches the area, he suddenly runs into someone, the shadow hides, and he finds another group of hunters. He's surprised people are already there. They don't seem to be from the Hunter Corporation either. One of them notices the Prota too, and everyone turns to look at him. Then one man walks up to him. A huge brute stops right in front of the Prota and stares him down. The Prota has no idea what his deal is. After all that staring, the man asks what brought him there. He says he heard there might be an abnormal dungeon event in the area, so he came to check it out. The man says he thought the investigation had already ended. He explains that they're from Raid, a civilian hunter company with official permission, and that the Hunter Corporation gave them the information. He even asks if the Prota wants to see the documents. The Prota says no, that won't be necessary. The man then asks what brought the boy here. Is he really investigating alone on a weekend? The Prota thinks about how the Hunter Corporation manages all dungeons in Korea, and usually their own forces handle them. It's rare for civilians to get raid rights. While he's thinking that over, the man keeps talking, saying he's worried this rare chance might get taken away from them. The Prota gets it. Dungeons mean money. Still, he needs to enter this dungeon, so he changes tactics. He says he won't interfere with their rights, but an extra investigation is still needed. Then he says he has to go in first. They should enter 5 minutes after him. The group thinks that sounds strange, but the Prota says there's something he really needs to check, and promises he won't interfere with the dungeon profits. So that man says he'll talk it over with his team, turning away and leaving the Prota there. They gather to discuss it, while Kim keeps waiting. He says he doesn't know what the Prota is trying to do, but the others point out they won't have to split their loot. It's just a corporation executive going in for free. But Lin points out that he showed up with no gear at all, and John gets a little worried, asking if they shouldn't confirm things with the Hunter Corporation. Then Park thinks it over and says no. He reminds them one of the conditions was having a team of a certain size, and this could make things messy. If 10 people end up counted in the dungeon, there might be nothing left to gain. Then someone says that's not even the real issue. They're already at a disadvantage. But a girl on their team asks why they don't just do what he said, since there's no real problem with it. This is Song Ji-young from the strategy team. They ask for her opinion, and everyone quickly agrees. She just keeps watching the sleepy-looking proto while he waits for their decision. She seems to like him, and Park goes with him, guiding the proto to the portal while she keeps watching up close with Kim, Lin, and Jong. The proto glances back, thinking she's weird. The girl simply says she's a fan. He says, yeah, I can tell that's a new one. As he goes into the portal, Park starts a countdown of exactly 5 minutes, saying they'll enter after 5 minutes just like he asked. The proto says good, but then he adds one more thing to Park. During his investigation, he's going to kill anything that gets in his way. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corporation headquarters, the commander of the Special Task Force, Chief General Song Gyung, stands before the corporation commander, General Guhak Chael. Guhak asks if there's really nothing they can do about this, and Song nervously says he'll try contacting them again. But Guhak slams the clipboard down on the table and demands to know what the problem is. Guhak's his top general again, and Song admits it's true. He makes it very clear he hates this plan. Worse, the person they're trying to reach is completely against it too. So Gu says there's nothing else to do and tells Song to leave. Song still refuses to give up, saying he'll try again and even speak to Colonel Lee Jong-beom himself. But Gu cuts him off. He firmly orders Song to go. No more arguing. With that, Song walks out of the room. He looks seriously shaken. Then his phone rings, and the moment he hears his little daughter, he melts. But what she says next makes him tense up. He asks what she means and listens closely. She's the same blonde girl who saw Kim enter the dungeon. Right now, she's standing outside that very gate. She says she just ran into someone. That person is him, Min Jong. Honestly, I'd never guess in a million years that she's that crazy guy's daughter. Meanwhile, Kim heads into the dungeon. The inside is damp and creepy enough to put anyone on edge. A long reptile-like monster moves through the area. It suddenly notices something, hearing a sound behind it. Thinking it's strange, the creature turns and gets ready to strike, but Kim rushes past and launches it into the air. He keeps moving through the monsters with ease and notes that whatever he's after is hiding well. The demonic energy in this place feels weak. That must be why civilian hunters were allowed in. Kim thinks it would have been a real problem if he hadn't come. He keeps pushing deeper, while the monsters chase him non-stop. Even so, he slips past them calmly, saying he has no time to play around. The creatures can't make sense of it. They can't catch him at all. Then the protagonist Min Jong spots something as he runs. He stops all at once and realizes this should be the place. Still, instead of searching for an entrance, he complains he's too lazy for that. So he simply raises his leg and smashes through the wall, forcing his way into the hidden room. Once he gets inside, he finally finds the source of the demonic energy. It's a giant lizard monster, the biggest one here, like the parent of all the others. It opens its eyes and stares at Kim. Then the beast rises up in front of him. It looks like some huge dragon-crocodile mix. MC just laughs, saying it picked the wrong time to block his path. He starts dodging little by little. While the monster throws everything it has at him, none of it lands. Then it swings its tail straight at his head, and Kim stops it with one hand. Smirking, he says he learned a pretty broken skill. He lifts a single finger, gathering a mass of demonic energy above them. Even the monster gets scared. As it looks up, Kim calls the move D-rank corruption. Rainen says he wants to test it. The skill pours demonic energy over an area, and anything it hits gets corrupted like a spreading wound. Then he drops that rain onto the monster, but the beast realizes it can hurt, so it jumps aside at once, getting away from Kim and the rain. Even so, part of it still lands on the tip of its tail, melting it like acid. The monster screams in pain as its tail starts dissolving. Kim thinks the move wasn't as amazing as he hoped, then notices something else. The monster is shedding its tail like a lizard to escape the damage. The tail drops to the floor, and the creature is free to keep fighting. It leaps to the ceiling, and then dives down at Kim. He slips out of the way and realizes the beast feels lighter without the tail. Its movements are much faster now. A second later, he almost gets hit because the tail grows back fast and shoots forward like a sharp spear. He catches it with both hands, but then the monster turns and spits acid at him too. It throws back the same kind of attack he used, and it hits Kim square in the chest. The monster thinks it has won. The protagonist stands still with slime all over him, and the creature goes in for the bite. But right as it gets close, he grabs its tongue. That completely shocks the monster. Now trapped, Kim gathers even more demonic energy, and says that much poison means nothing to a dark mage. Then he uses demonic energy hand. The giant hand grips both sides of the monster's mouth, and MC says if that's the case, he wants to see how tough its stomach is from the inside, as he prepares corruption rain right in its face. The monster panics and takes the attack head on. It dies instantly, and Kim absorbs all of its demonic energy. His vigor stat goes up by 1. His demonic energy rises too, and then he's told that because his demonic energy hit the limit, he unlocked a new skill, Vicious Charge. That catches him off guard. Vicious Charge lowers his defense and vigor while it's active, but in return it boosts his speed, and deals damage when he crashes into an enemy. Kim says most dark mages aren't strong enough to use a skill like that well, but he's different, So he grabs the monster's body and says it's time to start cleaning up by absorbing more energy. That pushes corruption up to C rank, and he says this is way better for cleanup, though it's still hard to hit moving monsters. Now he wants to check if 5 minutes have passed, because the others should be coming in soon. Outside, while they count the time, the masked guy asks if 5 minutes are already up. Park says yes, and the man asks if they should go in. But Park says something feels off, and the other guy doesn't get it. Park explains he stayed quiet because Kim came from the Hunters Corporation, but what kind of investigation only takes 5 minutes? One of the others admits he has a point. Park says if he was telling the truth, then this dungeon might be dangerous, which means he could already be dead in there. Someone else agrees. Now the team starts worrying they're in trouble, but Park says they'll just claim they came to set up camp for training. If anything happens, they can't get involved. One of them asks what he's even talking about, and Park replies that if Kim dies that fast, then that's just how it is. Then the blonde girl shows up and says that's never going to happen. They turn around and see her with another girl. Park asks if she knows the protagonist. She reminds them she already said she was a fan, then says he's the one who cleared the fake dungeon in Aijan a few months ago. That shocks them, because they thought he was just some normal sergeant from the 104th Division, not a first sergeant. She says the news already hinted that the executive wasn't the one who cleared it. When they ask how she knows that, since hunters' names and faces usually aren't released, she says there are ways to find out, and tells them to grab their gear and move. Park, still worried, asks if there was some problem in the dungeon, thinking Kim Min-jong couldn't possibly kill something like that. She looks surprised and asks the team leader if he seriously believes what MC said. She doesn't believe it at all. They already waited the full 5 minutes, so now she wants to see for herself why he went in. Who knows, maybe she'll find something that could expose him. But then the gray-haired girl suddenly points ahead in alarm, and everyone looks over to see Kim coming out. He's shirtless and covered in slime, making the girls complain right away. Park asks the sergeant what happened, and he calmly says there's no problem. They can go in now. But before that, he says he needs one thing to borrow a shirt. While all that is happening, Kim Seo-yoon is quietly in her room studying some Korean, though she doesn't look very happy about it. Then Bongo comes back to her. He changes back near the girl and brings food with him. She asks where he went without saying anything, and he says he just went to the convenience store nearby because they were out of instant noodles. Then he grabs a pot to start cooking, but she stands up and walks behind him. He turns and asks if she wants some, but before he can finish, she punches him hard. She snaps that instead of transforming, he should just go normally when the place is that close. He asks what that was for and tells her to use words instead of punches, wondering why she always has to hit him. She yells at him for flying around everywhere when all he does is eat all day, asking if he thinks his master gives him demonic energy just so he can go sightseeing. Bongo awkwardly says he still found lots of dungeons, but she isn't having it. She says if she had known their master took a penalty for crossing dimensions, she never would have accepted his demonic energy. Bongo tells her not to worry. He'll raise her demonic energy stats faster than ever, and he'll make sure he's the main reason why. But the girl grabs him by the collar and asks how a black mage can say something so dumb. Raising the stat only increases how much energy can be stored, and it still runs out when used. On top of that, gathering demonic energy here is harder, so hearing him talk like he's doing something important makes her wonder if he's even a real believer. Bongo forces a nervous laugh and says the master has a plan, and giving her demonic energy is part of it. But the girl, she gets ready to hit him again, saying that just makes him a lazy bum. But this time, he finally catches her fist. He's done putting up with this. That throws her off right away. Then he goes back to acting goofy, saying okay, he won't do it anymore. She's startled by that and swears she'll do something about it. Just then, Kim walks in and asks if they're fighting again. She instantly turns soft around him, and he looks pretty happy to see that. Once inside, the protagonist tosses Bongo some food and asks how the prep is going. She says the black market seller will meet that bird in 3 days, or rather, Bongo. Meanwhile, he's too busy happily eating. Kim tells him not to use some dumb fake name like McLovin this time. He also warns her not to leave everything to Bongo. She needs to watch closely. Then he notices she's been studying. Bongo tells him not to worry because he'll handle everything right. But MC shuts that down fast. The odds of it going wrong are way too high. As he looks things over, he asks So-haeon if she's thinking about joining the Hunter Corporation. She says she doesn't have much time, but she can already write basic Korean. She plans to get everything ready to enlist, saying the Korean alphabet is really easy to learn. He is surprised there are even written questions. Then a notification pops up on the computer. The girl glances at it right away. She excuses herself and goes back to the keyboard, typing with clear anger. The article is full of people doubting that Kim cleared the dungeon alone. And of course she starts going after every one of them. She keeps firing back in the comments, defending the protagonist. Sometime later, we move to the Quick Response Squad, the unit that stays on duty all day so they can be first on the scene in an emergency. They're always on standby, which is why people call them Readiness 5. We hear that inside the Hunter Corporation, the squad runs on a rotating battalion-level schedule. So even though they're part of the Hunter Corporation, if an emergency happens, they have to be ready at once. Readiness 5 is supposed to respond immediately. Real incidents don't happen often, but the job still matters a lot. That's why Kim Min-jun suddenly says they've got a call and orders everyone to head to the company's military training ground. The others are shocked they got called again and ask if it's just another drill. He says he doesn't know. They'll find out when they get there. Then he tells them to stop talking and move. That just annoys everybody. They complain because 9 out of 10 calls are fake, and one of them says it makes no sense to keep doing this non-stop, ever since they joined. Still, one of them says they should just go, because the vice commander is waiting, and already furious. It's explained that endless simulation calls are normal, since even in Readiness 5 they count as part of the training. So while they're on the way, they climb into the truck to get ready. Then they contact Kim, saying it's headquarters. They've sent the location and want him there fast. MC starts to worry, and one of the men reports that everyone's finished boarding. He says he's heading out too, thinking this response feels harsher than usual. Maybe this time it's real. But then the Jeep suddenly comes to a stop. Someone tells him to look ahead and Kim asks what it is. Then he sees for himself that this really is something serious. Zhang is waiting for him there. Kim is honestly surprised. He remembers seeing Zhang before, the same guy he took down with nothing but a whip. Now he finally remembers exactly who he is. The moment the protagonist gets out of the vehicle, Zhang starts acting friendly, saying it's been a while. Kim asks what he's doing here. Zhang says as MC can see, his car broke down. Then he notices MC looks concerned and offers an apology. He checks the time and says, yeah, something's off. That guy is clearly up to no good. So Kim orders the second squad to get out from the back. They're running the rest of the way, and they really do jump out and head toward the site on foot. That idiot gets left behind, asking what the hell this is about, while the protagonist's men move calmly through the woods, running. MC says they're almost there and tells them to speed up. One complains and asks if he heard that right, but MC fires back asking if they want to die. That gets everyone moving faster. To himself, he thinks that on Readiness 5's very first day this happens, so things are about to get interesting as they keep moving. Soon they run into more officers gathered at a tent, and Kim is surprised when he sees who's there. It's Commander Song from the Special Task Force, smiling as he looks at him. In the back, Goff is shocked too. Song says they made it in 4 minutes and 55 seconds, just barely good enough. He immediately orders everyone to stand at attention and salute the commander. He turns fully formal and studies the insignia on Song's uniform, realizing what kind of game they're playing and thinking he can still make use of this situation. A few minutes after Readiness 5 arrives, those officers are still standing there watching to see who comes in next. Song tells one officer not to feel uncomfortable. This is just what they do. But Jung Bi-om says not at all. It's an honor for him to visit such a humble battalion. He's the commander of the 2nd Battalion. Song jokes to himself that maybe he should come by more often, just to laugh from above, and Jung Bi-om clearly does not like that one bit. Meanwhile, 2nd Company Commander Jong-gu just watches and thinks that since the Hunter Corporation is made up only of awakened people, ranks and systems alone aren't enough to control them. That's even more true when you're the one managing and supervising them, so he notes that many officers are very confident in their own strength. That man over there is Major Han Bo-ran, a hunter from the Special Task Force, and because of that, only the Special Task Force can take on military police duties. Jong-gu thinks that makes sense. It's an elite group after all. But coming all the way here just to keep an eye on Readiness 5 feels excessive. Then Jong notices someone arriving. So on Readiness 5's second day, they wait for another call, already dead tired. One of them groans and begs them to stop calling him in for simulation drills. They've been at this all night, and he asks how many times they've done it already. Another says he saw the Special Task Force commander there and thinks he came for revenge or something. Someone agrees, saying he must be after Sergeant Kim. But the corporal asks if he means because of what happened with that Special Task Force first sergeant, and the other says that's the only explanation. They wonder why a big shot would come all the way here for that, saying they didn't know the Special Task Force had that much free time. That makes the other guy mad, and everyone starts cursing, until Sugyeon says that if that's true, then they can't back down now. The others agree, saying they'll look after Sugi-ha. Even if they get treated rough, it still can't be worse than Sergeant Kim's training. But while they say that, his mood already starts to sink. He wonders if maybe they should just fail Readiness 5 on purpose, but then the training would only get worse, so they decide it's better to keep trying. Meanwhile, the sergeant is actually enjoying all this. Then Kim arrives, saying the alert is in and ordering everyone to run to the military training ground. Everyone gets up and snaps into action with smiles on their faces, totally different from the first time. So they head out once again, sprinting all the way to the camp. From the meeting point, Kim gets a message over the radio from headquarters for Readiness 5, asking for a report on 2 suspicious individuals at an outpost. The protagonist answers that Readiness 5 reached the post 20 seconds ago, hasn't found anything strange yet, and will continue the inspection. Then another soldier asks Corporal Lee if this is just another simulation, since they never deal with suspicious individuals. Lee tells him not to worry. The post they're heading to has been abandoned for years, so there's nobody there who could even report suspicious people. So he figures this must be another corporation drill. But then Kim looks ahead and tells everyone to stop. They do, then move in carefully. Nobody understands what's going on, until a huge man steps out with his face covered, along with another one beside him. At once, they ready themselves and aim their weapons. Kim reports to headquarters that Readiness 5 has spotted two suspicious individuals and is moving to arrest them, though he can already tell it's obviously another simulation and doesn't like it at all. Headquarters orders them to capture both alive, and they move toward MC's team. Lee asks if everyone heard that and tells them to lower their guns. They're taking these guys down by hand. Then they rush in. They try to hit the first man, but he dodges and grabs the attacker's arm. Another strike comes from the other side, and he stops that one too. Then they start piling onto those two, pressuring them hard as they surround them. As this goes on, they even start forming tactics. But right when they're about to make a move, the masked man slips past an attack and starts overpowering that soldier with raw strength. Kim yanks him back, and the man thanks him. He says he'll handle this guy, so the others need to help their teammates before they get killed at this rate. Then someone gets thrown flying toward another soldier, and the masked men start grabbing them and lifting them like kids. Kim watches from a distance while one of the masked fighters is left to deal with him, and charges in. That masked man comes straight for the protagonist and says he won't hold back now, calling himself suspect number 1's opponent. The man just motions for him to come. Now the two are face to face. The C steps forward calmly. The suspect starts throwing punches, but Kim dodges everyone with a bored look. That only makes the masked man more frustrated, so he keeps attacking. But when he throws another punch, he slips past it and sweeps his leg from underneath. That kick sends the masked guy spinning, and Kim follows up right away with a shot to the chest. The hit slams him into the ground so hard he nearly blacks out, eyes wide from the impact. Seeing that, the protagonist can tell he's completely out of the fight, and the rest stare at him in shock. Then he tells everyone to pile on that bastard, and they love the idea. They jump him and start beating him all at once, while the other giant is still grabbing soldiers by the hands and holding them around like he's just roughhousing with little kids. By now, they're all badly beaten up. One of them tries to punch the big guy in the chest, but it does absolutely nothing. The brute casually kicks him away like it's no effort at all. Then he throws the two men he was holding onto the ground nearby, humiliating them by himself. So Kim, who is almost half his size, is still impressed and says the guy must really trust that body of his. He proposes a duel where each of them only gets one hit, even letting the big man go first if he wants, and the guy actually buys it. He curses Kim for being such an arrogant bastard, then winds up and throws everything into one punch. The C just stands there waiting, and when it lands, it doesn't move him at all. He tells him it's his turn now. He calmly pulls back his fist, while suspect number 2 stays confident in his tough body and leaves himself wide open. The protagonist throws a very casual-looking punch, but it's so strong that this guy is going to regret it for at least the next 12 generations. After taking a hit like that, his lungs probably got cleaned out for free. After that, Kim turns to the others and tells them to kick this one too. Everyone is more than happy with that. They rush in, but then he tells them to wait. The C says training is over, and asks if the guy heard him talking about team something, but nobody cares, and they start kicking that poor fool anyway. Honestly, after he humiliated all of them, watching the whole group beat him down is one of the most satisfying parts of this story. Meanwhile, Officer Lee is shouting that he cannot agree with this at all, and tells Song to take back what he said because in his whole military career he's never heard anything like it. He says this could create conflict between regular soldiers and FTS executives, and he'll file an official complaint. Song just asks why he doesn't calm down, saying he's getting unstable. That only makes Lee even madder. He's boiling with anger when someone knocks on the door and another officer walks in. They ask what it is, and the man salutes both of them, and reports to the battalion commander that the Readiness 5 members have returned. Song is instantly thrilled to hear that. Then Lee asks Sayu if they're hurt, if everyone is alright, and Sayu can barely get the words out, only mentioning 2 of them. Lee asks what happened. Are those 2 badly injured? But Sayu explains that the 2 suspects are unconscious, though their lives aren't in danger. As for his own men, they only have minor injuries. Lee is confused and asks what happened to the 2 suspects. Then he asks again, were the suspects actually captured? He can hardly believe it, and asks which of his people were only lightly hurt. Seo says yes, Readiness 5 fully captured both suspects. Sergeant Lee, Song-ho, and the others only got light injuries and are still fit enough to run. After that, they all head for the cafeteria because it's sausage day. Lee is overjoyed, looking at Song-ho, who's sitting there full of rage, almost red and huffing. He's especially irritated by Kim, who's just eating calmly in the cafeteria, while the 2 suspects are taken back to their team. Their leader says he can't believe what happened, asking Major Han if he's alright since he looks completely wrecked. Major Jung isn't doing any better either, and the man starts begging him to open his eyes. Watching from above, Seo-ho can barely believe what he's seeing. Then the 3 people responsible for all this end up standing right in front of him. Seo-ho asks the battalion commander and the company commander if they could step out for a moment, and both of them agree to leave. That leaves only Kim, standing face to face with Seo-ho, who immediately starts trying to intimidate the boy with a nasty look. He doesn't care at all, and Seo-ho keeps staring. Then he starts laughing, and says Kim is incredible. He heard the protagonist beat both of them by himself. He admits he surprised someone that talented as only a first sergeant. He adds that the commander of the 104th Division must not be very good at judging people. Then he puts a hand on MC's shoulder, says he'll promote him to second lieutenant, and asks him to join the special task force. He just looks at him while Song-ho keeps pushing the offer, asking if he wants even more. He says he can make it happen. The protagonist only has to name his price, and Kim starts to laugh, asking if he's serious. A little later, the two men who stepped out start getting worried. Sung-ho asks Lee if he's sure about this, because it looks like he's trying to recruit Sergeant the 1100th Minjong. And if they leave him alone, it might actually work. But Lee tells him not to worry. Kim Minjong is far bigger than they think. Seung-ho doesn't really get what he means, but then they hear noise and shouting from inside. Someone yelling, asking what he just said, and telling him to repeat it. Things are clearly getting ugly in there. Lee complains that the kid actually said it, after all that talk about him being different. Seung-ho doesn't even know whether to laugh, saying he's a little worried because knowing him, he might really go too far with the FTS commander. But Lee says he'd never do that. Then the two of them look at each other and realize he absolutely might. Lee wonders what they should do. Should they go in? But what would they even do after that? Then someone shows up and asks why they're so worried about it. Inside, Kim is still standing face to face with Seung-ho, and Seung-ho is furious. He asks what this dungeon power nonsense even is. Does the kid just want guaranteed gaming time? Then he asks if the protagonist is in his right mind, and he reminds him that last time he already said he couldn't accept the ban on personal electronic devices and the limits on internet use. He says the reason is called Dungeon Power Fighter, and Sung-ho snaps that nobody asked for the name of the game. Then he says the army is about obedience, and the man in front of MC is the commander of the special task force. He asks if MC can see the stars on his beret. There are two, not just one. He asks if he still doesn't get it, and says this little lesson with Readiness 5 wasn't enough. He adds that if he wants, he can make the protagonist's whole squad suffer as much as he likes. Asking if the protagonist wants a month without sleep, MC just watches the threat in total silence. Sung-ho asks why he's acting like that. Doesn't he care if his subordinates suffer because of him? Then he asks why they don't talk about how a first sergeant illegally interfered in the dungeon of a civilian hunter company. Kim realizes he knows too much, so Sung-ho says maybe he needs an inspection, and asks what he thinks. But then someone a bit bigger than him arrives, and the protagonist immediately salutes. The newcomer says he was the one who gave the order. Then he steps right up to Sung-ho and stares him in the eyes. Sung-ho instantly shrinks back and asks what brought him here, saying he thought he was at headquarters. The commander says that's a strange question, because he came here on purpose while Sung-ho was away. Sung-ho tries to deny it, but the commander says he received some interesting information and came as fast as he could when he heard Sung-ho was in his division. He hands over a document and asks what exactly that is. As soon as Sung-ho reads it, he looks terrified. Kim enjoys that very much. He remembers when Laura said she was his fan, and the second he turned around, she started scheming behind his back. But he already knew all of it. He never believed that fan story for even a second. So he had someone listen in while she talked to her father, and she said the target had changed. He told her they still shouldn't contact the boy yet, and she agreed, saying she just met Kim Min-jung. Because his shadow heard everything, MC never thought she was a real fan. He already knew from the start she was up to no good. On his first day in Readiness 5 at 11:28, everyone was technically on standby, asleep, but with their weapons in hand. Kim walks into the room and looks over everyone, seeing they're completely out cold. With all of them resting, Kim sneaks in quietly until Kabuli notices him and asks the sergeant if they should get up. The protagonist tells him no, and says he can keep resting. Kabuli asks if MC himself shouldn't rest too, but he tells him not to worry and says he should rest in his place, because this will all end tomorrow. Kabuli doesn't really understand, saying this is only his first day. Meanwhile, Kim walks through the hallways, saying that tomorrow he'll deal with those bastards. He tells Bonggu to begin, and Bonggu is already outside, ready to carry out the order, together with the little ghost. During the raid, Laura is in her office watching something when she notices movement outside that catches her attention. She gets up to check, a little uneasy, and steps out. Outside, someone is cleaning the hallway. It is Bonggu. She asks what he's doing there, saying the cleaning crew doesn't come at this hour. Bonggu gets ready, smiles at her, and says he must have gotten the time wrong since it's his first day, but he'll finish up soon. She even buys Bonggu's act and tells this new guy to show his face and ID card. He goes quiet for a second. That makes her get stricter, telling him not to make her ask twice and to show it already. He asks for just a second, then turns toward her. She immediately warns him not to come any closer and to stay still. But then he takes off his cap, shows his face, and says he gets it, asking her not to yell because she'll make him sad. She totally falls for his charm, and he says, like he told her, it's his first day, so he doesn't have an ID card yet, while already working his seduction trick. And yeah, she really falls for it, but then tells him to wait. Honestly, if he were ugly, she'd probably have kicked him out right away. But since he's handsome, she hesitates and almost melts completely. Even so, she points out that he's inside the most heavily guarded facility in the country without an ID just because it's his first day. So she simply takes off her own card, says this must have been really inconvenient, and tells him to use it. She adds that she'll inform the security team tomorrow and make sure they do their job. Bonggu takes it, then tosses it to Ghost, who slips away with it. The girl stays all flustered in front of him and asks if he needs anything else. He says that if she's offering, then he does have one favor to ask. He steps closer, looking like some prince in her eyes, and asks her to clean that up for him. She gladly does it, and meanwhile, Ghost arrives there and heads inside a quiet area. Using Laura's card, she gets through the secured sections. Then she remembers Kim saying someone had been marked by the Nightwalker and told her to look into it. She really does, and the protagonist says the woman is definitely connected to the Special Task Force, and she finds out he was right. When she gets there, she says she found the proof, then tells her master everything is under control. After that, she writes down something important, thinking she found exactly what they needed. Kim is very pleased to hear that, so he tells her to gather everything and send it to the address he'll give her, and then he starts laughing. Back in the present, Song is in serious trouble because of those documents, trembling in front of Commander Do-ryu. He wonders how Do found them, because if he admits anything, he's done for. So he asks what that is and why it's being shown to him. Do asks if he's really claiming he has no idea what it is and whether he can take responsibility for it. Song doesn't answer, and Do says there were anonymous reports that his information had been leaked to a civilian hunter company, and as the file shows, it includes high-ranking soldiers and even officers from the Hunter Corporation. He adds that some things were left off the list. Song says of course they were, because those are his observation reports. Then he asks Do where he even found this exact file. Do says he knows Song's daughter is a civilian hunter in a company called Raid. She's strong enough to lead a team, but strangely, her job is hunting awakened people. They also know she contacted several promising Hunter Corporation officers, and those officers later went to Raid. At that point, Song realizes this is bad. Do asks again if he really knows nothing about it. Song throws the papers to the floor, grabs Do, and demands to know if he's blackmailing him by dragging his daughter into this, asking whether he even has proof for those accusations. But Do grabs his wrist and squeezes back, saying there are plenty of people around and asking why he doesn't lower his voice. Song glances at Kim, who's standing there with a blank, annoyed look, and calms down a little. He turns away and walks right past him, saying he'll be leaving, and that the Special Task Force will investigate this. Then he asks why they can't just leave it alone. Kim is shocked that he'll investigate his own corruption and basically thinks, man, in some countries this kind of thing happens so much it's almost a joke. Before Song leaves, Do asks whether General Gu Hakcho is involved too. Song answers that there are many people around and Do shouldn't say things that could be understood the wrong way. Then he slams the door, furious. But Kim thinks there was only one other person there, as Song leaves, and Do says that was embarrassing. He laughs, and MC tells the captain he suddenly went deaf during that whole conversation. Do replies that he didn't even need to act like that, because his information was obviously in those files, and his interference in the dungeon cleanup was reported too, just like Major Song said. Do says Kim handled it like it was necessary, which does look a little suspicious, but it'll end there and they'll say it was done under Do's orders since that's what he told Song. The protagonist is happy to hear that. Then Do says he wants to ask something. Song Byung's cooperation with a civilian hunter company, his interference in the dungeon, the Special Task Force's obsession with MC, and those anonymous reports, is there anything else he should know? He thinks for a moment and says that when the time comes he'll explain everything. For now, Do should just pretend not to notice all these coincidences. Do smiles and says he'll be waiting for that time. Then in the 104th Division's 4th Battalion, Colonel Yu Ji-hai is reading a report. Someone knocks and she tells them to come in. Song walks in, greeting her and saying Sergeant Song Yun-so is reporting in. As they drink coffee together, Yo congratulates Yun-so on her promotion, saying it happened pretty fast. The girl blushes a little and thanks her. But when she thinks of Kim, she says it's a little embarrassing when people say it was that fast. Yo tells her that guy is an exception. Yao-so keeps looking at her superior, and then Yao gets back to the real reason she called her, saying she heard the Special Task Force contacted her recently and asks if that's true. Yao-so says yes, and Yao says she assumes they wanted to recruit her. She explains that she wanted to ask what Yao-so thinks. Of course she'll respect her choice, but Yao-so gives a small laugh, noticing how worried Yao looks. She says she turned them down right away, and thanks Yao for worrying about her. Yu looks genuinely surprised by that answer, then says she's honestly glad to hear it, and thanks her too. Still, it makes her curious. Yun-so acts a little awkward, and Yu says that first she refused the division where her father is, and now she's refused the Special Task Force too. So why is she so set on staying here? Yun-so answers that there's a coworker who's really stubborn, and for now they're rivals. Someday she wants to surpass him, and he's part of this division. Danielle-si immediately understands who she's talking about, says she'll be cheering for her, and Yang-seo thanks her again. Then Yang-seo asks if she's going on vacation next week and whether she has any plans. Yang-seo says yes. She and the members of her team are going out together. But when she's with them ready to leave, she suddenly runs straight into Kim and his team. Neither group knew they'd be spending a weekend at the same place. So she asks why he's there, and the protagonist doesn't even know how to answer. Then he says he's the one who should be asking what she's doing there on that exact day, wondering what the hell is going on. But then he hears a voice and gets surprised by who else is there. Kim jumps, and that person asks what brings them here. Busy people like them on this of all days, he's so irritated he's practically folding his suitcase through pure anger as he walks up to MC with a nasty look and asks what the hell this is. After a while, they finally arrive at the resort where they'll be staying and start getting their things settled. Kunshiki gets really excited because he never expected to see the 4th Battalion members there too, saying it must be fate. Yang-seo's, of course, getting 2 days of duty instead of a full week, then taking a vacation with the whole group after that is insane luck. Kunshiki adds that they also got resort passes through corporation channels, which already made the trip great. But now the 4th Battalion members showed up too, and everyone's even more hyped. Then one of them looks at Kim, who has an awful expression, and they realize he finally came back. Someone asks why General Sun Tai-hoo wanted to see him, but he is so tired he just drops onto the bed and says he has no idea. Or rather, it was about how he was supposed to know the General's daughter would be there. Because that obviously can't just be a coincidence. He says he had a bad feeling about this place from the start and didn't even want to come. The other guy says he gets it. The General was the only one who took it the wrong way. Kim says the good thing is that he left. Then he says he thought division commanders were busy. So how does that guy keep showing up every time? The two in the back hear that and get all excited. But Dongjin says they're on vacation, so they should enjoy it. He says the beach looked nice on the way in. The other two agree with him, saying they should enjoy summer. They're already dressed to go and say they don't have much time. While they keep bugging him about how long he'll stay lying there, Kim gets up and smacks both of them. He tells them to take those clothes off unless they want the general to kill them, and asks when they even brought that stuff. Dongjin sees the protagonist knock the two of them down and decides not to get involved. Then one of them appears in front of MC already wearing a swimsuit, fully ready to enjoy himself, and MC notices the guy is way too motivated. When he looks outside, he starts to feel a little calmer, thinking maybe relaxing won't be so bad. And at the beach, while everyone else is having fun, they finally head over there too. Kim gets ready to actually enjoy himself and says the ocean really is beautiful, and the girls arrive there too, just as excited to be at the beach. At the beach, the girls head straight for volleyball. They mix up the teams and start playing. The guys get ahead at first, but the girls quickly turn it around. In the middle of the match, Kim just walks off. The pink-haired girl tries to put sunscreen on him, and after that, everyone heads into the water. Meanwhile, the big girl looks like she wants to throw down with one of the others. Right in the middle of all that chaos, he gets grabbed by those two idiots, who try to toss him into the sea. But it backfires fast. He breaks free and starts throwing them around instead. That gets everyone laughing at the dumb mess they're making, and even Yonsei ends up having fun by the end of it. Later in the afternoon, they sit back and watch the ocean. It really does feel nice, and Donshik thinks so too, when he sees the girls bringing drinks over. To him, this really is the life. After a while, a little boy is playing with a ball, and when he finally gets it back, he runs off to the side. Then he suddenly stops, surprised. His mom had told him not to go so far, but the boy points ahead and asks what that is. His mother looks up too and freezes when she sees smoke. It's coming from that island out in the sea. Over on that island, inside a cave, steam is pouring out from between the rocks. Suspicious-looking fish are swimming around nearby, while back at the beach, everyone keeps having fun like nothing is wrong. Then the girls notice something when they look through the bags left nearby. She calls Reijo over to take a look, showing her the pendant hanging from Kim's bag. That makes her remember when he won it at the target shooting booth and the way he looked at her back then, totally in love. She says he's been keeping that precious memory safe. Reijo doesn't really buy it though. She can tell the girl is getting carried away. Then both of them notice the protagonist coming back. That draws everyone's attention. Danchike and Hanyong start teasing him, saying his time has finally come, and that nothing is fairer than rock, paper, scissors. Since every man plays that game, they tell him to go buy the ice cream. But Kim flat out cheats, and his scissors somehow beat one guy's rock. They stare confused, as his scissors crush their rocks with ridiculous force. The two watching nearby can only laugh at them getting bullied like that. Then Danshik grabs MC's bag and tells him to just go already, reaching for the wallet, but Kim isn't there to stop him right away, and tells him to let go of the bag. Danshik ends up pulling on his keychain instead, and it snaps. The moment the protagonist sees that, he goes dead still in disbelief. Wanshik instantly realizes they're in trouble when he sees the broken keychain in his hand. The other three take one look and know he's finished. Kim starts shaking with rage, ready to rush him. So Wanshik runs to the girl, hands it over, drops it in her palm, and bolts. MC roars for both of them to get back here, and Wanshik and Huang Yang take off running, yelling that it was an accident. Huang Yang begs him to wait, saying he didn't even do anything. But Kim doesn't care and charges after them at full speed. If he catches them, it's over. They keep running until they dive into the water, knowing they're dead if he gets hold of them. The protagonist can't believe they had the nerve to do that. The pink-haired girl gets all dreamy, thinking he cares that much about their memories. But Raijo figures that's probably not what this is. A little later, while they're still swimming, they drift close to that island where the steam is coming from. Wanshik says this could have gone badly, but Huang Yang snaps that it already has. Now he's going to get beaten up because of him. Wanshik keeps insisting it was an accident, and he never meant to break it. Huang Yang thinks of all things it had to be Loom's pendant. He says there's no way around it. They'll have to beg for forgiveness, but he's already freaking out. Then, when he looks to the side, he notices something. It feels like something brushed against his feet. One of those fish is circling them, but Wanshik tells him not to joke around. Then one of the fish finally comes into view, and it's huge, completely insane, with massive teeth as it lunges straight at him. Just seeing it is enough to terrify them. Meanwhile, people on the beach are still splashing around near the shore like normal. Seung-ho is still focused on building his sandcastle, when Dongjin comes over and asks if he's seen Wanshik and Huang Yang, because he can't find those two anywhere. Seung-ho thinks for a second and asks if they went to bet ice cream with Kim, But before he can finish, they hear someone shouting that a person is hurt. Panic spreads fast, and both of them look up, wondering what happened. The injured person turns out to be Wan Shik, with Huang Yang beside him, both covered in bites and bleeding. The two who were looking for them rush over at once to see what happened. When they spot those bite marks, they're shocked. Seung Ho immediately tells Dong Jin to take them to a doctor, and he agrees without hesitation. Then Seung Ho asks Wan Shik what happened, and where he's hurt, and Wan Shik says that just now they were attacked. But when he looks up, he sees Kim standing there with a face even scarier than the fish that bit him, and he panics, blurting out that he didn't do it on purpose. MC ignores that and asks what those injuries are. Are they bite marks? Wan Shik says they were attacked by monsters. He thinks it was a crimson devilfish. Laura rushes over to ask if he's okay, and Huang Yang is shocked. He named the creature so fast, asking if it's a fish-type monster. Someone had heard some were seen in the dungeon where San Shiok appeared. Kim studies the wound, and Young So says they must be from there. She asks how many there were and whether he killed any. Wan Shik says they saw 2, and they barely escaped because Huang Yang got hurt first. They couldn't kill them. He apologizes, but Young Seo says there's no need. He then tells Senko to go with Wan Shik, and orders Sai Byul and Young Seo to report everything to the resort, start the evacuation, and request an assault team from the division. Then the protagonist asks Young Seo how much she knows about those fish, telling her to share everything. She explains that they're fish-type monsters named for their red color, and they also have a lamp-like organ on their heads. They're extremely aggressive and can reach very high body temperatures. But underwater, the heat itself shouldn't be the main problem. Kim says that matches what he knows. They're so violent they don't even hunt in packs, and their hunger is so bad they'll eat their own kind. They're disgusting, and it makes no sense for them to be this far from St. York. On top of that, they're attacking people together, which is highly suspicious. The girl tries to say something, but MC says he's going to check it out himself. Young Seo warns that it's too dangerous to go alone, but Kim says they may have even less time than they thought. Besides, he works better on his own. That leaves her speechless for a moment, but he adds that for now at least, he really does handle this kind of thing better alone. He tells them to do what they can, because there's no time to waste. She sees that he is making the best call here, and finally agrees with what he's saying. Kim is glad she understands. Then he heads straight into the sea, saying there's only one reason those fish would gather like this. As he runs and thinks it through, everyone begins evacuating, and the little boy watches it all in growing shock. Back on that island, hidden in all that smoke, dozens of red lights glow under the water. They turn out to be eggs, and they're about to hatch. Kim says the reason they're all together is reproduction. They gathered to mate, and now it's causing a huge disaster. Who would have thought people could die because of that? The two girls really do run to the resort, shouting that it's urgent and demanding to be connected to security. The resort worker is thrown off, but asks them to wait just a second. Then Unseo manages to place a call, reporting an urgent situation at HF Sokcho Resort to the 110th Division. She says monsters believed to be crimson devilfish have appeared. The two people hearing that are stunned, and Unseo adds that they've asked the resort to help with the evacuation. Meanwhile, Sergeant First Class, the protagonist Min Jun of the 104th Division, is already heading to deal with them, swimming toward that island at crazy speed. MC realizes that if too many crimson devilfish are born, it'll be impossible to kill them all. That alone is bad enough, but there's an even bigger problem. Their body temperature isn't just high, it's unstable. If hundreds of those fish go off at once, it could trigger a massive explosion. He remembers what happened with the eggs used as weapons in Isgard. He hasn't forgotten those cursed things, and thinks it would be great if no explosion happened. But the real issue is how big it might be. He needs to know whether the blast could reach the resort. Then he looks down and sees 2 of those fish nearby. Close to him, he wonders if this is the place. Taking a breath, he dives hard underwater. There he spots the crack and all the eggs gathered around it. He knows this is it, and he can feel the heat coming off them. He doesn't know when they'll hatch, but there's no time to lose. Then the fish close in, and he realizes they won't leave him alone. He says demonic energy skills like corruption are useless underwater, and even physical attacks lose power. Those things are fast, so he's out of options. So he uses demonic charge, trading defense and stamina for speed, and rushes away from the monsters. That's when he realizes they're guarding the eggs. He then tries to bait them in, wanting them to bite him so they'll be finished the moment they make contact. But the fish move at an insane speed. He can't even track them. He only feels something slice past his face and blurts out, "What the hell was that?" Then he realizes it wasn't the fish themselves. They had fired some kind of dart straight from their mouths. Now they launch hundreds of them at Kim, and he has no choice but to block since there's no way to outrun that barrage. He can't believe those things learned a trick like this. And they just keep getting ready to fire again and again. He darts along the seafloor trying to avoid them, but he starts running out of air and has to come back up. Once he surfaces, he realizes those damn sashimi are basically toying with him. While outside, Bongo is standing there with the dumbest look on his face, staring at Kim, who has no idea what he's doing there. Bongo already looks ready to jump into the sea, so the protagonist snaps at him, asking what the hell he thinks he's doing. Bongo shoots back that there's no way he could stay home while MC was in danger, but he asks how he even knew that, since he never told him he was there. He can't believe it might be true, and Bongo says that's exactly it. He saw it in a prophecy. Then the redhead shows up too, already with her weapon in hand, ready to dive in. She runs and jumps into the water, and Bongo tells Kim to leave the fish to them and fall back, since this place is too dangerous. The protagonist asks if he really thinks his abilities are enough to get down there, and Bongo answers right away, exactly. He says he knows exactly what those things want, then dives in and starts spreading dark magic through the sea. Kim thinks it feels nostalgic because this is how they used to hunt together in Isgard, and those monsters won't be getting away. Back in Isgard, Bongo's favorite bait was crimson-headed squid, and these creatures go crazy the second they spot it. So they all rush at Bongo trying to tear into him, but he shoots off and drags them away. MC circles around and reaches the little island. With the eggs no longer guarded, he figures something big enough to change Earth's future must have happened here. He wonders if he was supposed to die here, if that explosion really would have happened. Then he looks inside and sees a dangerous amount. There are way too many, and if he doesn't get out, he could die. It had been forever since he'd even seen a beach, and this is what he ends up dealing with. He thinks that if Sushan hadn't shown up, he never would have blackmailed a task force commander or ended up here. One variable changed the future, and now he realizes he really can change the future from the prophecy. That thought starts getting him fired up, and he says he's going to use corruption. He admits he's about to do something he normally wouldn't, then aims his power right beneath his feet. Meanwhile, the two fish are still chasing Bongo, and he keeps running until he suddenly turns to face them, while he's almost getting eaten. Right before one can bite him, he slips away and keeps luring them farther off. Then he realizes he's finally far enough away. Using that timing, he launches himself out of the water. He bursts up at the last second, just before their jaws close on him, and both monsters end up flying into the air. Then out comes the first and second strike at once. Bongo is scared out of his mind, since he almost got hit too. When she drops back into the water, she's still okay at first, but then she notices Kim doing something behind her, using his power where he absolutely shouldn't. She starts yelling that it's too dangerous, and tells him to get out of there, but he doesn't stop. Then a huge flash blows up right in front of her. While everyone rushes toward the water to help, however they can, Yunzu gets a call from her father. When she answers, he says he heard what's happening and asks if she's okay. She says 2 people from the 2nd Battalion were hurt, but they'll live. Most of the resort guests are civilians, and they don't have enough people to handle the evacuation, though the civilians are still safe for now. She adds that the 11th Division is taking action, but he tells her to wait. He says he didn't call to get a report. Then a commanding officer listens in as he orders everyone to evacuate immediately. The 2 hearing this are stunned, and he says he just spoke with the commander of the 11th Division. This time, the Crimson Devilfish case is different, and they won't make it public. But during the 11th Division raid last month, people died. Yunzu is shocked. He explains that many of their eggs were found in a dungeon, and while they were being destroyed, a massive explosion went off. So if there are eggs here too, it's extremely dangerous. She freezes at that, and just as he tries to say more, a huge explosion erupts right in front of them. All 3 of them can only stare in disbelief at what's happening, especially the CO, who gets more and more worried. After all, Kim said he would handle everything alone, and she even tried to stop him, but he ignored her and went anyway. She drops her phone and takes off, running toward him. Her father tries to keep talking to the CO, but gets no answer, and the girl charges into the water, thinking of Kim. People shout for everyone to do whatever they can, and she starts crying, thinking he can't be dead. But the CO suddenly jumps on top of the girl, grabs her, and throws her down, warning that it's too dangerous to get any closer and there could be more explosions. Bongo rushes over to her, not knowing what else to do, and the CO tells the girl to calm down. When she settles a little, she starts screaming for Kim, and then he shows up, saying there's a better way to address him. The girl can't believe what she's seeing, neither can the other 2. The protagonist is really there, with nothing worse than torn clothes. Everyone is relieved and shocked he made it back. She runs to him, and Bongo comes over and hugs him too. A few hours later, the CO is in her room, locking up and writing some notes, when Bongo suddenly comes crashing through the window and tumbles into the room, slamming into everything in front of him and landing on the floor in pain. She gets up to go after him, but he quickly tells her to wait. It was an accident, and he says he fell asleep while flying. She says he always causes trouble and keeps stomping on him, complaining that he's always yelling at her. Then Bongo tells her to hold on because he got their passports, which actually surprises her. He says she can call him Donald now, but she just asks what the hell he's talking about. She asks if he forgot all the damage he caused with the messes he got into, and says she doesn't want to call him by his name. He just says fine. Then she asks if those really are their passports and whether he even checked if they're legit. He admits he doesn't know and asks how he was supposed to check. She can't believe he spent that much money without checking and says that should have been the first thing he did. Then after that, well, even she loses track of what she was saying. Bongo points that out, so she says fine. When Kim gets back, she'll ask him, but then she suddenly freezes from a vision. In it, Kim is swimming back from the island, terrified. Then one of those fish jumps onto him and bites onto MC's arm, slowing his swim. When he looks back, the explosion is already going off. After that, the beach is covered with bodies, and even more are still being brought in. When they arrive, the dead and injured are still being counted. John's father and So-yeon's father arrive crying, and when the 2 of them get close to Kim, they see him lying there dead. Then Bongo asks if it's true. She snaps out of the vision, and someone asks what happened. Was it another prophecy? She's shaking all over as she says the future changed, and Kim is in danger. Then she notices he had a bandage on his face too, so she asks where he is right now. Back in the water, moments before the explosion, she sees that flash right in front of her in first person, and is stunned. This is the future she saw. Then Kim appears behind her and she gets flustered, running over to ask if he's okay. He says it was his mistake, but she tells him no, the blast was much smaller than the one from her prophecy. He saved countless people, and more importantly, he survived. Still, he says it wasn't him. Bongo saved him because when the explosion started, he was still trying to push his power further and spread more corruption over those orbs, dissolving them one by one. But while Kim kept forcing out more power, blood started running from his nose. He thought it wasn't over yet, just a little more, and he could finish everything. But the orbs became unstable and hatched. They exploded right in front of him, and Kim was completely caught off guard. Before that blast could wipe him out, Bongo turned into an octopus and stretched out a tentacle to the protagonist, pulling him away at the last second and saving his life. Seeing what Bongo did for him, Kim stays calm. Bongo really came through and saved him. So Soo-yeon, seeing that, is shocked that he was actually that useful. Bongo stands there all proud while they talk like there's no greater death than one like that for a true believer, begging them never to forget his sacrifice even though he's right there beside them perfectly fine and ridiculously happy. Kim is shocked to realize he made it out alive, and that Bongo really didn't break. Bongo says he probably won't be using his hands for a while, but at least MC is safe. That is enough to make him start celebrating. Watching from a distance, the girl realizes Bongo is actually okay. So after the blast, when Kim finally reaches the beach, the 110th Division has already arrived. Thanks to that, General Sun Tae-ho rushed back as soon as he heard what happened, and was able to see his daughter safe and sound, hugging her with tears in his eyes. Not long after, the situation was brought under control. While they checked the survivors from the explosion, the pink-haired girl suddenly jumped on Kim. She was thrilled, clinging to him because she knew he saved everyone. That leaves him surprised but proud, and he figures most of the rest will be handled without him. Seo Kim also heard about everything that happened there, and after the whole incident was finally over, Kim was happy to see everyone safe and calm. Even so, he still says all the credit for handling the resort incident should go to one person alone, himself, obviously. Later that afternoon, while everyone packed their bags to leave and got ready to head back to the cars, the mood felt different. The pink-haired girl complains that it had been so long since they last took a trip, and now it had to end like this. She says she didn't even get to have fun. Hiju tells her there's nothing they can do because the resort is being shut down until security can be guaranteed, and Kim turns back for one last look at the room where he had been staying, then he decides to leave. From above, Se-hoyeon watches them all, and Kim asks what she's doing there, then asks where Lee Bongo is. She says he's recovering with the demonic energy the protagonist lent him, and he should get better soon, so the protagonist doesn't need to worry. Right now, he's riding on top of a bus heading home. Se-hoyeon thinks it's amazing he wasn't that far from the explosion, yet he barely got hurt. She always knew there was something special about him. His survival instincts are just that good. But Se-hoyeon says that's impossible. He's Lee Bongo. Kim jokes that he thought the two of them had become friends. Then he asks if that's the only outfit she has. He reminds her he gave her money to spend however she wanted, but she says this is enough. Still, MC asks if she at least washes it, and she sniffs herself before saying it still seems fine. So he just tells her to go buy some clothes, but she refuses, saying it's okay, and his money is too precious. But while they're talking, the little shadow comes running over and latches onto Kim. It keeps insisting he listen, bouncing around on his head until the protagonist tells it he gets it and asks it to stop. Once it calms down, he feels a little more at ease. Kim wonders if it really worries that much about him, but the sneaky thing was actually scared of starving. Then MC asks what it brought him, and the shadow tells him about a portal. He asks where and finds out it's in Gangneung, which is pretty close. At the same time, Seo-hyun starts sniffing herself too, realizing she smells way past bad. He calls her out on it, and she turns bright red. Then he asks if she wants to join the Hunter Corporation. That catches her off guard, but she says yes. Kim tells her that's fine, because they'll be working together from now on. So the next day in Gangneung, the girl finally bought new clothes and looks much more put together. She waits for him shyly, and the protagonist asks what's wrong, whether she feels sick. She says no, just that the clothes are too expensive. The protagonist tells her he has a plan and to relax, and she nods, thanking MC. But as he looks at her, he asks if she can really keep using her demon eye this much, and she says she's okay for now. The protagonist thinks about the demon eye. It's an item that can show the future someone wants to see, but only under certain conditions. The user has to stay within 10 meters of where the event will happen, and it's better not to look too far ahead. On top of that, it burns through demonic energy fast. The girl is getting more and more tired, which is exactly why it can't be used too much. Still, she uses it again and manages to see what Kim wanted. She says she sees monsters, bipedal wolves. MC identifies them as lycanthropes and asks how many there are and how many will come out of the portal. But her eyes start hurting, and she says a special type comes out too, one that looks like their leader. That's all she can see. Kim gets really excited hearing that, thinking her power is seriously broken, and then the portal really opens right in front of them. Everyone is shocked, but the two of them are already at the entrance. waiting for whatever comes out. While the crowd starts panicking, he tells her they're sticking to the plan. He asks if she can handle it, and she says of course. Then Kim asks if she remembers what he told her. She answers that first, she has to make sure no civilians get hurt, and second, she can't let anyone see the powers of a dark mage. Those were his orders, and she says she'll remember them until the day she dies. The protagonist tells her not to be so dramatic. Then when the lycanthrope comes out, Kim reminds her that he'll step in if anything goes wrong, so she shouldn't push herself too hard. Most of all, she must not get hurt. The huge werewolf stands right in front of her, and she tells MC to leave it to her. She pulls a huge baseball bat from under her cloak, and her E-rank skill, Demonic Energy Whip, wraps around the bat. The monster roars at her, but she stays perfectly calm and gets ready to strike. Kim thinks that after what happened yesterday, he can't afford another disaster in Gangyung today, so this is plan B. To be honest, this plan only works because of Seo Hyun, and she's one of the few who can actually fight. She charges the monster head-on, swinging the bat again and again and forcing it back. The beast throws a few attacks at her too, but she dodges them easily and keeps returning blows, pounding the monster harder each time. Watching the fight unfold, Kim says he already knew what would happen if the monster tried using its slash attack on her. She dodges at the very last second, slipping under those cutting lines, getting close to its abdomen and setting up her next strike. Kim notes how talented she is, and she smashes straight up into its lower jaw. After that beautiful hit, the monster starts coughing up blood. Still, it doesn't go down and attacks again, but she dodges and steps back, watching carefully and planning her next move. Even with its jaw injured, the werewolf keeps coming, and this time it's furious. She just rests the bat on her shoulder and dares it to come. Kim simply watches, and the monster gets even angrier. Then the girl braces herself and rushes forward as it charges too. She slips past its attack, and this time her own blow is insanely strong. She caves in its abdomen with one hit, leaving a huge hole in the monster. After that, it drops flat to the ground. Kim thinks he didn't even need to step in. He really doesn't have to worry about her. Up to this point, awakened people with actual skills still haven't been publicly reported. In other words, all the world knows right now is superhuman physical ability. If people found out someone had a real skill, the whole world would become interested in that person. So as the army escorts her away, Kim tells her to keep moving. He hates this kind of unnecessary attention. She only used a little of her power, and in the end, she beat the monster with a bat. That should keep anyone from learning about skill users. But unlike what he expects, one witness says that was definitely a skill. The woman taking his statement asks what he means. The two of them stare at each other in a strange silence. Then he says he's never seen anything like that before, so he can't be sure, but that's what it looked like to him. He says Sergeant Kim used a skill, and apparently he means the protagonist. The woman questioning him is an American blonde, and she asks him for more details. Feeling the pressure she's putting on him and seeing the card on the table in front of him, he realizes he can't dodge the question. So he explains that during the raid on the fake dungeon, they reached its center. He was one of the people Kim saved in that mud dungeon. Surrounded by all those monsters, they ended up in deadly danger. At the back of the area, on top of a pillar, there was that sphere of demonic energy. When it exploded, MC turned back, and that's when he pulled out that black sword in front of everyone. He used it to kill those creatures, draining them in an instant. The witness says that thanks to Sergeant Kim, nobody got hurt, and they were able to clear the dungeon. He even repeats what he told them to calm down because the dungeon was cleared and the exit would open soon. Back then, he was overjoyed and thanked the protagonist, calling him his savior, and the protagonist didn't even deny saving them all. Instead, he asked them for a small favor, and they all agreed right away, saying they'd do anything. MC told them that if they saw anything strange just now, they should act like they saw nothing at all, and everyone understood exactly what he meant. That same guy, the one reporting the protagonist in the present, says he understood and tells her not to worry, but the blonde slams the table, clearly thinking this is insane. He then asks if this is going to get him in trouble. She brings up his rank, Sergeant First Class, but he has no idea what she means. Then she makes it clear. Kim is now a Sergeant First Class. He still looks confused, so she asks if he told anyone else. He says no. Even during the investigation after that incident, nobody spoke up. Everyone wanted to keep his secret safe. They don't even talk about it among themselves, so she tells him it's better if he keeps it that way. That includes the fact that he met with her that day, and he quietly agrees. She thanks him for coming to see her even while he was on leave, then says she's heading out, but he stops her to say one more thing. He brings up the promise she made. She nods and admits this information really is important, just like he said. Then she tells him to contact her once he's discharged. He's left looking miserable, realizing he may have just made a huge mistake. Outside, she thinks about what she just said. Giving him a spot in Hyde Squad would be easy enough, but that only matters if Hyde still exists by then. That same day, every dangerous file in their office was stolen, and the security server went down too. They still don't know exactly when it happened. Worse, people suspect her, and she has no way to defend herself because she lost her memory of that day. All of this started because she got involved with that person. She tries calling Song Byung, but his phone goes straight to voicemail. She snaps, wondering why he still isn't answering when it's already been days. Right there in the street, she loses it and startles everyone around her. At that point, she starts to think they may have messed with the wrong person. A few days later, the protagonist finally reports back. He returns to his team. Kim Shi-oman is genuinely happy to see him. He says the protagonist did a great job, apologizes for everything that happened during his leave, and asks if he's okay. The protagonist says he's fine. Then MC explains that the weapons department wants to question him too. It should just be a formality, but he'll have to deal with some work again. MC simply agrees. Then someone else shows up, calling for him. The protagonist Shi-omin asks if he's alright, and the protagonist says yes, but he's clearly startled by this weirdo, who keeps asking if he's really okay. The guy even tries to grab him, but MC dodges right away. Then he shot Ullman remembers something, and says there's another document from the weapons department. Both of them stop and listen. He says obstacle training starts next week, and so after some time they actually head out into the jungle. Kim talks to Corporal Lee Seung-woo, saying the suit feels heavier than last time. Then he admits the heat is even worse than the weight. Seung-woo asks what this training is called, and the protagonist tells him it's obstacle training. So they joke that yeah, it really is an obstacle because that suit is trying to ruin his peaceful life. Then their leader tells them this is fate, and orders them to keep the same distance all the way through. They agree, and from the back, Kim thinks about how these power suits may not look that heavy, but they actually weigh dozens of kilos. For an awakened person, that alone shouldn't be a big deal. The real problem is that the suit has no airflow. With weather like this, and his stamina slowly draining as they move, the suit that felt light at first starts to feel like it weighs a ton. That's when he realizes the real enemy in this training is the environment, especially when it's unfamiliar and unpredictable. While everyone else is busy near the portal, the girls are chatting together. Then Edrosa glances to the side and notices the 2nd Battalion. Every one of them looks half dead. Yogo realizes obstacle training has already started, and Razinya is shocked they marched all the way there wearing those suits. So they thank everyone for their hard work. Lieutenant Yogo introduces herself to them. Yogo New Hound does the same with a friendly attitude, and soon the two groups start mixing together. Kim then tells Yogo Roo to check the area for anything unusual nearby. Rosina tries to talk to MC, but Yejo tells her to do it later. As he walks around, he runs into Yejo. She says it's been a while and thanks him for what he did in Huaisheng, but she says she should really be the one thanking him. Either way, he's definitely become the division's troublemaker. Then she looks over at one of the boys nearby and asks if he got the mission briefing. After a while, they reach a desert area. There they start killing rat after rat. The corpse recovery team, the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, is doing this in the middle of obstacle training. They pack the dead creatures into boxes and load them onto vehicles. But everyone is exhausted. One of them notices another guy looks rough and asks if he's tired. The guy says he can handle the heat and the exhaustion, but he still doesn't feel right killing those things. They barely even look like monsters. Huan Young tells him not to be stupid. He should be thankful this is all they're doing, especially since it counts as part of their obstacle training. The boy gets the point, says he's fine, and apologizes. Then Dongjin says the 4th Battalion is probably working hard too, since they were the ones hunting them. These creatures are small, but because they always move in groups, they're hard to deal with. They also get aggressive when they see food, probably because they live in the desert. The boy asks what he means by food. Dongjin explains that these things are carnivores. The others look at their huge teeth, and his whole attitude changes right away. Meanwhile, Showman stands with Kim near the edge of a cliff. He says the 4th Battalion is moving faster than planned, and they're starting to fall behind. The protagonist looks toward his division, and sees them struggling to gather the bodies. He points out that, based on how many corpses are left at each point, the 4th Battalion is only dealing with small groups, which explains why they're moving so fast. But if you think about the normal habitat of those red-eyed desert rats, something feels off. It's not normal. Sayemian checks the data and says that if there's a main nest, and that area is packed with them, the difficulty of this raid could jump a lot. Sandstorms are dangerous too, and in conditions like that, the raid team won't be able to use their weapons well. If they run into a giant swarm during that, things could get really bad. Meanwhile, the rats keep pushing toward the girls, but young Seo cuts down several of them easily with a few swings of her sword. The rest of the girls handle them without much trouble too. Then Yejo says thanks for the report, and that they'll check it out, speaking over the radio. Yejo asks what happened, and Yejo says the 2nd Battalion reported that the number of desert rats is abnormal. Seopio doesn't get where she's going with this, and asks what that means. Yejo points out that each group has been too small, and Yejun agrees. That means there's a chance a much bigger swarm is gathered somewhere else. Yejo says that's not good. Right then another girl shouts that a group of desert rats is coming from the front. She can't even count how many there are, and they're closing in fast. The 3 of them freeze in fear. Meanwhile, Yejo says the 4th Battalion reported they'll handle it for now, so they're going to wait. Still, they may need to move in and help, so everyone should get ready for battle. But Kim asks, what if there's another reason? At the same time, the girls brace themselves for the fight. The rats charge in full force. Simpsman asks what other reason Kim means. MC says, for example, natural predators. Then a massive 4-pronged monster bursts out of the ground and rushes at the rats. The girls can't believe what they're seeing. A giant earthworm-like creature erupts right above them, ready to devour the swarm. Yongxiu is terrified when she realizes it's a death devourer. Young Kim immediately screams for everyone to fall back. Now don't attack, just retreat. Immediately, all of them run from the monster. It doesn't waste a second and starts eating the rats on the spot. The girls are so shocked, they can barely move. As they run, Yom contacts another group saying, "This is the raid team. A death devourer has appeared in the mission area and the entire 4th platoon is falling back to the rendezvous point." But when she tries to repeat the message, the monster is already almost on top of them. They run even faster, but Yom Seo is still panicking at the sight of it. Meanwhile, at Hunter Corporation headquarters, inside the main conference room, their leader speaks with the commander of Division 110. The commander introduces himself. Then the leader says incidents happened in Seokcho and later in Gongyang, both under his responsibility, yet his division did nothing except clean up afterward. The commander starts apologizing, and the leader says it's good. No civilians were hurt, but he needs to do better. The commander agrees. Then the leader keeps reading through the reports, and says one article stands out. A civilian awakened one protected people in Gangyung and appeared out of nowhere. He reviews the reports about her, and sees that she took down that werewolf with ease. He orders the Hunter's Special Task Force to investigate it. Moon agrees. Then the leader says that's all for the meeting except for one last thing he wants to tell them. He adds that a few days ago, Major General Sun Byung was arrested by the STF. The case is under investigation now, and he's suspected of working with a civilian hunters company. Once the investigation is finished, he says he'll report the full results to everyone. Then he moves on. Since the STF commander's seat is empty, he plans to appoint Deputy Commander Brigadier General Moon Yechen. Moon was already set to be promoted next month, so the appointment will happen then. Moon glances at Sebo Kyung with a smug little smile. Seeing that, Sebo Kyung thinks to himself, the investigation isn't even over yet, and they're already picking a replacement, so that's how this is going to be. Right then, another officer walks in. He heads straight over and whispers into the commander's ear. Then the commander turns to General Seo Kyung. He brings up the members of Division 104, the ones who recently solved the Seo Kyung incident, and says he had asked for them to be brought in today. He asks if Seo Kyung remembers. Seo Kyung says he already explained that wouldn't be possible because of training schedules and the dungeon raid, so it didn't happen. The officer adds that the platoons involved in the incident are currently in that same dungeon, one for training, the other with the raid team. Seo Kyung confirms it. The commander thinks that's one hell of a coincidence, and an even bigger one. Now that a problem has just come up inside that dungeon, those kids are currently running from a death devourer. Then the commander asks whether Seo Kyung's investigation was really solid enough to send them there. Why the rush to put them in that dungeon? He compares him to a scared child whose candy was taken, saying he doesn't believe something like this can just be brushed off. Seo Kyung calmly says there's no need to worry. The investigation was good enough. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, one of the team says they can already see the rendezvous point. Yum orders everyone to split up to throw the worm off. They scatter in different directions, clearing the path ahead of it. Back at headquarters, Seo Kyung tells the commander his people are also ready for unexpected situations. And right there, one soldier is already set up with a huge automatic machine gun, ready to fire at the worm. As it closes in, he opens fire. The worm starts taking hit after hit, and instantly gives up the chase, turning around to run, but the gunfire keeps coming, even as it retreats. Then one of the women grabs a massive harpoon, charges it with energy, and throws it. It flies straight at the worm and pierces its belly. The monster cries out in pain while the bullets keep pouring in. She grabs another one to throw. Watching this, the commander notes that the 5 colonels are strong. The colonel then tells the platoon commanders to report their status and not lower their guard. She orders everyone to get ready for battle as she keeps hurling harpoons at the worm. By now, it has 3 stuck in its body. It's bleeding badly and screaming, while the gunfire never stops. The monster tries to escape, so the colonel empties the first magazine, forcing it down and calling for a reload. A soldier runs over, slides in, and snaps a fresh magazine into place. The colonel steadies himself and fires again. At the same time, the other colonel throws her spear once more at the monster, but this time it's alert. It dodges out of the way. Using her miss as an opening, it dives into the sand to escape. The colonel realizes it's hiding, while the other sees she missed her shot. He says they're standing on solid rock so it won't come up under their feet, but she warns they still don't know when that thing will surface again. He says they'll have to use that plan. She asks if it's too dangerous, but he says he's confident and thinks it's worth trying. She answers that if it looks like it won't work, he has to stop at once. Even so, he tells the protagonist to go ahead with his plan. The guy dives down with Shiomi, who's driving below. Shiomi agrees with the colonel, all fired up as he charges in. He says Ifuji is coming. Meanwhile, Kim moves forward with a whole pack of rabbits behind him. He's completely thrilled. With the wind hitting his face, he thinks that just taking off that outfit makes him feel like his stats doubled. He figures it's something like a temporary doping effect. Still, he feels like he can take down that death devourer easily. He even starts laughing like a villain, saying he wants to see that ugly face. Shiomi is stunned by how pumped he is, wondering if Kim isn't scared at all, because he himself is definitely nervous. Then he remembers when he talked about natural enemies. At the time, it sounded weird. The kid had said there might be a huge predator nearby, even though nothing like that was in the report. Then the collection team's radio cuts in. The 2nd Battalion has confirmed a death devourer inside the dungeon, and Yeom's team is falling back to the rendezvous point. He's shocked it was underground the whole time. Hearing that, Kim thinks about the Death Devourer and asks if he can share an idea. Shiomi gets a little worried, but the protagonist just tells him to relax and trust him. Then he gets on the radio and says they'll help deal with the Death Devourer, using as few members as possible. The woman on the other end is shocked, asking what the hell he's talking about. Kim introduces himself and explains that once a Death Devourer takes enough damage, it tends to hide underground. If that happens, they'll lure it out. Both colonels are surprised, but the female colonel answers that they'll kill the monster before it can crawl underground, so he should stay where he is. Kim says they should still prepare a backup plan, just in case something goes wrong. She clearly doesn't like the way he's talking, and tells him to explain the plan. So he lays it out, while Seaman is shocked that the 4th Battalion commander is actually listening to him, because if he says something stupid, they're completely screwed. After MC finishes, she agrees and tells him to set up an ambush near the rendezvous point. He accepts right away. Yeom can't believe it and asks what just happened. Kim turns to him and asks if he has a driver's license. As Yeom drives, he realizes the plan does make sense. If they pile a bunch of desert rat corpses on the vehicle and cause enough vibration, the Death Devourer will definitely show up. Even so, he's terrified it might pop out right under him. Then Kim warns him and he instantly swerves. He keeps tracking the monster moving right beneath them. He gives another signal and Yeom turns again. Kim wonders why it still isn't reacting. Maybe the smell of the corpses isn't enough, so he uses the demonic energy he'd kept off, turning it on. It's said that his demonic energy can become colorless and odorless without affecting the environment, and he can switch that trait on or off whenever he wants. Now he starts luring it with the scent of his demonic energy. He wonders if the monster has taken the bait, and when he looks back, both colonels are already in position, waiting for it to come. Kim signals once more, saying, "Now's the time." Gimin turns toward the monster as it bursts out right beneath them. The protagonist is surprised, while Gimin is scared out of his mind. The monster gets ready to attack again, but the colonel lands a hit straight into its belly. Kim says that was good, and the monster spits out even more blood. It keeps getting blasted again and again. MC explains that the aura is unstable until contact because it's a projectile attack. Otherwise, the creature would already be dead. Then he notices something ahead. It's one of the spears the colonel threw earlier, the one that missed. The moment he sees the item, he gets more excited. He tells Rimparton to go forward because that weapon is really important to him, and he nearly jumps out of the vehicle to grab it. As they get close, the colonel above gets annoyed because he can't fire with them in the way, and thinks he'll have to finish it another way. Then Commander Yeo speaks up, ready to throw another spear. She asks what kind of person First Sergeant Kim Mi-jong is. He says he's not sure anymore because he has reached a level even he can't understand. Just then, the boy grabs her spear and she starts smiling. She says she gets it now, why he's a sergeant and why the commander chose him as a model. Then she throws again. Meanwhile, back with Kim. Shimin is shocked to find him right beside him and yells at him to get back inside because it's dangerous. But the protagonist keeps asking why they still haven't killed it. He starts talking to him, but MC doesn't even notice the attack coming from behind. A huge spear slams into him and he nearly dies. They both turn, and the commander and colonels can't make sense of it. The monster is almost dead, but these two lunatics are driving straight toward it. Shimin screams in total panic, convinced the guy with him is completely insane. After grabbing that spear, Kim keeps heading right at the monster. He reaches the colonel, who asks why that madman is charging the thing and who's even driving. Watching closely, the commander realizes they're planning to kill the monster by themselves. The colonel is stunned to hear that and only gets more alarmed. Those two maniacs are heading straight for the monster's mouth. Shimin thinks maybe he can still do this, even while shaking in fear with those teeth right in front of him. He wonders if he'll make it home alive and why he ever agreed to this. Then Kim gives the signal, saying now. At that point, Sumin throws caution away, grips the wheel and whips the vehicle around fast, saying he trusts him. The sudden stop makes the vehicle flip hard, and Kim uses that burst of force to launch himself straight into the monster's mouth. Everyone watches in disbelief as this lunatic actually does it, and Xiaoming nearly loses his mind from the driver's seat. The protagonist says he's done dragging this training out. He grips the spear, gets ready to burn the monster down, and complains that this suit is garbage. Then he says this thing won't stay in his way any longer. The moment he pours power into the spear, the aura becomes dozens of times stronger than the colonel's. But instead of throwing it at the monster, he bolts out of its mouth's path, slashing along its side as he goes. He keeps moving until he reaches the middle of its body, then drives the spear in with everything he has, plunging straight down through the center, and setting off a huge shockwave. A burst of mana makes the monster cough up even more blood, while its body thrashes around. Kim grabs another one of those spears and packs it with even more power, making the monster start to swell. It looks stuffed full of his mana until it finally explodes, its body flying one way and its head the other. Seeing that, everyone is left speechless. They can't believe the way Kim finished it, but now he's stuck in midair with nothing to stand on. He starts falling, and Xiaoming notices it right away. MC is definitely going to get promoted again after this, but first he's dropping fast after losing his footing. Back with the commander, the room turns tense fast. Sam Kaiming asks what exactly he means. The Major General says it's just like he said before, then asks why not use this chance to restart the project of giving the whole corporation mana weapons. Seo-kyung pushes back, asking why they're bringing that up now and what he means by this chance. He reminds them the project was frozen because Baksan Heavy Industries had serious quality problems. They'd have to start over from scratch, including finding a new supplier, otherwise they'd waste a lot of money and hurt the corporation's standing. The commander cuts in and tells him to stop. He asks everyone to calm down, then says Seo-kyung made a fair point. Even so, Taeho says he agrees with Seo-kyung that this issue needs another full review, so there's no reason to argue about it right now. But the commander questions that, reminding them they just received a report. Not long ago, Sergeant Kim defeated the Death Devourer alone using a mana weapon. Everyone in the room heard it, and to him that proves how useful mana weapons are. He says that alone is enough reason to move the project forward. Seo-kyung answers that the real problem is still the supplier's quality. Most of the mana swords they got from Baeksan were defective. Moon argues that the company promised better quality control, and they're also releasing new weapons. At first, those weapons would only be used in training to help soldiers get better with them, and the commander says that's a great idea. Still, Kim gets the feeling this guy looks shady already, and the mood in the room gets worse because those two are clearly working together. Seo-kyung notices it immediately, and a week later, Shimin is being praised for what he did in training. His superior is pleased, and Shimin admits he honestly didn't expect any reward. The man tells him he earned it and says he helped a lot at the end, but Shimin gives the credit to the vice platoon commander, saying none of it would have happened without Kim. Then he glances over and asks if there's been any talk about his promotion, guessing he must be waiting for it after everything he's done lately. His superior thinks for a moment and says that's true. Kim did a lot in that training, and Seo-kyung and the battalion commander both pushed hard for it. But the timing wasn't good because the higher-ups added a new condition for promotions. That catches Yumin off guard, since it came out of nowhere. The superior says people think it happened because of the protagonist himself. General Guhak Sebo made the decision after hearing that he killed the Death Devourer. Sobun asks what the new condition is, and he explains that to improve the hunter's skills, the corporation is giving everyone mana swords. From now on, skill with mana weapons will count in promotion reviews, and Sobun figures MC would ace that test for sure. The superior says he knows Kim will be fine. What worries him is that the instructor assigned to their battalion is him, Sang Daeok. When Shumin hears that name, he immediately asks if he means that idiot captain. Before he can keep going, he apologizes, but the superior says it's fine because that guy really is a complete fool. He's ranked dead last in instructor evaluations in the 104th Division for years. Then he heads over to Kim, who's in the middle of training, and the protagonist is surprised to see him there. The superior explains that because of Song Daeok's violent mouth and unfair training methods, he's always been looked down on. Right then, Song Daeok shows up and calls out to Kim, saying it's been a while. MC sees him and gives a proper salute. Song Daeok asks how he's been, and he says he's fine, then asks what brought him there. Song Daeok looks around and notices the protagonist was training. He says the 2nd Battalion will start mana weapon training next week, and he's here because he needs to talk with the battalion commander about it. Then he brings up the first time he saw an aura sword, saying the aura around that blade proved its destructive power and boasting that his weapon is different from the cheap gear regular soldiers get. He proudly calls himself the Mana Sword Instructor of the 104th Division's Invincible Hunter Squad. But during that old demonstration, when he tried to show off a supreme finishing blow against a monster, he just got smashed into a wall. Kim remembers that embarrassing scene, then asks if they're finally going to see that supreme destructive strike for real this time, which leaves Sang Daeok red-faced. Trying to recover, he says he just wasn't feeling well that day, then asks MC if he was told that he'll be joining the training too. Apparently he hasn't heard much about it. Sang Daeok adds that weapon proficiency scores will also affect promotion decisions. No matter how many achievements Kim has, without the mana weapon instructor's evaluation report, he can't be promoted. The protagonist asks what exactly he's trying to say, and Sang Daeok admits MC is skilled. After all, in Japan he even shattered a mana sword, and he's never heard of a sergeant blowing one up with aura alone. But to him, that's the problem. This time he warns Kim not to pull any stunts in front of all the new recruits. He tells him to remember that troublemakers like him aren't welcome, same as any other stupid rookie. Then he pretends he's only saying this out of concern, and tells him he'll see him next week. Watching him leave, the protagonist realizes his promotion now depends on that guy. That was probably the real point of the visit. Then the day of mana weapon training arrives, and everyone stands in front of the instructor as he demonstrates how to use the weapon, getting ready for a draw slash. He focuses and gathers mana, pulls the sword, and strikes the pillar. The blade lands a cut, leaving only a mark on that stone. He explains that it's a reinforced steel used to build the camp, about twice as strong as normal steel. Usually regular weapons can barely scratch it, but with proper use of a mana sword, they can do this much. That gets some surprised looks, and people start asking if they need points from this training for promotion, and whether they have to do the same thing, since just holding aura is already hard enough. Kim watches and feels that something is off. He also wonders what kind of swords these are. He knows they're for training, but they're badly made. He starts doubting anyone could get a fair evaluation with junk like that, especially since the instructor is using a better weapon. The whole training feels suspicious to him. Then Sang Daeok asks if anyone wants to try, if someone's confident. Now's the time. Everyone goes quiet and just stares. Sangyeok says he understands their hesitation and tells them they should begin by filling the mana sword with aura in battle order. Kim raises his hand and says he'll try. Sangyeok is surprised MC actually volunteered. He asks if he's serious, and he says he wants to give it a shot. The others start cheering for the vice commander to show them what he can do, and the protagonist enjoys the attention. Annoyed, Sangyeok tells him to step forward. Kim takes his position, and under his breath, Sangyeok warns him not to mess around or overdo it. MC ignores him completely. He thinks about something he learned in Isgard while dealing with all kinds of garbage behavior and pressure. There are awful people everywhere, and if you do everything those kinds of people tell you to do, everything falls apart. So when Kim draws the sword, he floods it with an absurd amount of mana. Sangyeok instantly realizes this is going bad. He thinks that if he plays along the way that man wants, no one will ever respect him. So he cleanly splits the stone in half, the same one the instructor only managed to scratch. Sangyeok is stunned, and so is the entire battalion. Kim's only thought is that everyone has to look out for themselves, and he puts in so much power that even the sword shatters into 3 pieces. Sangyeok can't take it anymore, his face burning red with rage. Kim turns to the instructor and says, "Those swords seem defective." Then he asks if he can use his own gear from now on. Yeah, you already know how that went. The protagonist made his point, and after that, Sangyeok kept the lesson going. He looks over the group and explains that holding an aura takes total focus and solid stamina too. Only 5 minutes pass, and everyone is already shaking. One of them can't even keep it up. Sangyeok tells them to stop being weak, but inside he's furious. This is how it was supposed to go. Then he gets a notification, and when he checks his phone, someone is calling. He answers and introduces himself, and the person on the other end asks how things are going. Sangyeok says he's trying, but that guy, he looks over at Kim, who's just pouring out a crazy amount of mana and breaking every sword he's handed. And once again, the tip of the blade flies right out of MC's hand. So Sangyeok says he has already broken 3 swords just by using his aura. He even split the training medal in half in front of everyone, and there's no excuse he can use to throw him out. In fact, he's barely stopping him from using his personal equipment. The person on the other end curses Sangyeok out, leaving him stunned. Then he snaps that if this were easy, they wouldn't all be there in the first place. The caller is the Hunter Task Force Commander, Major General Mu Yo-chan, and he reminds Sangyeok that he was the one acting so confident. Sangyeok has nothing to say and just apologizes. Yo-chan tells him to listen carefully. They do not want Kim promoted along with the 104th Division. That's all he needs to know. Then he asks if Sangyeok wants to lose his own chance at promotion too. Sangyeok says no, but Yo-chan just hangs up. That only leaves him even more angry, wondering what that bastard expects him to do when Kim is performing too well. Meanwhile, over with Ye-chan, he's clearly irritated too, but he still moves forward. He knocks on his superior's door, and inside the mood is tense. When he steps in, the head of Baeksan Heavy Industries, Jogong Daesan, says it's good to see Ye-chan and tells him to sit down. Then, the next day at the 104th Division headquarters, Kim goes to meet Seo-kyung and introduce himself. Seo-kyung tells the protagonist to take a seat, and MC agrees, but he remembers being told there wouldn't be a special promotion this time, so he wonders what the problem is. Seo-kyung gets straight to the reason he called him in, and Kim starts to feel hopeful. But then Seo-kyung tells him to open it. He finds that strange, and when he opens the case, he's surprised to find an unusual weapon. The blade even has a blue tint. Then Seo-kyung says it's a prototype for a 2nd-generation mana sword. Unlike the junk Kim has been breaking, this beauty was made by another company. And he asks what the protagonist thinks. He says that if this is meant to become the standard sword, he's worried about the weight and how much stamina it uses. Seo-kyung says he's right. In durability and balance, it's better than even many personal weapons, but it's also over 5 times heavier than Baeksan's mana swords. And because it uses a pure mana stone to boost power, it drains way more stamina too. Even so, Seo-kyung feels MC could use it well. He asks what he thinks, and MC studies every part of the sword, while Seo-kyung says he's considering letting him test it. Kim says he has no problem with that, and Seo-kyung likes the answer. He adds that it's clearly a very well-made sword, and he doesn't need to worry about it blowing apart even if he uses a bit of aura. Then Seo-kyung asks if he's disappointed that this meeting wasn't for a special promotion, and the protagonist realizes he guessed right. Still, he says that's not it. Seo-kyung explains that MC's achievements are enough for a promotion, but he chose to delay it. Kim asks if he can hear the reason, and Seo-kyung says he plans to make him an officer. He wants him to stay as vice platoon commander and jump straight to lieutenant, which is faster than trying to move up through sergeant. He also thinks they need to lower the army's attention on the protagonist for a while. Becoming an officer from his position won't be easy, but Seo-kyung believes he can do it. Then he asks if the protagonist will live up to those expectations. MC thinks Seo-kyung is really winning him over, and figures that kind of judgment only comes with experience. He says that if he wants to rise in the Hunter Corps, then all he has to do is prove his value with his skills, and says he'll do his best. Seo-kyung likes that answer, but then adds that Taiho asked him to deliver something to him. He says that ever since the Soksho incident, Taiho seems to have gotten pretty generous with him, and he hands over a box to Kim, who gets excited. When he opens it, he sees a rune stone. Later that night in Gangwon province, Kim heads to a restricted area and explains that this rune was badly damaged by monsters in the past, so all the residents were evacuated. Now nobody lives there, and the reason he came is simple. It's the perfect place for him. When he climbs up the building, he says it's all because of that rune stone, then uses dark magic on it. The system says the rune stone senses a powerful energy. Kim gets more and more tense as the system repeats the message again and again, and he thinks about how rune stones are known for giving random stat boosts when used. It works the same way here on Earth. The system keeps repeating the message, but the protagonist says that with a method he learned back in Isgard, the rune stone can react to powerful energy and open a growth portal. Then the stone crumbles, but the portal stays open. Kim likes that very much, saying the effect he can get from this is far better than simply consuming the stone. As soon as he steps into the place, he finds himself inside a ruined portal zone, a swamp covered in fog. He takes in the area and explains that this place is a secret shop that opens when you pour Hela's demonic energy into a rune stone. Even in Isgard, those stones were extremely rare, so he didn't come here often. But every time the environment and monsters are different, and today is no exception. The one thing that never changes in that dungeon is that if you survive and clear it, your growth is guaranteed to be huge. Then a swarm of angry red monkeys appears, ready to attack Kim. He draws his sword and gets ready to cut them down. The monkeys rush in from all sides, but the first one lunges past Kim, and he starts cutting immediately. The others try the same thing, but he keeps swinging and takes them down with ease, looking bored the whole time. More charge in, and now he starts slicing straight through them in single blows. But then the one that seems to be the leader, a one-eyed monkey, gets close to Kim. MC uses the rare skill black arrows to hit the monkey without even looking. Then he says the condition for clearing this secret dungeon is defeating every monster inside it. He has no idea how many are left, so he needs to be careful with both his demonic energy and his stamina. The monkeys keep pouring in at him, and Kim decides it's better to save his demonic skills if possible. So he smiles while getting ready to fight with Aura alone, creating a small zone around himself where anything that enters gets cut down. The monkeys farther back watch in fear, and Kim says that since he got such a nice new toy, it'd be a shame not to play with it. Then he charges the monkeys, who are already terrified, and his new aura sword cuts through them absurdly easily like butter. He says the blade has a pretty good edge, and then he keeps cutting through everything around him, pushing into a wider area as he notices the sword's durability is incredible. He keeps chopping through monkeys all along the way, and not a single one avoids being split in half, until the last few are almost inside the forest, completely terrified. But one of them turns back and screams at Kim, and he mocks it, saying the monkey and its little threat aren't impressive at all. He's still completely relaxed. Then, when it lunges at the protagonist, he senses something. The feeling catches his attention, and he kills that monkey without even looking. The others coming at him don't matter much now because he's focused on what he just felt. It's weak, but he definitely noticed it. It's demonic energy, and he starts wondering where it's coming from, until he notices one of the monkeys grabbing his foot. That's when he realizes the demonic energy is coming from that monkey, because it's releasing it after death. Kim wonders why it didn't stay dead. He kicks it away, but then all the monkeys that died nearby start getting back up. Now they're all releasing the demonic energy Kim sensed before, and he realizes they're zombies. That means there has to be a necromancer nearby, and it must be tied to that demonic energy he felt earlier. He keeps killing the monkeys around him until the one using that demonic energy finally appears, the monkey lich controlling all the others. Kim finally realizes it's the source, and summons his own demonic orbs. He says the monkey is pretty good for a monkey, then fires black arrows at it. But the monkeys he had already killed jump in front to protect the monkey lich, and it keeps summoning more and more of them, making them even more aggressive and reviving the ones that just died as it points at Kim. All the monkeys get ready to rush him. That's when MC finally gets it. He lets go of the sheath, using black magic with one hand and keeping his sword in the other. Kim figures there's no point holding back anymore, so he summons a rain of corruption over the monkeys, and they cry out in pain from it. Still, he realizes corruption doesn't work well on zombies. So he fires off another skill, Infernal Demonic Explosion, and it strikes by calling up flames from hell. Those flames swarm the monkeys. Then, with a snap of his fingers, every spark explodes, burning the monkeys in front of him. After the blast, the monkeys drop stiff to the ground, and this time they seem truly finished. The lich monkey is furious. Kim mocks him, asking if he really thought that would be enough to win. But then the monkey does something else, grabbing the cord around its neck and using those bones to grow into a huge muscular form. Kim says he's seen plenty of monsters use powers or get boosted by demonic energy, but he's never seen one do all of this by itself. Now he's honestly curious, though he doubts the creature can answer. It's completely drunk on demonic energy. The monkey charges at Kim, but the protagonist says that part doesn't matter. As the monster swings, he stops that bone-tipped staff with just his sword, and the weapon starts cracking from the first hit. Then when it swings again, the bone is already gone, leaving only a wooden stick. Kim keeps blocking while the monster attacks without stopping. But after he knocks one strike away, the monkey is sent flying, and MC sees an opening, powering up Didori and attacking with everything he has, but the monkey moves fast and appears behind him. Kim didn't expect that, so the hit lands. Still, the monkey notices it didn't do much. He catches the next attack with one hand and gets ready to strike back. But the monkey grabs his hand, keeping him from moving his sword, and the two lock up in a power struggle to see who gives in first. Little by little, Kim starts overpowering it, so he stops playing along and uses corruption. The skill burns the monkey's hand and makes it jump back in fear of what the protagonist is doing. Kim says it was fun fighting the Hunter Corporation's way, but now he'll show something different. He drops his sword, seeing that, the monkey lunges at him, thinking it finally has a chance. MC crouches, gathers demonic energy into his body and says he'll do it his way. After all, he's a black mage. Then he bursts forward with the skill Impulse, rushing the monkey, and he smashes it away with his body, making the monkey spit blood. But Kim doesn't stop there. He uses demonic hands to grab the monkey and hang it in the air by its arms, and then yanks it down with all his strength, pulling it close. The moment it's in range, he uses Black Arrow to strike at point-blank range, piercing straight through the monkey and making it cough up even more blood. The monkey drops to the ground after being pierced. Kim takes the chance to use his absorption skill, pulling in that demonic energy over and over from multiple points. He says he entered that dungeon to raise his normal stats, but instead he's gaining demonic energy too, and then he's told that because his demonic energy hit the limit, he unlocked the skill Demonic Energy of Desire, which temporarily boosts all his attributes using the demonic energy inside his body. Because of that, Demonic Hands is upgraded, Impulse is upgraded too, along with Nightwalker, and the monkeys who are still alive stare at Kim in fear, knowing they can't win. He says it's time to collect his reward for clearing this, and he rushes in, finishing off every monkey left. At last, the dungeon is cleared, and he gets a reward. His stats go up too. Kim wants to check how much they increased, but the system says he defeated more monsters than the dungeon originally had, so he earned a bonus reward. He's confused, wondering how that's even possible. Then he starts thinking maybe it's because he killed monsters that came back as undead, so they got counted twice. He decides that's fine. What matters is the extra reward. The system says he can choose one skill from the Monkey King who rules death, and the protagonist is surprised that was the creature's title, and that he can take one of its abilities. So he checks the first skill. One is Monkey King, the second is Death Lord, and the third is Instant Movement. Kim wonders if this is for real, because he assumes Monkey King just makes all kinds of monkeys obey him, which sounds pretty useless. Death Lord must be the one that controls the dead, and it's obvious how that would end if he walked around South Korea with an army of corpses. So he looks at Instant Movement and starts wondering if it's really what he thinks, because he remembers his past life, back when he was defeating a bunch of demons with another guy. That man says he can't believe they were beaten so easily, but Kim says he wants to ask something, bringing up the monster they created and asking how they strengthened it with demonic energy. The man asks if that curiosity is the black mage in him talking, saying it makes sense. Giving demonic energy to monsters that shouldn't have it is basically like poisoning them. Kim asks again how they did it, and the guy asks if he really thinks he'll answer. But MC sends a clear message by stepping right near his face, showing exactly what'll happen if he keeps his mouth shut. He says it doesn't matter what the guy reports, he is getting out of that world either way, but first he'll finish what he started. Then he tells the guy to take a little nap. But the man finally says that monsters with demonic energy gain a certain ability. Kim asks what he means, and the man explains they discovered it lets monsters keep producing demonic energy inside their bodies, so they've been studying how to copy that ability into others. Hearing that, the protagonist scratches his head, thinking it actually makes sense. Species like the Black Hound, which are born with that power, might be why those strange monsters he saw had it too. And if a black mage could get that ability, it would change everything. But the man says he knows what Kim is thinking, and that it doesn't work for humans. Their method only works by transplanting a monster's blood and flesh. Then MC grabs him by the collar and asks if they tested it on humans, if they used all the black mages they kidnapped for those experiments. The man says that judging by his face, he'd rather not answer, but Kim says he already did answer. Thinking about that, the protagonist looks back at Instant Movement and says this must be the skill the Duke mentioned, so he chooses it. He says he's going to break past the limits of being a black mage, and when he gains the skill, his body starts adjusting to it. Instant Movement adapts to him too, and the pain is brutal. The system keeps repeating the same message until Kim collapses after the skill finishes activating. He's even stronger now, and the system says Instant Movement is generating demonic energy. The next day, he arrives there looking happy as he meets up with his team. They're all surprised to see him. Shang-Chi quickly stands and says the second platoon is doing individual exams. Kim asks why he's acting like that all of a sudden. He says they won't be seeing each other as much now, so he's just doing his best while MC is still there, even congratulating him on his promotion and asking him not to forget them after he leaves. But he tells them he didn't get promoted, and Guanxig's face is priceless. Han Yang says Kim went to headquarters yesterday, asking if that wasn't for his promotion. The protagonist says no, so Han Yang asks what it was for. Guanxig asks if he's at least planning to move into the senior residence hall, saying this place is uncomfortable and over there they'd get one person per room. But MC says he only didn't come back yesterday because it was too late, adding that they must have really enjoyed his absence. The two of them look ready to cry, and then Kim says that if he were in their place he'd probably hate himself too, so he gets how they feel. That gives Guanxig a little hope, but he immediately says no, and he asks why. The protagonist says the internet there is way too slow and he'd lose a ton of rank if he moved, so he's staying right here. That makes both of them really mad, and Sehong-ho asks why he went to headquarters. Kim says they gave him a new sword to test there. The others are shocked, asking if that was all. They think he should be more excited, but MC says not really. It's not like it changes much. Han-young says his reaction is way too calm, and Guan-shik says it feels like he is happier about not being promoted. He asks if that was really the only reason, and Kim smiles to himself. Because of course he's happy. He got something even better. All his stats have changed, and now he's much stronger. Then the loudspeaker cuts in and orders everyone to get ready for battle, and head to the company training grounds right away. It makes it clear this isn't a drill, and everyone is stunned. Kim wonders what happened this time, since it sounds seriously urgent. Later that night, they're deep in the woods after getting assigned to the mission. The protagonist tells everyone to stop for a moment. They'll stay there for 5 minutes. He tells them to rest, eat, and drink while they can. Guan-shik starts thinking that it's way too quiet, and the other group still hasn't found anything. Han-young says the search area is huge, so even with 2 companies, it's taking a long time. And he brings up how it's been a while since monsters came down from the north. Han-young agrees and says an ogre showed up too, which he hasn't seen once in all 4 years he's been there. Guan-shik asks if this is also MC's first time facing an ogre, and MC says he thinks so. At least in this world, that's his first time. Dongjin asks if he knows how rare that is because the Hunter Coordination Office has never captured an ogre alive. They're too tough and too strong, so people usually need guns, and even then, taking one alive has been impossible. During the last irregular outbreak, they even had to use HK-9 mana cannons. He grins right away and asks if that's true, because if so, catching one alive would be huge. An amazing achievement. Dongjin says it's never happened before, so it would definitely cause a massive stir. Han-young shuts him up and says of course it would. If they run into one, they need to report its location at once and fight it with a full company. But Kim already has his own plan, and the others can tell by how excited he's getting. Han-young starts cursing Dongjin, saying they're doomed. Then they hear a scream, and the moment it reaches them, Kim jumps up, fired up. Guan-shik calls out to him, but the protagonist tells him to stay put. He's just gonna take a quick look. Then he takes off with bad intentions written all over him. As he moves ahead, he notices something beside him. When he turns that way, he spots it hiding there. It's the ogre, the one that bit a deer's head clean off in one bite. Kim watches it snacking away and instantly lights up with a huge smile. At last, he found his prize. While the ogre keeps eating, MC quietly drops his radio nearby and asks if it's done with its meal. He even says he waited patiently. When the ogre looks over, it gets startled, and Kim asks who gave it permission to eat there, as he rolls up his sleeves. The ogre gets ready to charge him, and he quickly thinks about how to capture it without killing it. As the ogre attacks, Kim stops it with his demonic hands, so he decides they'll settle this the hard way. He rushes in and lands a blow right in its gut, while reminding himself to hold back. He warns the thing not to die. Back with Han-young, he hears the noise and realizes it has to be Kim. All of them start running, and when they get there, the protagonist is just beating the ogre down while it's already coughing up blood. The monster even spits out a tooth. Han-young yells at Kim to move and asks what on earth he's doing, but MC tells him not to interfere. The ogre almost catches him with a swing, but he dodges fast and tells them not to shoot. He repeats it, don't shoot his precious catch. The 3 of them have no idea what's going on, while Kim keeps dodging the ogre's blows and says he's going to capture it alive. They ask if they should fire anyway, and Han-young demands to know what he's thinking, since he didn't even report its location. He says of course not, that one is his. Guan-shik says he's being way too reckless, but the ogre only gets madder and madder until it suddenly stops, then starts roaring. Kim remembers that attack and covers his ears at once. The others are left wondering why he's doing that, and then the ogre unleashes its scream. The blast hits all of them, sending them flying backward. Seeing things are finally under control, Kim starts smiling, and that smile actually scares the ogre. The protagonist asks how it dared to do that, and slams another punch into its jaw. The ogre is left dazed, and Kim sees his chance. When the ogre looks at him again, MC seems scarier than the monster itself, so the ogre turns and runs. But he throws his whip around its neck and starts dragging the ogre right back. The ogre finally decides to stop resisting, and Kim stares it down face to face, saying he can't let it run after it attacked his people. Then he punches the monster again, this time in the head, then the face, and knocks it completely out. The protagonist says he knew it. This thing really is tough. At the battalion commander's office, he gets a call and is shocked to hear the ogre was captured alive. He agrees to head there immediately and orders everyone to gather up and return. The man on the other end asks again if it's true. The ogre was brought back alive, and Lee confirms it, ordering the news sent to headquarters right away. Make sure they know Kim captured the ogre alive. Hearing that, Song realizes it was MC again and says the guy is unbelievable. The ogre is tied up inside a truck, passed out beneath him, while the whole team celebrates. The next day, they're all having a huge barbecue, eating in peace after that wild night. Guan-shik and Han-young are especially happy, since